It is White Guy Radio here on 105.3 The Fan, your home of America's team. We've got Broadus and KNC out there all this week. Now the rest of the group will be out. Morning show, Sean and RJ and Bobby, and the rest of the G-Bag Nation will have to wait until next year, until maybe Fan After Dark.
Oh, hey.
It's out there.
Well, time will tell.
I'll ride those coattails out there.
Let's go.
That?
Let's go. Let's do a Fan After Dark, White Guy Radio mashup collab. Maybe sprinkle a little Fan U in there as well, just for bleeps and grins. So.
Yeah, Dutch Holland, too. I don't know if Derek was out there. I don't know if it was last year. Maybe it was the year before.
Let's do it.
We got Derek out there,
down.
too. Derek's a load of fun.
I'm down.
Hey, do y'all want to be graced by the presence of Brian Broadus?
Right now?
Right now.
Is he out? Is he there?
He is there.
It's actually perfect.
He's probably live from the tennis courts.
Okay, well, let's be joined by on loan for the G-Bag Nation.
Oh,
yes,
Mr. Broadus.
He must have heard that LSU sleeper pick and said, you know what? Let me call in.
It wasn't.
Call in.
I was clear it wasn't a sleeper pick, but I have 6 teams that I'm very intrigued by, and they are my my dark horse for
there you go.
for title.
What are your dark horses?
LSU dark horse. I tell you what, man, we're going to spend a lot of money to go 7-5 this year. Probably is what's going to happen.
You think so?
I don't think with that schedule 7-5. 7-5 would be a huge disappointment, would it not?
It would be a huge disappointment how much money we spend. Yeah, it would be absolutely huge. I for years have I've this coach, this guy. I fear him. I fear him when we used to play them, and everywhere he's been. And I am grateful he's on my team now. I am very grateful that he is doing everything he can to try and make LSU better. But man, there's a side of me that's like, oh, please don't let this be a train wreck.
Well, I mean, look, you had the 14th ranked offense in the SEC last year. You know Lane's going to come in and improve that. And with Blake Baker, his defense and what he's done the last few years under Lane. Look, these are not the obvious. It's not, Georgia or Texas or, those other teams. I'm like, watch these teams this year. And then, what is it? It's week 2 in Oxford, right?
Yes.
Oh, boy.
It is.
Oh, boy. That might be the must-watch game or just scene of the entire college football season. Okay, Brian, I was literally just coming in to talk about reading Mike Poland from Blogging the Boys, the 3 big winners from Cowboys' first 2 training camp practices, and how the offense has been clicking. You mentioned George Pickens, but Dak Prescott in general.
Right.
We talk about Dak, and last week, the week before, on quarterbacks, that even when you get out of your athletic prime, that it can still be the best years as a quarterback. And from what you have seen so far from Dak and just his progression from his careers to where he is and seeing things and how everything slows down and all that of what you see in the Cowboys quarterback?
Well, where Dak Prescott used to have an absolute problem with was his accuracy. And you could talk to Dan Mullen. You could go all the way back to when Dak was drafted. And Dan Mullen will tell you stories about how and this guy was a terrible practice player, too. But when you put him in front of 100,000 people in Baton Rouge, he'd find a way to run for 280 yards and throw for another 200, that kind of thing. And just, and then you'd go home with a big L on my side of things. But Dak was a terrible practice player. Dak was not an accurate quarterback. Dak really couldn't read defenses all that well. Dak played in the shotgun predominantly when he was in college. And now all of a sudden you're seeing him play under center. You're seeing him, manipulate defenses. He's done a much better job of reading and understanding. Now, there are times when Dak does turn his back to the defense and all of a sudden he loses track of where a guy might be. And then you'll see one of those interceptions like, oh, gosh, he never saw that guy. He never saw him. He got fooled on the drop. He got fooled on, and that happens. Quarterbacks, we've seen the great ones. I remember Aaron Rodgers and some of the times where he made a throw and you're like going, gosh, dang, he didn't see that guy. And that happens. These coordinators are pretty good at disguising things, but I think the thing that Dak has done better than anybody else is he knows his limitations. He knows what he can and cannot do, and he's always tried to work to improve those limitations. Whether it's more film study, more of just, time on task. And there are times when you watch him play where you see a little bit of the Dak Prescott at Mississippi State, where he was loose and running around and doing what he has to do. But I think he's more of like, hey, listen, let me slide a little to the left. He knows where his protection's coming from. There were plenty of times last year where, with Williams stepping up, getting a block, and then him sliding to his left, not in a way of running away, but just slide a little bit, knowing where his help is, and then making the throw, finding an alley to get the ball through. So I think the older he's got, the more he's realized that, like, okay, I still have to work at this game because, with my skill guys, teams are going to try and take away certain things from me, and I've got to figure out ways to get the ball out and make plays. And I think that's why this offense over the years has had great success, is because he's adapted along the way.
What have you seen so far, if anything, that looks different offensively and things that they may be trying to do? Yeah,
it's 2 practices in, and you're kind of like in that mode right now of like they run 3 team periods, Will, and it's the first team period is generally teams like to do a 9-on-7 drill, which is without the skill guys. It's just the tight ends, the offensive line, and then the front 7 for the defense. They don't do that here. They haven't. Now, maybe when they get in pads, they might have some 9-on-7 work, but right now they're doing it as an incorporated team period. And so what you're seeing is that their willingness to try and get guys. There was a time with Clayton Adams and those guys came in here, and it was like, and we were just buzzwording them to death. Oh, pin and pull. Look what Arizona does. Look at that, pin and pull, pin and pull. And we couldn't talk about pin and pull enough. Well, now it's really a lot of inside outside zone stuff, but what they're doing is you do see the incorporation more of the tight ends with and then they call it slice, and they bring the tight end all the way across, or the F or Hunter Lipke all the way across the backside. So, back in the day, it's like, oh, we don't have to block the backside. Now you got to block the backside, because you got guys like Will Anderson and those cats screaming off the backside. So you got to make sure you take care of that. So there are things we're seeing a lot, seeing some movement. We're seeing offensive line movement. We're trying to get guys more in space to help their running game. That's one of the things that I've really, really noticed. And then when you get to the team period, we're still seeing them have, one of their staple plays is the slant. They've got 2 really good slant runners. And, teams know when you play Dallas, you've got to take away the slant. Cloud coverage, cover 2, cover 6. You got to do these things to play against Dallas. So they're trying to work on things that way. Like, okay, if somebody tries to take this away, can we adapt it to it? But I think the running game stuff is what I'm noticing a little bit more. It's with the pull-in, it's the space play, and he's incorporated some installation stuff with their screen game. That's something we haven't really seen them really take full advantage of, and I think they need to do that.
Brian Broaddus, Fred Davis here. Always
Hello,
enjoy.
Yeah.
Appreciate you voting for me for G-Bag yesterday.
You know what? Fred, I was going to vote another direction.
I appreciate you.
And Dawson kind of like bullied me.
He did. He said, let's make it a clean sweep.
Broaddus, you're going to make it a clean sweep,
I
right?
heard
and
that.
he sent me, I was going to vote. I had something else in mind. I was going to vote for the kid. I was going to vote for the champ.
Yeah.
But Dawson, he basically said, we're going to make
He strong-armed you into it, man. He strong-armed you into it.
And you know what? I appreciate you trying to like send Lucius a bunch of clips to
look.
Hey, I really appreciate you saying, hey, listen, Broaddus said something to me the other day we need to play.
There's a lot of good stuff out there that
absolutely.
let's but hey, look, as well as anybody, it's
Right.
about the station. And if guys like you and I can provide content for the rest of the shows,
right.
then we're here for it. So what are you asking then? I mean, come on. See, there you go. There you go.
You know what? That was very much like me, Mike Bassick. I mean, that line went right into the Hall of Fame of just violence. I mean, me and Chief and I went at it one time like that. Oh, gosh, Chief and I went at it one time. He was talking about Sean Payton or something.
Yeah.
And I literally stood up I know, Fred, you don't sit down when you broadcast. You stand up.
Not often.
Yeah.
And so you can move around and stuff like that. And I stood up and Chief, and I'm sitting there thinking like 60-year-old guy at the time standing up to Chief. And I'm thinking, how stupid was that? Like Chief would have killed me. And so, but yeah,
but he would have had to have packed a lunch.
Yeah, pack a lunch. And a big stick.
I mean, we're going to be here a while, so I respect that. Here's what I also respect.
By the way, if you guys got to go to break, and I'll come back. I'll stay.
Okay,
we got a few minutes.
I was going to ask about that.
We got a few minutes. I'll tell you what. Let's ask this question, then we'll go to break, and then we'll wrap things up on the other side. But I said earlier, and I threw this out on Thursday after all the rigmarole, was that outside of Max Crosby, I said, look, I don't think Jordan Brooks is out of the question as somebody that they would kick the tires on. Boom, we find out yesterday that there may be smoke to that fire. I think Jordan Brooks would actually be a better addition to this defense than Max Crosby. Am I crazy?
Well, I'll tell you what, though. I mean, I've been pushing for a linebacker, and I appreciate you bringing up the Jordan Brooks, because I know on the airwaves I said I've just got a lot of people around the league that I'm talking to about this thing. Stephen Jones, he did a great job with KNC yesterday, and then when he was walking away, Heggie asked him about the linebacker situation and asked him about about Bobby Wagner, and Stephen Jones said, think local, think bigger. And and boom, that was it. And so now I'm going, okay, think local. Well, they had done a lot of legwork on Jordan Brooks. They had done a lot of legwork, and then you talk to the people down in Miami or people that are associated with Miami. The Dolphins realize they're not going to be very good this year.
No.
They've got huge cap that they're trying to deal with, and they're willing to take things on. They want more picks. Stephen Ross, the owner there, is kind of like, he knows that it's going to be some tough sledding. And so he's okay with the new coach, the new GM. Hey, if we have to move some guys, go look at the contract. Go to Spotrac. Go to Over the Cap. It is it's
reasonable.
It's a reasonable tradable contract. So it's not like people are like, oh, I signed an extension. I'm like, okay,
so
that's fine. But if they do it, great. But I think let's look at this. I think Dallas is looking at a bigger picture. They're thinking bigger than a Bobby Wagner. They're thinking of bigger. Now, they're going to bring some guys in and work some guys out and all that. They're going to maybe try and, hey, let's see, we got some guys out there. Let's see what we got kind of thing. Look at our emergency board. But, to me, Stephen Jones and Jerry Jones, hey, maybe they're stirring it up. Maybe they're putting the chum out in the water. But they worked on the Brooks deal. They didn't get it done last in the offseason. Maybe they circle back, just like I think they're circling back on the Max Crosby stuff.
I'll say this real quick, and then we're up against it, and we'll finish everything on the other side. When I was talking to our boy, Henry Thomas, he said, look, you can say what you want about that front four. He goes, if you ain't got the linebackers, doesn't make a bit of difference. And he exactly, right? Yeah, so not saying anything about D Winters. And, again, we all think DeMarvion Overshone's going to do great things, but, again, that's a lot of ifs. You plug Jordan Brooks in this mix, and suddenly you start the season off with Jordan Brooks, DeMarvion Overshone, and insert D Winters or somebody like that. Suddenly this defense, you got a playmaker on every level of the defense.
I think you're absolutely right. But like you say, take the break, Will, and then we'll come back and talk about it when we get done.
Let's do that. All right, Brian brought us live from Oxnard what Saturday looks like for the Dallas Cowboys as we open up Hour 3 next here on The Fan.
Our goal is to have you winning every sports debate with your buds. We'll do the homework. You just listen and enjoy. Turn it on and leave it on. The Fan and our Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 25% upfront bonus? And are they promising you up to 9% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And if you plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because
California on loan from the G-Bag Nation, Brian Broaddus, and Cowboys training camp coverage brought to you by the on-time experts, Rhino Shield and Yardbird, Southern Table and Bar. Brian, we were talking a little bit about the big item that was talked about on your show yesterday, Jordan Brooks, and the fact that his base salary in 2026, $1.2 million, cap hit of $6.2 million. So that alludes to what you guys were talking about and what makes him so appealing and why his contract was structured the way that it was, because Miami is looking to rebuild. And by signing him to this type of contract, it makes him very appealing in order to the haul that they may get in return. And what do you think, if there is significant smoke around this, that might be the asking cost for Jordan Brooks?
Yeah, the thing is, the Dolphin, John Eric Sullivan, who's the general manager who came from Green Bay, and Green Bay's one of those teams that, when I grew up in the same system, it hasn't changed up there since 1992. There's still the influences of Ron Wolf and how they go about. And, Brian Gutekunst is the general manager, but there's the kind of the Packer way of doing things. And so, draft picks, always very important to them, always something that, hey, let's build through the draft. Let's be solid in the draft. Let's build our team that way. And I think that's where John Eric is trying to do the same thing down in Miami. And they know they have a roster that's probably not going to be able to compete, and they understand that. So they're going to think, okay, well, let's just take this year and let's try and get as many picks for these players as we can, guys that might not be part of our future. Listen, they know with Brooks, they wanted to take care of Brooks. They know that he's a guy that's been a good player for them. But, hey, if we can, they've also drafted a couple of linebackers. They might want to put their guys in there. These players on these rosters, when there's coaching change, there's no real loyalty. Hey, they didn't draft me. They might look to move me. They might look to do something else. So I think John Eric is keeping that in mind. But like I said, we're looking probably at like a third-round pick here if we were wanting to do this.
Really?
Now, they would probably try, if you offered them a second, I think they would absolutely consider that. I think that they just don't want you to give them fives. That's the whole idea there. They want you to give them a 2 or a 3 and see if they can move on from that. But they're willing to take on the cap hit in order to get a better pick. And so that's how they're going to operate down there. They know they're not going to be a very good football team. So, is Brooks part of what they're going to do in the future? Well, right now he is. But, if I would not be surprised one bit, he might not get moved to Dallas, but I wouldn't be surprised if he gets moved somewhere else. I think the Dolphins
machine. My God.
Yeah.
I mean, he doesn't miss games. That's the other part of it.
Absolutely.
Out of the last 5 seasons, he's played 17 games, 3 and 16 twice.
Oh yeah. Absolutely. So listen, if you're the Cowboys, that. And they did some legwork on this earlier. I mentioned that. Jerry Jones described as the situation that they were in. They were scrambling. They were scrambling at linebacker. They were scrambling with the Max Crosby stuff. They were doing a lot of things to try and better their football team. And if in fact if they're trying to do things, to maybe upgrade, we should applaud them for that. We should. I mean, if Jerry's willing to give significant draft capital to get a player, well, but they also might be trolling us here a little bit. They might be just saying, you know what, hey, we're just throwing it out there and hope for this. I really do feel like they want to help this head coach, and I do feel like they really want to help Christian Parker. I do. I believe both of those with my heart.
Brooks, going into his 7th year, led the NFL in solo and total combined tackles. 28 years old. So we'll keep an eye on that. All right, what's on the docket today for the Cowboys on this Saturday at training camp?
Well, it's the first really official day of training camp here in Oxnard, or they call it opening day here in Oxnard, and they're going to have a little bit of ceremony. This is the 25th season here in Oxnard. I was actually part of the very first one in 2001. So I've been coming here ever since. I've seen them all. So, the mayor of Oxnard will get up there. He'll say a few words. Jerry will say some words. He'll talk about kicking the Giants' ass, and then and then we'll have some practice. We're in helmets and jerseys today. We'll have an off day tomorrow. And then we will have full padded practices starting Monday, Tuesday, and then another off day kind of thing. So it's getting closer to getting into the full pads. This has been kind of a ramp-up period. I expect kind of the same thing that we've seen before, guys. It's been an individual period. There's been some special teams period in the middle, and then all of a sudden it turns into 3 different team periods where they work on some type of running play action, then they work on more of an open into the field stuff where they do more downfield stuff in the last 2 periods. It's probably going to be an hour and about an hour and a half like it's been, and then we'll get some players afterwards.
Awesome.
All right, so wide receiver wise, I mean, I know you guys have talked to. I've listened to G-Bag this week, and everybody's saying great things about George Pickens, obviously CD, yada yada, all that good stuff. Question, and then I heard, I think it was you or somebody said something about they think Trayshawn Holden is going to make this team. Mingos look good. I mean, hell, he's this is what his second training camp, and this is to me do or die time.
Do or die, no doubt.
It absolutely is. Yeah.
So that said, and because look, I'm a firm believer that after the first 3 wide receiver spots, it falls off a cliff after that for this wide receiver group, and for a team that's going to move the ball around throw the ball around as much as the Cowboys will, I think that 4 and 5 spot will be important. Is there a name out there that we're not hearing? And then on the flip side of that, I don't think we're talking near enough about the tight ends just yet. And again, as we know, we're only a couple days in. Is there anybody that's jumped off the page to you, or at the very least has had you raise your eyebrows once or twice?
Okay, the best offensive group so far has been the running backs.
Okay.
If you said, give me the position where the group has looked the absolute best as a whole, I would say the running backs have looked the best. I would say the group that's looked the least impressive has been the tight ends.
Ooh.
And I say that with the thought of, okay, we know you got Jake Ferguson, we know you have Brevin Spanford.
Then
nobody's pushing Luke Schoonmaker right now.
Are you serious? What about Michael Trigg?
Michael Trigg is not. And DJ Rogers, Princeton Fant, these guys have yet to – listen, Michael Trigg had a route, and there's portions of practice where you need to make plays.
Yeah.
You can't tell me that Michael Trigg runs a sail route up the field and breaks to the sideline, and not an out, but just kind of almost like a corner route. You can't tell me that Reedy Stewart, all of 5'11", Reedy Stewart,
right,
is going to go up and contest a ball and knock it away from me.
Ooh.
You're not going to tell me that.
No.
So listen, I'm going to say this about these tight ends. We've got, everybody's screaming for Luke Schoonmaker's job.
Yeah.
Luke Schoonmaker is going to be on this team until somebody like Michael Trigg, DJ Rogers, Princeton Fant is going to take that job away from him.
How does Scooney look?
Scooney's been fine. I mean, they've thrown him the ball. He caught a ball in the flat the other day. They've run the ball with him in there in some of the 12 personnel stuff. Luke Schoonmaker is not going to go away quietly here, guys.
He shouldn't. You know what? He's one of the most aggravating players to me.
He is aggravating because everybody sees him as a second-round pick,
dude,
and that's not his fault.
Well, and not just that, and I'm with you 100% on that, but and look, I'm not telling you anything you don't already know.
Yeah.
When you look at Luke Schoonmaker, Luke Schoonmaker looks like the most athletic dude in that tight end room. To me, he looks more impressive than Jake Ferguson does. And you just question, when you look at a guy like a Tyler Guyton is a freak of a human being at left tackle. So the one thing about the Cowboys I think they don't get enough credit for, and maybe they can, and you tell me from a scout's perspective, where you got to get seduced in the fact that, the old proverbial look like Tarzan plays like Jane. And I'm not saying that that's what Schoonmaker is. But I think back to that play last year where he caught a ball one-handed. It was kind of a ball that went behind him. It was kind of in the flat. He made a guy miss and then got knocked out of bounds. But it was one of the more impressive 6-yard plays I think I've ever seen. And then we don't see anything again from Scooney. It aggravates me because he looks the part of a guy that should be a freak at tight end.
Well, the thing about it is, Fred, we all know where he was picked. And then we look around the league and we see everybody else's tight ends that was picked in the second round or the third round, and we're like, balling. Why can't we have a guy like that?
Exactly.
Why can't we have a guy like that? Why can't we? Why isn't our second round guy like that? It's not his fault where he was picked. The front office picked him in the second round. That's Mike McCarthy, that group. They picked him in the second round. So
it's drafting malfeasance.
So if that's the case, that's not that kid's fault. Is he a 4th, 5th round player? Maybe he is. But see, that's the thing about it. We see all these other tight ends around the league, and we go, gosh, how did they miss with all those tight ends? How did they miss on this one? How did they? And so, but I'm just saying this, and I'm not saying this is a slam to Schoonmaker, but listen. If you guys are excited about Michael Trigg and DJ Rogers and Princeton Fant, those cats need to show up. Two practices in, start to show up, start to put some pressure on Luke Schoonmaker and make that happen. I'll say this about the offensive line. I think you got 6 guys right now.
Really? Who's the 6th?
Well, you got the 5 starters, and then you got TJ Bass. So now we need Nate Thomas to show up. We need Drew Shelton to show up. We need
how's Nate look? But how much can you tell in pads? I mean, they're not in pads, so how much can you tell?
But what you could tell is when they run the ball,
that
are guys getting onto guys.
Okay.
Like there'll be times where Tyler Smith gets beat by Quinnen Williams, and Quinnen Williams is standing there in the hole and tags off, and you're like, oh, well, that would have been a tackle.
Yeah.
Oh, wait a minute, here's a kick out block by Tyler Smith, and on Barham. Oh, Barham's playing with near shoulder. He's going to squeeze it. If they're in pads, there's going to be a collision there. There's going to be maybe a tackle there.
Yeah.
I think the 5 starters, I think that you're getting stuff out of that. You're absolutely getting stuff out of them when it comes to the run game, because there's been some really, really good fits. And then there's been some times where Joe Milton or Sam Howell's been back there playing quarterback, and all of a sudden Nate Thomas, Sam Williams comes screaming off the edge, and instead of the ball being downfield for a 15-yard gain, Britt Brown and Jim Maurer, the trainers, are coming on the field with a spatula trying to get Sam Howell, off the ground.
Ooh.
So that you got to kind of take the good and the bad there. But right now, I kind of feel like that the wide receiver room is a very similar one too. We mentioned that. I do feel like that Jonathan Mingo the last 2 days has shown you like, oh, I get it. I understand.
The light's starting to come on.
Yeah, but they throw a ball behind him, and he's too big of a guy to reach behind him. Instead, the ball gets knocked in the air. But other than that, he makes 2-3 really good plays, and you're like going, okay, I see it. Put the ball out in front. Let him get it. Let him go get it. Marquez Valdez-Scantling, made a really nice catch on a dig route the other day where he had to extend. It was those are the kinds of things you need to have. But they're trying to get Camden Brown playing in this thing. They're trying to get Jordan Hudson playing in this thing. They're trying to get Tyler Johnson playing in this thing. Anthony Smith, Denzel Mims, they're trying. But sometimes you've got to step up. I'll give you a guy real quick, and again, we have to break point. I don't want to go.
No, we're good.
Okay.
Screw the clock. It's Saturday.
No, I don't want to be the guy blamed for that. But I'm just telling you though, when you look at some of these guys that are playing, they're giving this Kalen Carson a lot of look in this at corner. He's playing with the ones. He's playing with the twos. He's times he shows up. Times it's like he gives.
This is year 3 for him, though, isn't it? In this,
and he's been
kind of get off the pot time,
and he's been banged up.
Yeah.
And, so now he's getting an opportunity to play. But all of a sudden, why does Josh Butler now all of a sudden get some looks? 4 or 5 plays. Josh Butler makes 2 plays. See, that's what you got to do in these practices. You can't be Devin Moore and giving up a slant or giving up a play down the field. I know you're a rookie. I know it's a little bit tough. But you got to go when you got to find a way to Julius Wood, the safety from East Carolina. The kid's second year. All of a sudden you're like, man, we like this kid. He hit you. He could cover. Well, he's making a couple of plays. You want to be
How's
the guy.
Shamar James look?
Yeah, Shamar James has been a little bit. a little bit of kind of one of those things where you're kind of like, maybe he's in that mode of like they're running the ball inside and he got hooked, he got pushed, he got pushed by, he's too aggressive. There's a couple of guys, like I say,
the game's still moving fast for him.
Yeah, is his spot in danger?
Well, look at all the linebackers. We keep up with the thing with Overshown. Overshown needs every single rep he could get.
Yeah,
you know why? Because he's not used to playing Mike linebacker. He's used to playing on the weak side where he can run and do that and be protected. When you're the Mike linebacker, you've got to read quick, you've got to react quick, and you've got to get to. And there's times where the reaction gets him in a little bit of trouble. Oh, we got pinned by Smith here. It's a battle, man.
Yeah.
Those three inside guys with Beebe and Booker and Smith, that's a battle for those guys and those linebackers. And when they're having to deal with those blocks, there's a reason why in this scheme, this Zach Bond at Philadelphia is an all-pro because he knows how to play that stuff. And Overshown needs to develop that. Or like I say, I can understand why they're going to and whispers are they're looking at Mike linebackers.
Real quick, Christian Parker. What's the vibe? What do you notice different about this defense from a year ago with Eberflus?
Yeah, like I say, you do see communication. You do now. Listen, we've seen them. It's been more physical. As far as if they give up a play, it's more physical than it is mental. It's not a oh gosh, this guy's running wide open. That ain't the case. It is, hey, wait a minute, that guy ran a really good release and now there's separation. Or whoa, wait a minute, now they handed the ball to Moffitt here, and Moffitt was able to get.
It was
to
just
the
our
edge.
guy beat their guy.
Yeah, it was our guy in a helmet, a jersey, was able to keep the defender from getting. So, like last year, there were times with you've seen this thing, with all these different with Mike Nolan's and all these guys. When there's been bad plays, it has been because guys are running wide open. You just do not see that with this group. They look pretty buttoned up with that regard.
Brian, thank you so much for hopping on. Are the guys going to get you this afternoon as well?
Yeah, I hope so. Who's on the afternoon show?
Brennan and the three-timer, CA.
Okay, we'll tell Brennan and the three-timer if they want to get a hold of me, let me know. We've got, maybe I can do it after practice, but I'm going to go out there and watch some ball practice. But have Chris text me when they want to maybe get together, and we'll go from there. Okay?
Perfect. Appreciate all your work and insight out there. Thank you, Brian.
You got it. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
All right, that's Brian Broaddus live from training camp.
I could have talked to him for another hour.
Yeah,
that was quality content right there.
I know, because I had some Caleb Downs questions in the hopper too.
Seriously, we were sitting there fighting each other. I just yelled at him. I don't know if you guys saw it on the YouTube.
I didn't.
What
by the way,
asking then?
Back
Will?
up. Thanks to Austin.
Asking?
Thank you, Austin. We're back up on YouTube. All right, coming up.
So what are you asking then?
A special edition of Khakis Kicks with Data Center Fred. That's next here on The Fan.
When your friends say, hey, did you hear? You can proudly say, I heard it on The Fan. Keeping you sports informed with some quality laughs along the way. Turn it on and leave it on. 105.3 The Fan, the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio app, and TuneIn app.
Follow here, Tolos, and I want to let you know that CertaPro Painters is really the best in the business. CertaPro Painters recently painted my home, and they were true professionals and exceeded all of my expectations and my wife's, and that's not easy to do. I easily booked a free estimate at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C. I reviewed a detailed proposal and scheduled my project on the spot. It was an extremely enjoyable experience.
the Polymarket app and use promo code BLAZE to unlock $50 free for your first trade. That's promo code BLAZE. Trading not available in all jurisdictions. Check local regulations before trading. Restrictions and eligibility apply.
This segment is brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to for car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
How good was that? If you missed our
read
last...
or Brian Broaddus?
The read was absolute perfection.
Just booted Gavin 3.0 out the door.
Yeah.
I'm not getting Wally pipped. No. Get the hell out of here.
Seriously, you go over there,
eat your
casserole.
Food in the lobby. You're done.
If you missed the last two segments with Brian Broaddus live from the tennis courts in Oxnard, California, in Cowboys training camp, you can rewind, use the Odyssey app.
Blake Elliott's calling.
Blake Elliott's calling right now.
Blake Elliott, how can I help you, sir?
This is Elliott Enterprises trying to contact David at Davis Enterprises. How are we doing today?
Well, you're reaching 100,000 watts of Dallas-Fort Worth, so you're
ruining my segment, Blake.
You might want to be careful. Did you know that it was Khakis Kicks, so you just want to jump in and hijack the segment like we normally do?
That's exactly what I did. Elliott Enterprises wanting to hijack. What would Khakis Kicks be if I didn't interject in it?
A full segment?
Yeah.
Well, that's... He said a full segment.
Well, that's not what America is. We don't get what we want for. Wake up, Kevin.
What do you want to say real quick since we're on the air?
I want to get those. Hopefully he brought up those Nike Hyper Slice Ice massaging.
We just started the segment, Blake. Clearly not a Tolo.
Actually, I haven't even played the intro.
We just started the segment.
No, that's how much of a Tolo I am. I called right before. Let's do that one. Make sure Kevin adds that to the list. I want those. And tell Khaki Kevin to get a promo code, Khaki Kevin at checkout for 20% off.
Done. Anything else?
Jesus is king.
Where can we find you out on the socials? That said, Blake Live __ for those of you scoring at home. Promo code Khaki Kevin. Khaki Kevin. That's khaki with an H and an I. Back to you.
The khackiest of the khaki, the one, the only, Mr. Khaki Kevin Walker.
Oh, boy. Blake Elliott.
Where can we find you on the socials? that tipped me over.
Whatever. The thing that ticks me off the most of this, my first story.
Yeah.
Who's a fan of slides?
Oh!
Hyperice and Nike are continuing their partnership.
Such synergy.
And are making a massive step in the slide game. But this is Khakis Kicks, 877-881-1053.
Yeah.
Text on the Frankel & Frankel injury attorney text on what you have on your feet. Boots, sandals. It's sandal season. It's slide season.
Girls, get your toes done.
Jordan Trunner season if you're Fred Davis.
Yeah, buddy. I don't know how I feel about the Jordan Trunner. That's a conversation for another time. But ladies, PSA, and we got Abby in the house as well. Who's clearly not a member of the cleaning staff, so I do apologize for that from a few weeks ago. But that being said, ladies, if you're going to wear your toes out, A, for the love of God, clean them up, and B, if you've got what a buddy of mine in the Navy used to call tree climbing feet, cover them bad boys up. Back to you.
That's because you want to look at them, right?
Who doesn't?
Okay, this is my first time.
Who doesn't?
Actually, even hearing about them, and I just looked it up.
Oh, I've got all the details. And some people might be wondering what is Hyperice?
Yeah, what is Hyperice?
It is a company dedicated to making technology for athletes to recover quicker. You ever seen those athletes, maybe even in the quarterback series, where they are wearing those leg compressions on both of their legs, all the way up to their thighs?
Yes, they kind of look like
thousands of dollars.
Yeah.
Hyperice. That's kind of the stuff they do.
Baker Mayfield wears them in one of the videos or episodes.
So Hyperice and Nike have had a collaboration for a couple of years now. This is probably one of the larger steps they're making. I don't know if you remember LeBron a year or so ago they actually had a version of this. It was a shoe. But essentially this one is a slide, and it's going to feature heat and massaging features in the slide itself. going for a whopping $250 on September 29th. And if I could be honest with you,
Yeah, please be.
if I can get a pair of slides that can massage and heat my feet, I don't think $250 is that terrible.
I thought the price point was pretty legit.
Yeah,
I actually said
agree.
$350.
I mean, I'm looking at them and wondering how much they are. Are we a bigger fan of the black or the gray?
I'm a big fan of gray, all things gray for me, so I'm going to lean gray.
Man, these are sick.
So they feature a removable pod that has two features, like I said, the heat and a massage feature, so you can take it out of your slide. And you don't. So if you want to wear them just about, and they look pretty nice, honestly, minimal branding, nothing too crazy, but overall, I think this is a slam dunk win for both of these brands.
What kind of charging situation is that?
Well, I would assume you take the pod out and then charge it USB-C. That's just kind of my wild guess.
Runs in 15-minute recovery cycles.
No,
Okay.
because I'm nor athlete nor wearing slides that often.
You know, it's funny you said. I that's true. I've never seen.
I wear Birkenstocks.
Young khaki Kevin in a pair of slides.
I used to wear them all the time when I was an athlete.
Yeah,
but
so you're not an athlete anymore.
Nope.
What makes you a non-athlete? You do nothing athletic?
Oh, well,
anymore?
I didn't beat Jake Reitma, so that didn't help.
Wow.
Shout out to Jake. Just got married, by the way.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
He came in one day and started breaking me down. I didn't know what was going on.
sounds all right. Sounds accurate.
The race we never got to see.
Boy, I tell you what.
He's excited.
I am excited.
Those are nice. I won't lie. There's not. And I think if you're not an athlete, who doesn't want their feet massaged and heated
I don't
at
think you
all
have to be an
times?
athlete to wear those.
No, I don't think so.
I need them after work.
The
not just after
question that I
golf.
would have is the duration. How long does it last?
Ooh.
Well, it says 15-minute recovery cycles, but yeah, that's where my initial question was on like how long.
Yeah.
On a charge, like how many of those cycles? But either way, I mean, they look dope.
September 29th for all that are interested. All right, switching topics here. This one's not necessarily sneakers related, but it's Nicolas Cage related.
Oh.
And I feel like that certifies for White Guy Radio.
Does it have something to do with the Madden movie?
It doesn't.
Oh.
Nicolas Cage starred in Ghost Rider, which is a film that y'all both trashed a couple weeks ago.
It's absolutely trash.
It's not good.
Did y'all know that he was wearing heat in that movie? He was wearing $16,000 worth of Chrome Heart in Ghost Rider. And if you're, and I can tell by Fred's blank stare at me.
Those two sentences, I don't even know anything about.
It's a very popular brand now, but they've been making it forever. But it's an expensive, luxury brand, just like all things are essentially. But Nicolas Cage in the movie Ghost Rider had a $6,000 leather patch pants, $10,000 leather biker jacket back in the 2000s.
I tell you what,
so I can't even
outfit,
imagine what it would be.
That
now.
outfit probably outpaced the money that came in for the movie.
Damn. You're probably not wrong.
I think it did well in direct-to-DVD sales.
I don't know. I remember we kind of trashed it. I don't know if I told the story. Like, we went into like a movie theater grill, that you've got, and by an hour into the movie, nobody's even watching the movie. Everybody's just in there, drinking, eating, and hanging out.
Yeah. It's not a bad gig if the movie sucks. I get it.
By the way, Ryan Gosling will be the next Ghost Rider.
They're doing it.
So you took the word right out. We're doing another one. Huh?
Yeah,
we're doing another one.
He pitched the idea to Marvel. They accepted it. I want to see how he does in Star Wars first, but
can we stop with the Marvel movies?
I feel like movies are more of a Trevor thing than mine.
I mean, at least pump the brakes.
Take a break. We've seen, you know what, just real quick, we'll go long, don't worry. Haven't we learned with movies that when you do something original, people will go to the theater? Okay, like we've learned in the last year and a half, nobody wants to see movies. No. People don't want to see stupid, bad movies anymore.
While we're also on this,
let's see a good movie. And when are we going to get a gangster flick? For the love of God,
Scorsese apparently is working on another
one.
Well,
it better not be The Irishman, because by God, that movie was awful.
It's a chick flick, but y'all have both seen 13 Going on 30, right?
Nope.
No.
Angelina Jolie, Mark Ruffalo. Anyway, they're remaking.
Are you sure it was Angelina Jolie?
My God, remaking another?
Angelina Jolie.
Oh, Jennifer Garner.
I was just. How did you confuse Jennifer Garner for Angelina?
I didn't have it written down for
Jolie.
Khakis Kick. Sorry.
Have you ever in your life heard anybody confuse Jennifer Garner for Angelina Jolie?
It was just a white woman in my.
Oh!
I was just thinking of names.
Angelina Jolie's not even white, is she? A little something mixed in her.
Anyway, back to Kaki's Kicks. Victor Wembanyama get a new sneaker deal with Nike. Victor Wembanyama.
Oh, did he?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because if you remember, I did tease that he could be a sneaker free agent. That is
wearing his
not
shoes?
the case. Well, maybe some people, because he's getting a new signature logo and maybe a signature sneaker as well.
I mean, if anybody deserves one, it's him. We have, and not to go down this road, but we haven't had a signature shoe.
Jaws. I think the Jaws.
But he's not any good.
That
Jaws
is true.
Ja Morant.
Oh.
I mean, I mean, you know, LeBron's were hot for a while when they first came out.
Because it's diluted. There are so many
There's
of them.
so many.
Yeah.
Too many.
But at the same time, there's not. They all look the same.
Yeah.
That's why I respect Jalen Brunson. Just like, hey, I'm going to rock Kobe's. I'm going to continue to rock
as
Kobe's,
well.
and I'll just come out with my own PEs.
And you guys know I'm a Jordan guy to the end, but the Jordan Lucas look like the Jordan Tatums and look like the Jordan Zions and look like insert the other Jordan athlete.
I mean,
there's just nothing to them.
They're good performance basketball shoes, but that's about it. If we could get a little controversial here, JD Sports will be the exclusive partner now that Adidas has officially stepped away from Kanye West. JD Sports will be the exclusive partner with the Yeezy brand, and they will start in mid-August. I believe August 13th is the official day. In stores and online, $44 for the Yeezy slides, Yeezy 01 slides. Now, these are not the ones that you're thinking of, or a new edition, but either way, Kanye West trying to stay in the sneaker game.
I didn't realize Spider-Man was going on now.
Me and Abby are going to go watch it tonight. I'm excited.
It's just like anything else that if something becomes popular, then it saturates the market, whatever market it's in. And absolutely everything. Where I was talking about this with bourbon a couple of days ago, that, bourbon got hot, a decade ago, and now all of a sudden everybody and their mom is making a bourbon in Kentucky and everywhere else across the country.
Tequila blew up for a while, too.
Tequila's starting to do that, too. Once Iron Man hit, you'd have your Batman, different iterations of that, but then all of a sudden, thank you for that, like the Marvel universe, it's too much to keep up with. I was like halfway through Infinity Wars, and they're still bringing in new characters. I'm like, enough.
But that's why you can like Spider-Man. This is only the third Spider-Man.
Like the 6 different. No, they've had 6 different iterations of it.
No, third Spider-Man.
Yeah,
Tobey Maguire, Andrew Garfield, Tom Holland.
That's my point. Is we've already seen 3 of them.
It's been a while. Look, I'm going to defend Spider-Man until the day I die. So I'm not going to. I'm not going to waver.
I get the whole.
This is also the first time we've ever gotten a 4th version of a Spider-Man movie.
Which one is it now?
No Way Home.
What's this?
Brand new day.
Where's he going now? What's he doing now?
I thought he
solved the problem the last time.
No, see, there's always a problem.
Who's the bad guy in this one?
Don't know, actually. They kept that pretty secret, yeah.
Somebody said the Punisher's in this one.
Yeah, but he's not a bad guy. Fun fact, John Bernthal, Zendaya, Tom Holland, all 3 are in the Odyssey and Spider-Man.
So we are getting the Punisher in this Spider-Man?
Yes.
Because we clowned the Punisher the other night, funny enough.
I mean, John Bernthal's a fantastic actor.
Kind of just a full circle moment that now the Punisher is actually going to be in this
I believe you had a question for me, Fred. Khaki Skicks question.
I saw the Odyssey, by the way, too.
I need to go see that.
Oh?
Yeah.
Don't spoil it.
But your question.
Thumbs up or thumbs down?
Thumbs up.
Okay.
With a caveat.
Stay tuned. Fair foul coming up next. I got to step my shoe game up because you haven't. By the way, you forgot your signature question. What's everybody wearing?
Well, I said
you dove right into it.
Well, I have a lot to get into.
That's it. Yeah. All right, real quick. Can we trust Facebook Marketplace for sneakers? I say no, because every time I've tried, because I'm trying to get some Jordan 11 lows.
Yeah.
All right. Like I've decided I'm done with the freeze. I'm stepping up my shoe game. I want some Jordan 11 lows.
Comfortable sneaker, by the way.
That said, I've been trying to find some, and then boom! my Facebook Marketplace is getting populated with this nonsense because Jordan 11 lows, $130. You know what they forget to leave out in every single post? The size.
Yeah.
So that's how you know it's a bait and switch.
So Facebook Marketplace is as trustable as you can trust yourself to buy shoes, if that makes any sense at all. If you can trust yourself to evaluate sneakers, then go ahead. Go buy some sneakers on Facebook Marketplace.
Yeah.
You're like, I don't know the difference between a real fake. then don't buy them.
That's it. That's it. What's your gut tell you? Go with your gut is what you're saying.
I bought a pair of Yeezys 3 or 4 years ago on Facebook Marketplace for $100.
Yeah.
Which is not a lot. They were, I would say, if I had to rate them 1 to 10, I would say they're about an 8.5. There was a little beat to them, but it was also like I can easily rock these and just say that pre-used. I'm not opposed to buying pre-used sneakers, by the way.
Okay.
I was like, okay, $100. I looked up the exact model. I was like, this is a shoe that's brand new going for $350, $400. I was like, worst case scenario. No, this is at a time when I had money to blow. Worst case scenario, I spent $100. They're fake. I move on with my life.
Yeah.
So I go into it. I buy them from the dude. I'm looking up all these different videos. How to tell real snake.
Where'd you guys meet?
I have no idea. Some random grocery store. It's too far long.
Not like a back alley or nothing.
Deep.
I think I did have my mom with me just in case because I was a little young.
A men's toilet.
But so I look at the sneakers. I decide to get them. I take them home. I send them off to one of those apps that you can get like legit checked.
Oh, you took it next level.
And they passed the legit check.
Oh!
So then I turned a $100 sneaker investment to what ended up being a $350 shoe.
Holy man, this guy's flipping shoes over
and
here,
then
for God's
I
sakes.
cleaned the hell out of them and
flipped them.
still got them. No, I still got them. I
you
don't sell my
kept them.
sneakers. Come
Oh.
on, Fred. You know better.
Hey.
Man, if this is true from the 972 and the spoiler alert.
I saw it and
This
quit
is
texting spoiler alerts.
Well, whatever. This is like the crossovers we're going to have an X-Men crossover. Like, what? In Spider-Man? I didn't know that. Although, is that connected?
They're trying to
get
get
that collab coming.
They're trying to get Deadpool and Spider-Man in the same movie.
God.
What are we doing?
There's no official confirmation.
Where's He-Man at?
I don't know.
I heard that movie was not good.
No surprise.
Really?
The new He-Man.
I had one other story, but we'll save it for another day.
I love it. That was. What are you wearing, by the way, today?
I'm wearing some multicolored. I got some American Eagle boxers. Right. No, I got some multicolored Jordan 1s to match my Spider-Man tee.
American Eagle boxers.
He's gone too far.
He's definitely a boxer.
He's gone too far.
Yeah, no doubt. All right, we going to hear from everyone?
So let's do some fatties on the phone next. Let's do it. This show is out of control right now. 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. Fatties on the phone. Tolo's on the telephone. However you identify. Let's hear from you next. Don't go anywhere.
Hey, Tolo, Sean, and RJ here with the greatness of base power. You know, most Texans don't know what they're paying for electricity, and if you don't know your rate, you're probably overpaying. And Base Power found that 7 to 10 Texans are on the wrong plan. Switch.
Fellows, you are amazing. Together, we are doing what they said couldn't be done. DFW's #1 sports station is 105.3 The Fan.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 through 2025.
Okay, been teasing this for a while, but we had an unexpected guest. Thankful that Brian brought us, hopped on from the tennis courts in Oxnard. In 10 minutes, going to give those last 4 of the teams to watch in college football this year that are not huge shocks, but they're not the top, ones. First 2 I had LSU and USC. I've got 4 more.
UNT Mean Green make that list?
No.
I thought they folded their football program after
Folded is not the correct term, okay?
Regressed? Is that what we're using?
Regressed also isn't the right term.
I'm thinking it is.
It's White Guy Radio. I'm 105.3 The Fan. Will
Dr.
Chambers,
Phil
Fred
needs to
Davis.
give us more money.
Fatty's on the phone.
One.
Tolo's on the telephone. Hit us up, 877-881-1053. A little quiet out there. While we have a moment here, some news coming across in the NFL twofold. This happened a little while ago. Cyrus Allen, who has been a standout at Chiefs camp, the wide receiver out of Cincinnati, he collided with Kyer Elam.
Thanks a lot, Kyer Elam.
Just is about as useless as...
Yeah, never mind. Bleeps on a bull. You already know.
He had to be helped off the field. Ricky Pearsall is being placed on season-ending IR for the San Francisco 49ers.
This guy can't buy a break.
He really can.
Did I read that he's got gangrene on his foot? Is that true? Randy in Stillwater, what's good?
Why, is this what you're drinking, what you're thinking?
Well, might as well.
I mean, if you want to veer into that, by all means, go for it. Now,
I'm drinking a Miller. Not a lot.
You're not driving, are you?
350 dually pickup.
All right.
I'm going to start
riding shotgun with Tony?
Huh?
We can't encourage drinking and driving, is what we're saying.
No.
Okay. All right. Just making sure.
Listen.
Well, you're cutting in and out, Randy.
Can you hear me?
Gotcha.
I can hear you now, yes.
Loud and clear.
All right. Let me get into my football take.
Okay.
I want more.
I feel like Randy, I think he sounds like he's in the middle of nowhere. Maybe he's got Cricket Wireless, whatever it is. He's talking from a walkie-talkie. I don't know.
That's a great tease.
Randy,
I was definitely curious on that.
And then we'll never know the end of it. So maybe we will, maybe we won't. We got people calling back in, though. 877-881-1053.
Give me more.
877-881-1053. We may just do the whole, just patch them straight through. Every now and again, we'll get a wild hair up our you-know-whats and decide, just patch them through. Who are you and where are you calling from?
I don't know how I'm going to get through the last hour without knowing what he wanted more
Well, it may be him calling back up, but let's make sure, as they like to say, get into a good cell area. Let's go to Jerriot. I'm not really sure how that name is pronounced. In Fort Worth. Is this Jerriot?
Chariot, yeah. It's more of an IT sound at the end.
Okay. What's up, Jerriot?
Hey,
it's been a big theme today. IT.
Yeah. Hey, I'm going to give you like a little blurred moment here on White Guy Radio. If that's what you call it, right?
Let's go. Absolutely. But we welcome all races, ethnicities, creeds, and colors. Let's make that clear.
Yeah, no, I got you. I was just saying blurred, black nerd. So.
Okay. Good for you, man.
That's a new
we
one
need more
for me.
black nerds out there. We really do. That's a dying group.
Actually, no. Believe it or not, I mean,
nerds in general. I apologize. We need more nerds like you to lift the nerddom up.
Well, I'll say it like this: nerd culture has become more mainstream over the years. So
how do you feel about that?
It has its ups and downs.
You consider yourself an OG nerd?
I consider myself more baseline geek. You know what I mean? Like nerds. There's different
levels to the nerddom, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay,
but,
fair.
Just wanted to call because I know you had some little discourse in the shoe segment with the Marvel stuff and so I mean, obviously they're going to keep making these movies because those have generations of fans that go back to the 60s and even in some cases the 30s. So, I mean, it's just like with James Bond or, I don't know, some other major popular IP. It's not going to really stop. But I understand what you're saying. But I will say this. You were talking about X-Men and Marvel crossing over. I mean, that's what happens all the time. I mean, if you're a 90s kid like me, I mean, you had Spider-Man, X-Men cartoons, Fantastic Four, Iron Man, Hulk. And they always crossed over all the time, which is why I'm pretty sure that's why it's gotten so big and the cinematic universe has worked so well now, just because of how, us as kids, now we have the disposable income, if you have that, can spend money for these films. And the 2008 changed the game with the Iron Man and the Dark Knight.
It really did.
Dark Knight showed, you can show that Dark Knight shows that you can have films that are Oscar-worthy with comic book flair, and Iron Man showed that you can have accurate depictions of these characters without making it look goofy and childish.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's a big deal. But I will say, I mean, like X-Men, and they're about to be ready for its next saga, and it's going to be X-Men focused. So just letting you know. With the
Okay.
All right.
You know what? Please call in more. I don't know if you ever listen on at night, but I need you to be our new Marvel / kind of our nerd correspondent, really. I mean, if we're just going to call it what it is. Because that was an excellent breakdown. Like, I appreciated that.
Second call, and by the way, before I go, just letting you know, it's Spider-Man, bro. Like you like the worst Spider-Man movie of all time still made about $800 million, and that's what this Spider-Man today, brand new day, expected to make this weekend. You have to try to make Spider-Man lose money. Okay,
so true.
All right, y'all have a good weekend.
Yeah, appreciate it. Here's the thing, though, and I get the crossover and sort of, but it just enough is enough, right?
But you just heard the blurred. It ain't happening. It's not going anywhere.
Just for me, it is. I mean, he brought up, going back like James Bond. Like, what if the next James Bond movie, all of a sudden Jason Bourne pops in there? Or like, they come around a corner and they're at CTU Los Angeles and Jack Bauer's answering the phone.
That's a collab I'm ready to see, though. That's a collab I'm ready to see.
I'd be like, what? No.
All right, look, in you guys blew up the phone line, so we're going to have to carry this over because Tim Collins would probably drive over here in his new car and choke me if
new whip.
He got a new whip if I went to keep doing this. So 877-881-1053. We got Mr. Nasty Time, Randy. Somebody just fell off, and then we got Terrell in Memphis. And I'll tell you what, if you guys want to call back after we come back for the break, you're more than welcome to do that. Let's carry over Fatty's on the phone. Next segment, final hour of the show. Lots more to get to. Don't go anywhere. It's 105 The Fan.
Tolo means turn it on and leave it on. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. Thanks for turning it on, leaving it on. 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour on this Saturday, and boy, has this been a fun first three. It's White Guy Radio here on 105.3 The Fan. Will Chambers, Fred Davis. We will be crossing with Brendan Baxter and the three-time Hall of Famer Chris Arnold in about 40 minutes with Brendan coming in the advent.
That's it, Mr. Texas Tech. I got beef with him when he comes up in the cross-talk.
Fan University.
Wait to see Brendan Baxter.
That will be kicking off in season number 2 of Fan University on August 29. That's when I'm going to bring those next 4 teams, get Brennan's thoughts on that, on the 6 teams to watch coming up this season in college football.
Love it. A little tease. Now, is that a horizontal tease or a vertical? That's a horizontal, right?
That's a horizontal.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
Speaking of teases, boy, the cliffhanger that Randy and Stillwater left us on to what he wanted more of. Can we get Randy back in here?
Oh, God forbid. Let's hope you're actually in a cell phone area where we can hear you. What's up, Randy?
Can you hear me?
Oh, loud and clear. What's good?
What was that last guy talking about? Marvel. I thought this was a sports station. I came to call about sports. We're doing Marvel IMDb breakdowns.
Well, Randy, I don't know if you've listened to the last 3.5 hours or if you've ever listened to a Fred Davis or Will Chambers show. We tend to veer from time to time into non-sports topics.
Okay, all right. I understand. I just wanted to say I love the K&C masterpiece.
Good for you.
I love Sean and RJ.
Okay.
Now, G-Bag, there's one feller on there I'm not too fond of. Same with the Fan After Dark. I won't say which ones.
Go ahead, tell us. No, I mean, we're all friends and family here.
That's right. It's all.
I mean, why would you say that? What kind of tease is that, Randy? You're going to say you don't like somebody, but then not tell us who it is? Come on, who is it?
I just like the way the K&C masterpiece is laid out. I'll leave it at
Where can we find you?
Randy,
where can we find you in the
that,
socials?
Thank you, Randy. I get the feeling that you're not actually Randy. I get the feeling that you might be somebody else, but just a gut feeling.
I don't do socials.
All right.
Interesting.
If I have more of your time, though, I will say, can we get into some more football takes? I want to know, who does Will Chambers have? Phil Meafy or Jadon Breen?
I'll say this. I sent it out, ironically enough, during a before a dust-up even happened between my colleague here and his nightly colleague, that Phil Moffitt will have more yards this year than Cam Scatterbo.
So what are you asking then?
Yeah, see?
That's it. In case anybody's wondering.
So we know where I stand.
All right. I got a Miller waiting for you, sir.
All right.
Please be careful.
Enjoy Ghost Rider.
Please be careful. That's a bar. If you know, you know. All right, let's go out to Terrell in Memphis. What's up, Terrell?
What's up, man? What's up? What's poppin'?
Man, we're talking sports. We're talking Marvel movies. What are your thoughts on Ghost Rider?
Man, it's a cheesy comic, man. But I really wanted to talk to you, Fred. I love your show, man. I love what you do. I've been listening to, I've been Toll-On for a long time,
there you
man.
Go.
Since being the Skin era, you know what I mean? And I had never listened to the later shows because it's always been kind of cheesy to me. But I listen because of my place of business, and I just have it on because I don't like listening to the radio anymore. I'm of that age where I like listening to talk radio now.
Okay.
But I feel your frustrations, man. I really do. I've been feeling your frustrations since day one. I might chime in every now and then on the text, and I'll be that guy, be like, I'll say something, and then I'll catch some flack on the air. And I know who he's talking about. He's talking about me because I be done said something to touch his nerve. And I know what. I don't like Blake. I'm not a Blake fan. I've never been a Blake fan. I think he's cheesy. I think he's more so of a agitator, than he don't help the show. He always taken away from it.
I would put. Look, I'm going to disagree with you. I'm going to disagree with you on that. And look, Blake and I both took it a little too far on Thursday. All right. And
I didn't even hear Thursday, Blake, but I've been hearing people talking about it.
Well, yeah. I mean, you can't help but hear about it.
I can tell I already know what happened because I have heard it before. So
what are you asking then?
Yeah, and it's like, I was like, man, I already know. I heard about it. I didn't have to know what was said to already know how it went down. You know what I mean? But I was like, he got my boy out how to get
Look, Blake got me worked up, and I think Blake went a little too far with his line of questioning, and so but look, here's the deal, right? And I just me and CA just talked about this. Me and Will talked about this during the break. I'm guessing you're probably in your 30s, early 40s, maybe somewhere in there when you say you listen to talk radio now.
Nah, man, I'm older than I'm 52.
Okay,
man.
52, man. I'll tell you what, black don't crack. I can already hear it in your voice. All right, so look, here's the deal. You're 52 years old. So when you spend time with somebody, I mean, think about it. Me and Blake have spent almost every day together for the last 2.5 years.
I got best friends like that. We clash a lot.
You know what I'm saying?
You would think we're not cool, but we do clash a lot.
And that's the thing, right? And so, look, Blake and I are 20 years difference, age part, in age, okay? So, it's one of those things where, I mean, look, he's only 3 years older than my daughter, for crying out loud, right? So, and so there's going to be a difference of opinions from time to time. And, Thursday, he's got a lot going on in his life. I got a lot going on in my life. And it was just sometimes, a powder keg moment happens. But I'll tell you this about Blake Elliott. I'll say this. For as great of a rage baiter and he is, and he might be one of the greatest rage baiters in the history of 105 Through the Fan, the kid knows sports. Okay, the kid knows sports, and from where he's gone, from when me and him first started, when he was doing the Denver, Colorado thing, to where he's at now, I think Blake is a fast rising star in this business. And for as much as I wanted to wring his neck on Thursday, at the end of the day, that's my guy.
Well, I appreciate it, man. And some of the takes I be hearing on here, like y'all be giving these guys a bad rap, like right now. The Mavericks wouldn't be nothing right now without Kyrie. If you lose Kyrie, there's not another guy coming out. There's not another guy in the league around here that does what he do, man.
Right.
And you get that away, you're gonna be back to square one. So
you got
need
Cooper
to be
Flag now. You got Cooper Flag's going. And look, if you listen to the show, you know me. I'm a Cooper Flag guy to the end.
He the future, 100%. Right? But if you take that away, if you take Kyrie away, then
you're in trouble. You got a lot of work.
You're in mad trouble. You giving him. You putting him in the hole if you take Kyrie away.
I hear you.
Just like Dirk won. He would have never won without Kid. You take Kid off that team, they would have never won that chip, bro.
You're not wrong about that.
I'm just being honest.
And I'm a Jason Kidd. Look, I don't like Jason Kidd, the coach, leaves a lot to be desired, but you and me are that same age group. Me, you, and Will. Hey, Jay Kidd was my guy. I'm still mad at him for choosing Cal over KU.
Hump, bro. He put him over the hump.
That's it. Hey, big dog, we're up against it. Terrell, but hey, man, call in anytime. You're an OG.
You'll be hearing more of me.
Come on now. You know the vibes. Come on now. Have a wonderful weekend.
Y'all too, man. Appreciate it.
Hey, same to you. All right, the one, the only Terrell in Memphis. Shout out to you, big dog. Let's go out to Josh in Denton. What's up, Josh?
What's up, my dudes? Does Blake try to just get you to crash out like every 3 months?
I mean, like I said, it happens. It happens. We have our moments. You hang out. I mean, everybody's got their buddy.
You work long enough in this where you have a consistent partner over a period of time. You have blow-ups. Everybody's had them.
It's going to happen.
We heard Brian earlier talking about it with a couple.
If you love your people, you're gonna do that. That's gonna happen because passion, man. And you guys are passionate about sports, both of you, and I get that. So it makes for radio gold. It's I can tell that it's a little tense, but
what happens from time to time? And like I said, I mean, we're both. The thing that people forget with me and Blake is that we have other jobs besides radio, right? Because from the nighttime, we're not on every night, and so we have jobs in addition to being on the radio at night, which during the Ranger season, as a lot of is kind of all over the place. And so, Blake's got and he's got a baby on the way. I've got 2 adult age children, and so I just started a new job. Blake's got real life responsibilities as well, and so bleep happens.
You staying off the cigs?
Dude, I'm 18, 16, 17, whatever days. And look, let's be real. That definitely factored into it in some capacity. I'm not going to lie.
That's okay, man. It takes a while for nicotine to get out of
Who
your
you
system.
telling, man? I've been smoking Black & Milds for 25 years, all right? I've been smoking Black & Milds for 25 years. You damn right your boy's still feeling some type of way.
I just pulled out a pillow.
I know he did. Now, thankfully, I've never been, I left the dip alone in college because it was hard to pick up chicks with a chaw in your mouth. So, but yeah, leaving the Black and Mizzles alone has been... it's been a challenge, dude, because it's as much mental as it is psychological or physiological or whatever the hell you want to say. You know what I'm saying?
The latter.
It's just it's a lot.
I've been using those nicotine pouches, man. They're a little bit more under the radar, and so they don't get you in trouble with the ladies. So if I can recommend that, or if you're just trying to avoid...
No, because look, here's the deal. If you guys don't know, and if you haven't listened to me enough, you'll know this. Fred is a all or nothing guy, because here's the problem. If I start doing these little Zins or whatever the hell they're called, I'm going to get irritated and be like, this ain't doing it. And that's why I can't drink. Because if I drink, guess what? We're going to start looking for a little something. So Fred's an all or nothing guy.
You just go gas to the, pedal all the way
gas,
down.
no brakes, bro. That's all we know, okay?
We know ourselves, brothers.
That's it.
I love you guys, man. Is the show going to remain on, or are you guys...
well, of course it would. I mean, it's not like we killed each other during the show. I mean, it's one segment, for God's sake.
No, not fatties. You and...
White Guy Radio? No, we got 2 shows left, and then Fan U starts. So Fan U's going to start. Start Fan U. You'll have Fan U. Fred's taking the Saturdays off in the fall. I'll be on Sundays, and then of course Fan After Dark will be on Monday through Friday.
Beautiful. Glad to hear it. Love you guys.
Appreciate you, brother.
Appreciate
you. All right, we got to run through this real quick. Let's go out to Brandon in South Lake. What's up, Brandon?
What's up, guys? Listen, I love every single guy on this station all week long. Every one of you. But we're digging at Blake today. All right, Blake, if you are listening.
He is
somehow ticked off. I'm trying to use the right words here. Chris Arnold about 3 weeks ago, whatever it was. Do you know how hard that is to do, guys? So for him to really light Fred up that day, and I know you guys do it to each other, but still, I'm just like, whoa, guys.
He's an agitator, man. He's a professional agitator. Man, he's good at what he does.
We got any pro Blake guys on this? 877-881-1053.
I'm a pro Blake guy.
No, I mean just this situation. I mean just this situation.
I do like Blake, guys.
Love it.
I do like Blake, guys. I know you guys are up against it. That's why I kept it short. All right,
I appreciate you. Thank you, Brandon in South Lake. All right, take us home, Mr. Nasty Time.
First off, I just wanted to let you guys know I appreciate you going all the way through. I know you could have cut the segment short last hour, but
come on,
you guys are great.
We have folks waiting to talk. We had Mr. Nasty Time on. Come on now.
There you go. We appreciate you guys. I appreciate you guys. You guys are nothing but entertainment. I appreciate Will. Looking forward to his new show. May not be the same as our White Guy Radio, but we'll still tune in to support our boy Will.
Well, technically, it still will be all white guys.
Most certainly all white.
The demo is what it is.
So it's still ages are going to be a little bit. Like I said, it's going to be Will and my 3 sons is what it's going to be. So.
Yep, and Will's going to have to put his leader hat on. Younger generation's different these days.
He's always got his leader hat on.
Known to have it.
Yeah, but
I appreciate
everything you guys do, and just tuning in. I got to call in before these last 2 shows. I had to make sure I got on the radio. Got to call in. I want to send a shout out to Baby Nasty. Has a playoff game here at 2 p.m.
So yeah.
They're playing basketball. He's 6th seed going against the 1st seed. So we'll see how that goes.
Hey, anything's possible.
Anything's possible. There we go.
Survive in advance.
Also, hey, just real quick, the movie talk, we got to have it. As our legend says, movie watching is a sport.
It absolutely is. It absolutely, and we think Randy may have had too many Millers. So I mean, take Randy and Stillwater with a grain of salt. We're all taking Randy and Stillwater with a grain of salt. Mr. Nasty Time, hey, good luck to Baby Nasty Time today, and don't forget, Fatty's on the phone is always on Fan After Dark.
There he is.
Yes, sir.
Appreciate you, brother. Buddy. Appreciate you, the one, the only.
That's good stuff. How about some more good stuff? Fair or foul? That's next.
Are we doing that next?
Yeah.
Holy Toledo. Okay.
The The more time you give, the more our crush grows. Together we continue to build something special. Keep turning it on and leaving it on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
You follow here, Tolos, and I'm super pumped up thanks to CertaPro Painters coming into my house and giving it the facelift that it needed with an all-time paint job. You can schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C. And you can trust CertaPro Painters to get the job done right because they take pride in what they do. When you choose CertaPro Painters, you're not just hiring a service, you're partnering with trusted local professionals with over 70,000 five-star reviews to make your house feel like a home. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C, CertaPro.com. Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated.
Quick, your favorite memory of a Wednesday. Exactly. Now imagine it's Wednesday afternoon. You're at the ballpark, Rangers baseball, hot dogs for $1. Yeah, things are looking up for Wednesday. The San Francisco Giants are coming to battle the Rangers August 3rd through the 5th. That's Monday, Tuesday, and yes, Wednesday afternoon. Time to make midweek memories. Tickets at Rangers.com. All for Texas.
Hey, Tolos, RJ Choppy here by your friends over at Blue Chew. Listen, boys and girls, you want to go from average to savage. You're sick of giving her the weak stuff. She is sick of the weak stuff. You're not in your 20s anymore. The relationship is 10, 15 years old. All right, you love it, but it's just not the same. That's totally normal. Blue Chew improves blood flow. Blue Chew Gold is a 4-in-1 upgrade, targets your body and your brain. Most blue pills just focus on the blood flow. Blue Chew Gold goes further, enhances arousal, desire, connection, total performance, physical and mental. You go from average to savage. It dissolves right under your tongue, starts working in as little as 15 minutes. You can turbocharge your love life with Blue Chew Gold. Ladies, tell your man, BlueChew.com, promo code RJ. Make him that trophy husband again. BlueChew.com, promo code RJ. 10% off your first month. With the promo code RJ, you get your confidence back. Hey, you little fella, feeling big again.
I'm Sam, owner of Marino's Landscape. With my Chase Ink Business Premier Card, I earn unlimited 2.5% cash back on purchases of $5,000 or more. So everything I buy to run my landscaping business gives me cash back to help throw a big thank you party for my team. For all they do.
Chase Ink. Cashback built for every business. Find the right card at chase.com/ink. Real business owner compensated for their participation. Cards issued by J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC. Subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
You know how the second half of baseball plays
through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax.
This segment of the Fan is brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-0817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Going to be playing some golf tomorrow. Might have to pick up some Humex.
What the hell's going on here with these buttons? My God.
It's like looking at this mess over here.
Christmas.
Humex, that's the...
Well, it's funny you say that. And, of course, we got CA in the house from the 361. Hey, Frank, where can I get one of those drinks you were talking about? Jumex. What a show, boys and girls. From the 972, love J. Kidd, but everyone knows Tyson Chandler was a difference maker that year. And then it was funny. Blake shot me a text afterwards, after that last segment, and said, you invited the guy on that hates me to call in anytime.
I
said no. I said I turned him around on you. He started off by saying he didn't like Blake. And I feel like I did a pretty good job of not entertaining any Blake slander during Fatty's on the phone. Thank you very much.
All right, it's that time for Westwood One's
for the segment that's got Westwood One going wild. And yes, that's right, ladies and gentlemen. Fred has blown up now twice on these airwaves in some form or fashion.
Can I make a little do a little throw in here? I heard a this or that on loan from the great Reginald Atatula in Westwood.
Didn't you say they used his music too?
Yeah.
See?
So what are you asking, man?
Dude, yeah. I'm telling you. And the whole we hide under the guise of, everybody steals everything. Yeah, says somebody that's got no originality. Okay, here we go. Let's see. Completely different. We get those texts every day. I don't know what he's talking about there. That's from Blake.
Okay. Keep us updated.
Let us know,
Randy.
Blake. What are you talking about? This dude here. Okay, here we go. Have you ever been on a cruise?
Yeah, last November.
I love it. I haven't. I want to go.
There are people that are cruise people and people that are not, from what I've heard. I am definitely a cruise person.
Okay, there you go.
So many activities for my ADD ass. Love it.
I think what Blake's saying is we get those texts all the time as far as somebody saying that they don't like Blake or me. Trust me, I get the data center because I told them. I said, look, you're complaining about this guy. I had somebody tell me to bleep his bleep because of my data center take, for God's sakes. I mean, what are we doing?
20 years.
Are we doing?
20 years of
20-year Tolo.
That ended it.
20-year Tolo who did not care for my data center take. So then I say to him, and I responded to him, I go, you know what? I'm going to do some more research on data centers because I'm intrigued by your stance. And his response, bleep my bleep. Fair foul, trying to mend a fence, trying to understand your point of view, and you tell me to bleep your bleep. Anywho, a U.S. man was arrested after he allegedly hit two children who were playing a game of tag in a cruise ship hallway, according to police.
Hit him with what?
Well, stay tuned. David Crosby II.
Uh-oh.
You may remember David Crosby the first.
Yeah.
44 was charged with 2 counts of child abuse without great bodily harm at a Florida court on Monday, according to Brevard County records. Crosby was a passenger on the Carnival Glory cruise. Say that carefully.
Wow.
When he allegedly struck one juvenile passenger in the face and another in the stomach, according to an arrest affidavit. The incident was captured on the ship security camera system, the document says, adding that one alleged victim suffered a bloody lip and head pain, while the other child felt stomach pain. The children and Crosby were running and playing tag in a hallway when the alleged incident occurred. According to the affidavit, it also states that Crosby suddenly stopped in his tracks and allegedly began striking the 2 children. The 44-year-old reported to have been heavily intoxicated during the altercation, noting that he claims to have no memory of the interaction. He was arrested in Port Canaveral, Florida on July 27th and taken into custody at the Brevard County Jail. He appeared in court on Wednesday, July 29th, where he pleaded not guilty. He's expected to be arraigned on August 25th. Crosby's arrest follows a series of unrelated incidents involving the Carnival Cruise Line this year. It was sued for $5 million in May by a Florida man over its unreasonably and dangerously hot pool deck. And then in April, the cruise line was ordered to pay $300,000 to a former passenger after a federal jury in South Florida found that the company was negligent in serving a woman at least 14 shots of tequila.
I remember that.
In an 8.5-hour period before she fell down the stairs and suffered a possible traumatic brain injury.
Possible question could you be coming up with this one?
Fair foul, beating up 2 kids playing tag on a cruise ship because you're so drunk you don't remember.
Oh, that's fair.
100%.
Yeah. Whip those kids' ass. What are we doing here?
I mean, you don't know what those kids... First of all, the thing I think that's interesting about this is we don't see the kids' ages. Okay, those kids could have been provoking Mr. Crosby.
They very well
could. For
could.
all we know, okay? And maybe they
could have been rage baiting him. I wonder where they stand on Phil Moffa and Jaden Blue.
Or Savone Revel.
Maybe.
After day 2.
Seriously. Who knows? That could have been the entire thing.
I wonder if it devolved into a Jordan Brooks argument and where he should have been traded to. And David Crosby said, you know what? Enough is enough.
That's it.
I
can't hear anymore.
I remember the Miami Glory days. And proceeded to beat these kids' ass.
Well, David
totally
Crosby
fair.
Sr. knows it from the 72 team, of course.
He's still holding on to the glory days. Larry Zonka's not walking that door. No. Yes, sir. Gavin 3.0.
I got a question for you guys, though. We're talking about the guy striking the 2 kids during a game of tag. Could it be possible he thought he was it?
Oh!
It's an interesting question.
You know what? That's why Gavin 3.0's here.
The problem is for him is that he says he doesn't remember it, where he could have gone back to that memory and said, I thought I was it. Didn't mean to strike them as hard as I did.
Yeah, because if that's your not guilty plea, then we're talking about the fundamentals of a children's game, and he thought it was it. He thought he was it. He thought he was playing.
Tag or be tagged.
Exactly.
Is the way David adheres to this thing. You know what? Gavin 3.0.
Too many Jumexes.
He was clearly a few Jumexes
That's
deep.
a soft J. I'm sorry about that.
After that. Apparently, you just run. So, yeah, I'm here for it. I mean, look, the kid survived.
Yeah.
Okay.
Seriously.
Little head pain. Who hasn't had that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Stomach pain. Kids live all day with
that was
stomach
me last
pain.
night with some little bit of stomach pain. Okay, so that's a daily occurrence. I mean, I'm eating at least 5 or 6 times a day.
Hit the soft serve a little bit too hard at the buffet.
Look,
I want to go back to the hot deck. What are we talking about here? An excessively hot deck. What do you think's happening? You're on a cruise ship in the Caribbean.
Okay, he's alleging, and it's a Florida man, so take it with a grain of salt. He alleges that he suffered second-degree burns to his feet while aboard the Carnival Magic last year.
Well, okay. I mean, they made is the deck metal?
Yeah.
That would be negligent. I mean, that's...
We need to know more about
another
this.
paint
Hold on.
or stain job.
It does sound okay. Last November. Well, no, we're not going to say that. That's not a good story.
Oh, really?
That's not a fair fact. nothing fair about that whatsoever.
So, doing a little research here.
Yeah.
AI overview, which we can always trust that when the world's coming to an end.
for what it is.
Surprisingly easy to get a second-degree burn on your feet.
Oh, I'm today years old finding that out.
Well, that's why you buy slides, and you can get the Hyper Ice coming up September-ish.
For only $230.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go.
With the 20% off, of course.
Okay, so just to
Code
clarify,
Khakis
our boy Jorge Luis Alvario Nunez said he was on the ship. This is on the Carnival Cruise Line in May of 2025 when he allegedly got burned on the Lido deck while walking barefoot approximately 20 steps from the pool to his lounge chair to put on his shoes. All right. Quote, while a passenger may reasonably expect an exterior deck surface exposed to sunlight to become warm, plaintiff could not reasonably anticipate that the deck surface had reached temperatures capable of causing severe second-degree burns within seconds of ordinary contact. Nunez did not know, nor could he reasonably have known, that the deck surface had reached a temperature capable of causing second-degree burns within a matter of seconds.
I'm kind of with that, though, a little bit. Yeah, I mean, you should have that. But if you're going, I mean, you don't wear your slides in the pool. That's just a poorly made dock.
Now, it says
where the kid's name's Stills and Nash.
But here's that's I
got a bell for that.
That's no telling where Young was at. Here's where I would push back though on the Nunez case. So this thing's been hot for who knows how long, and you're the first guy that's ever had second-degree burns?
Yeah, and nobody else?
Maybe you're just a wuss.
Soft feet.
Maybe you've got soft feet. There's something to be said for that.
Straight out of pedicure probably had them, where they do that, they
okay, this is where Nunez
grind them down. File them down.
Yeah. Nunez experienced, quote, pain and suffering, infection, extensive medical treatment, and will require additional treatment into the future as a result of his injuries, according to the lawsuit. Now, well, as I was, ladies and gentlemen.
You know what? You pay for Carnival, you get
what I mean, look, that's just the way it goes. Now, the lawsuit does allege that Nunez isn't the first Carnival passenger to suffer burns on the pool deck. It alleges that at least 25 Carnival guests have suffered burns on Carnival cruise ship decks between 2019 and 2025, and at least 42 more have complained about hot decks during the same period.
Wait, all right, and how long was that period again?
2019 to 2025.
I mean, come on, that's 6 years, guys.
Now,
I mean, paint, restain, paint, do what you got to do.
Okay, so a lot of you are saying, well, and you asked, well, what is this made of metal? Glad you asked. The decks in question were constructed with API's synthetic polyresin material, which is described as a resin-based top coat that is flexible, highly resilient, and environmentally friendly.
Not that environmentally friendly.
However, the lawsuit alleges that the cruise ship, or line rather, allegedly received information from the manufacturer about the material's ability to become hot in as early as 2014. API, which makes the synthetique, is not named as a defendant. So apparently API said, look, man.
I guess that's a cheaper option from the competitor that they could have gone with.
This gets hot in the sun.
Yeah.
May want to think about that before people's feet start burning.
And that's not good. I mean, it's not like you're walking around, what he said, 20 steps?
20 steps is all he took.
That's not a lot.
From the pool to the whatever chair he was sitting on.
I don't remember that on Royal. Royal seemed to be just fine. Legacy of the Seas.
That's going to do it.
Or Liberty of the Seas.
Fair foul. Ladies, make sure you get them feet taken care of.
No doubt.
Okay?
Or just burn them off.
Burn them off.
So
on the Carnival Cruise Line.
Man, I got to get back on a cruise.
It's time.
I really, really do. But yeah, I mean, the kids, you can't be beating up kids. What are we doing here?
Yeah, back to David Crosby. I'm going to lean on what Gavin 3.0 said. I mean, look, he may have thought that, look, we're playing 3.0. He's obviously upset about the Dolphins. Yeah, he's lit.
Do you have to be
to beat up
just
kids
start popping kids playing tag?
Because it says he was running in the. Because I think to Gavin's point, it says he was running in the hallway with them. So it makes you wonder. Yes, did he take the game of tag too far?
I see that scenario.
In the words of 90s T-shirts, if you can't run with the big dogs, stay on the porch.
Is that a Red Dog brewery? Red Dog beer?
You remember, whatever those.
I think it was Red Dog
Remember
beer.
the dogs that they had? Was that what it was?
Yeah.
And then you had the And One shirts that would be talking crap on the back of your shirt. So, So apparently these two kids couldn't handle what David Crosby was putting down.
Oh, man. Was this guy moonwalking on the deck or something?
I mean, apparently 42 other people had the same problem. So it's not just Nunez.
Seems to be a Carnival problem.
Fair foul, people. Fair foul.
Love it. Another one in the books. All right, Brennan and CA coming up next on The Fan.
I like shorts that are pretty short.
What do kids want to wear back to school? We asked them.
I love wearing things that make me feel confident.
insider information, opinions that get you thinking, mixed in with laughs that keep you around. Thanks for listening as much as you do to The Fan.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, the #1 Chevy dealership in the world, 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevy registrations 2023 through 2025.
Big thanks to you, Gavin 3.0, and, of course, Khaki Kevin Walker, as well as Brian Broaddus, who gave us a nice surprise, joining us from the tennis courts out in Oxnard, California, for Cowboys training camp. And one final time here on this Saturday, Will Chambers, Fred Davis, White Guy Radio, joined by the 3-time Hall of Famer Chris Arnold and Brennan Baxter, who are going to take you up to Rangers pregame, Game 2, Silver Boot Series with the Houston Astros. And I know you guys will be talking with Brian as well.
Yep. Yes, as a matter of fact, I was listening to you guys finishing up. First of all, I was listening to the whole conversation, you guys. Great interview, Brian. So I'm texting him before you've wrapped it up, and we're all on the same page. You said, hey, Brian, are you going to be on with the guys coming up later? And he said, well, I could. Well, I had just sent him the text, so It all fell into place.
Perfect.
He'll be joining us after practice, but before practice, Shotty's got a presser, and I think we might be carrying some of that.
Yeah, it's scheduled at 1:05 here in 20-ish minutes, so we'll kind of see if he's on time or not and listen to that and react to that as well, too, with Brian.
Perfect. Talked about it a little bit earlier. Excited. We met earlier this week. Fan University that will premiere here on August 29th. Year number 2 of Fan U. I'll be anchoring with Brennan as well as Jacob Ray, and Kevin Walker will be with us.
Look at that lineup.
I had 6.
So in other words, you came through the portal to join Fan University.
That's a great point. That's a great point.
We paid him a huge NIL.
Yeah,
that's right. That's right. Thank God.
You had to beat out Kentucky.
No doubt. It's easy these days. Vacancy at GM. I've got 6 teams that I'm intrigued by that could be players in the CFP that maybe weren't, or that will be kind of back to glory, or ones that could make a big push this year. The first 2 that I had earlier, I talked about LSU and USC, but Brandon, I want to get your thoughts on these as well. So I've got 4 more. I'll give you the 4 and then just a little bit as to why. Michigan, Baylor, Washington, Iowa.
Baylor. They're going to win the Big 12?
No, I think that, look, I'm a big Lagway guy.
Really?
Yes.
I'm not high on DJ.
No?
I think we've seen enough. I mean, Florida preseason ranked 15th a year ago.
Well, he was a sophomore. I don't know if we've seen enough. I mean, it's like, have we seen enough of Arch Manning?
I have. My opinion on Arch Manning's been pretty clear.
You're Texas Tech.
Texas Tech. You can't. So guns up.
You can't help yourself.
Guns
hard. It's hard when I get a room like this. I love your just indignance to anything. What? Garbage.
Hey,
Lagway, garbage.
I don't think that DJ's garbage. I think Baylor has a lot more holes than just at offensively.
Yeah.
I think Dave Aranda's probably.
And he got him on the hot seat this year, too.
Oh, I don't. If they don't win, if they don't go 8-4, I think another middle year, especially if they finish under 500. But if they're 6-6, 7-5, I think he's gone.
Well, look, they had a good offense last year and really good special teams. Their problem was on defense. They brought over Joe Klanderman from
Which that's his
Kansas
gig,
State.
isn't it?
Yeah.
Isn't that Dave Aranda's deal? He's a defensive guy?
Well, yeah, and Dave Aranda started calling plays on defense last year as well, too. He kind of took back that role, which is never a good idea.
That's how you know you're cooked.
Well, that's a fair point. But again, I thought DJ Lagway, look, you could say, have we seen enough? I mean, did Brendan Sorsby really convince everybody that he was that great at Cincinnati?
No.
Yeah, I thought, I really believed DJ was going to end up at LSU. I was surprised he wasn't ranked higher and all that. And maybe that's just my own bias on Lagway because I think he's tremendously talented. And I think that can lift Baylor. No. Texas Tech and BYU are the 2 teams to beat in the Big 12. Make no mistake about it. And that's how they close the season, and then they go at Houston. But if they can be legitimately undefeated by the time that they get to those last 3 games, because the schedule is weak. It's a weak schedule. So I'm like, that's why watch out for them.
And being back in Texas, I mean, look, he's from Willis, just north of Houston, had an incredible high school career. You know, you can never discount for some of these kids just the ability to be close to home.
That's a good point.
Waco to Willis is what, a 2-hour drive, 2.5 hours. So now you're close to family, get a little of that home cooking. Now you're not to say that they weren't at Florida, but now that's a drive just down the street. So I think there's a reason why he went to Baylor. And again, I think it's kind of the perfect situation where everybody needs everybody to kind of come together here.
I agree. And my point about I've seen enough wasn't that he is not capable of making huge plays and being one of the best athletes on the field. It's the boneheaded plays that he seemed to seamlessly make in the biggest moments of big games more often than not last season. And can you really just get rid of that for someone?
Are you saying he's Jameis Winston?
No, I'm not saying. I don't know if they can just remove that quickly. Like, I think there's going to be more growing pains. I don't think he's just going to come to the Big 12 and take this league by storm.
You know what? And you almost feel bad for the kid in a way for this, in that you played with Billy Napier last year, who was essentially on the hot seat and needed you to ball, and we all know where Billy Napier's at. All right. Now you go to a situation, to your point and y'all's point, in Baylor, where it's almost the exact same situation, right? Like it's now Billy Napier 2.0 in Baylor, right? So you just wonder, all right, what's the coaching going to look like for him this year? But again, I'm going to go back to he's playing back at home. There's something to be said for that. And to y'all's point, I mean, look, you get a few dubs on your belt. I mean, hey, he didn't look bad against Texas last year, right? I mean, to your point, the kids show that he's got that ability to raise the level of everybody else. It's just, can he do it consistently?
Yeah, and I just don't think Baylor's roster is consistently going to be good enough where he can have a dud of a game or a dud of a half, and they can overcome that. Well, I think he'd have to play exceptional for 12 games for them to beat even Houston.
Well, that's
Tech
at the
Waco.
but that's
Isaiah Marshall.
Part of this is looking at schedules.
Yeah, and that's
the last 3 games of the season. So I think it's somewhat of a weaker schedule.
Yeah.
So they could be in that spot maybe with a loss, where it's like, okay, if they are kind of grooving by the end of the year, can they get a win or 2 out of those last 3 games and then end up being 10-2 or whatever?
I mean, you can go ahead and pencil in an L on October 24th.
Yeah,
is that in Lawrence?
It's in Lawrence.
You guys are talking about.
And to be fair to your point, though, you could probably make the same case in the Big 12 for 7-8 teams.
Yeah.
Like, you could insert TCU here instead of Baylor. Like, Utah is a team that we didn't mention. Houston's a team you mentioned. Like,
Houston's going to be interesting.
Kansas State. Like, there is 6 or 7 different teams in the Big 12.
Are you leaving out the Arizonas?
I'm not high on Arizona State, but I could see Arizona because they actually were a really good team a year ago, and they're returning Noah Fafita. Like, I could see them at 9 or 10 wins and have a chance as well too.
I could have, instead of Baylor, mentioned any of those teams in that 6.
Yeah.
The difference, and this is me because of how I feel about DJ Langway.
Yeah, you're high.
So that's
exciting.
Can we all agree the Big 12's the AL?
They all suck.
The Big 12 is the American League, right? Like, you're going to have 1 or 2 good teams, and everybody else is kind of just
each other up.
Probably.
You're probably right. So you said Iowa and Washington on that list too?
Iowa, last year, 4 losses by a combined 15 points. Kurt Signetti was saying this just this past week at Big Ten Media Days. He's like, Iowa's one of the toughest teams in the country last year. Like,
don't we hear that every year?
Yeah, I would agree with that too. Now, but maybe there is a year they can turn it around because they are capable and good enough and play good enough defense. But it's always the same story with them.
They play that every year.
Like, didn't their offense improve last year and they were still in the bottom?
They still scored 3 touchdowns.
Yeah.
I'm so sick of Iowa.
I know it. But hey, they're the ones that played Indiana pretty much the toughest all year.
Well, of course they do. They always play a top 10 team every year tough and then lose 15 to 12.
Yeah.
There's again, I go back to looking at schedules. Okay, you've got
watching's a sport.
You've got a 3-game period
on this one.
and they're over consecutive weeks, so it's going to be a tough stretch at Michigan versus Ohio State at Washington. If you get 1 win out of those 3, then let's imagine you're 10-2. Iowa, you're probably going to the playoff. I mean,
yeah,
which is possible because you're looking at Minnesota, Wisconsin, Northwestern, Purdue, Illinois, Nebraska.
Yeah, but if I'm looking at the at Michigan versus Ohio State at Washington schedule, I think if I'm just predicting their schedule right now, they'd lose all 3 of those.
Okay, and if they lose all 3, then you're likely not getting it.
But Washington, who you had there in that game, like that could be maybe a game you're talking about where one of these teams gets removed off that list.
Yeah.
Like the winner of Washington-Iowa might have a pretty good path in the Big Ten to sneak in there.
Washington has been one of the best home teams in all of college football the last
They sure have.
3-4 years. Yeah.
And they don't have Ohio State on their schedule. They have Penn State at home, Iowa at home,
Indiana at home,
at home, at Oregon. That's a tough.
Here's a cautionary note on all of that, though, since schedule watching is a sport. In college football, and Brendan and I talked about this for about 2 weeks now, because of the portal and because of the NIL and whatever their salary caps they keep coming up with, these teams are not the same teams. They might have the reputation of the school. Like, Ohio State's going to be good because they're Ohio State. You have no idea about the depth or lack of depth on these teams because the players keep moving. Every year they're gone. And so you just can't look at a schedule like you used to in the past and just say, you know what? I see 4 wins in a row. No, you don't. Because you have no idea of the makeup of the team, let alone being a team as opposed to a collection of talent.
And to that point, look at last year. I think I had Clemson and Penn State in my Final Four. You know, that shows you how much that gets you on fan.
Well, I had Penn State. I had Penn State, I believe, as my preseason number 1.
Right. Those teams went combined like 12 and 12.
Speaking of
last
Clemson,
year,
I'm glad the ACC changed their tiebreaker situation so that.
That was funky.
The last team I have in here is Michigan. For all the hype that it surrounds C.J. Carr and Notre Dame.
Well, they overhauled their support staff, didn't they?
I've heard that.
Yeah.
It's a big...
Pretty much.
I
think C.J. Carr is overhyped. Bryce Underwood is hyped, so I'm not going to say he's under, but I'm a big Bryce Underwood guy as far as development. You know, I mean, I think he takes another big step this year. They got a couple good running backs in Andrew Marsh. It is no question Ohio State, Indiana, Oregon.
Yeah.
But then to me, I'm like, this could be where Michigan may get back into, the mix in the college football playoff.
I agree with you. My favorite coach in the country might be Kyle Whittingham. Like the culture that he built at Utah and how long he was there, I don't think they could have got a better guy to get into that program with what's going on outside of the locker room and with Sharon Moore leaving. I think that he can
the new OC and Jason Beck.
Yes, and Beck's a great OC. They can quickly stabilize that, and I could easily see them going 10-2, 11-1.
So, Will, you've conveniently skipped the entire SEC. Who's your SEC team?
Well, LSU was in there.
Okay.
I think the SEC, you kind of know what you're going to get, so to speak. Like
Georgia, Alabama.
Alabama's not going to be all that great. I think they're going to be a middle of the road SEC
Texas.
team. It's Texas and Georgia. Texas is the most talented team probably on paper. Obviously, the question is still going to be at quarterback because they're loaded everywhere else. I think Ole Miss is going to be really good because Trinidad Chambliss, is going to be my favorite for the Heisman going into the season. But, and this is always the argument with the SEC, and I know it's been a big thing the last couple weeks, Signetti talking, like everything is earned and this and that, not crying and complaining and whatever. The SEC is still, it's not dominating because Nick Saban is no longer at Alabama to be with Kirby Smart, and Georgia is like, who the hell is going to beat them? But you still have, top to bottom, the best conference in the country. Whether you want to say, well, the best conference is the Big Ten because they won the last 3, I got no problem with that. But week in and week out, it's really, really, really tough.
And that's why you're on Fan University this year.
That's right. All right.
Thanks for going to the portal.
Anything to tease?
We did. Shoddy.
Okay. Right out of the gate.
Mm-hmm.
CA, Brendan Baxter next on The Fan.
Boom! Let's go.
See, that's what happens.
Take us with you wherever you go. Now heard on the iHeartRadio app, YouTube, Twitch, the TuneIn app, our Odyssey app, and of course with the biggest mother of a radio signal in DFW. Thanks for making your favorite travel buddy 105.3 The Fan.
You follow here, Tolos, and I feel like I'm living in a brand new home thanks to Serta Pro Painters giving my house an all-time paint job. My wife and I could not be happier. You can schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Serta with a C, and they painted my entire living room, kitchen, all the crazy high ceilings, and they were total professionals. They showed up on on time, super clean, and the place looks better than I ever imagined. I booked a free estimate online in minutes, got a clear proposal, and we scheduled it on the spot. They will take care of you at the highest level. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C, CertaPro.com. Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated.
Suicide and Crisis Lifeline can help 24/7. Call
exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. Thanks for turning it on and leaving it on. 105.3 The Fan.
Good afternoon and happy Saturday to all the Tolos and listeners out there on 105.3 The Fan with not one, not two, not three-time Hall of Famer Chris Arnold.
Got you down.
Here in the studio, I'm Brennan Baxter. We've got Dylan on the ones and twos this afternoon. We're with you till 5:30 to get you set for Rangers baseball as they look to rebound against the Astros tonight in the Silver Boot Series. We've got some exciting stuff coming up here quickly in the show. We're waiting on Brian Schottenheimer, head coach of the Dallas Cowboys, press conference there in Oxnard. And so when that gets going, we'll bring that to you guys here live. But CA, how you doing, man?
Doing great, because guess what? They say, and you know the weather people. Oh, here we go. Here's Shotty right now.
Hey, we're going right to Shotty.
Right back to you.
Can anticipate, he's probably going with this because we want to take away this receiver.
Clarence Hill, DLLS Cowboys. Stephen Jones said yesterday that you guys are actively searching to add players to the roster, whether via trade or via sign up free agents. Are you doing daily personnel meetings and kind of assessing how guys are going daily? How do y'all do that?
Yeah, it's constant communication, either through text. I go sit in Stephen and Will's office. We just talk. We grab each other. I was just talking to him about something. Walking out to practice, but it's daily, and we're going to do that 24/7, 365, and I think the communication has been awesome.
That being said, you had 2 practices a day off, yesterday. Who stood out to you so far?
Let's go around the team. I'm going to do quickly through the guys you would expect. Quinnen, Kenny Clark up front. RG's had a couple really nice days as a Raku. I'd say Jay Sean has been outstanding. Really cool to see him picking up the system. Duran's been really good from a safety standpoint. A little beat up there, but JT, before he had the hip flexor, and he'll be fine. He's been doing great. On offense, quarterbacks are competing like crazy. George has been terrific. Brev's had a really good start to camp. Tyler Booker. And then from a running back standpoint, I think both young guys, Jaden and Phil, were outstanding really yesterday, the second practice. They were both outstanding.
Barham is everybody.
You're just going to take the whole press conference or what?
Barham.
Hey, you follow up? Go ahead.
Barham, everybody keeps coming out of their mouth.
Yeah.
Barham. What is it? I don't know. Is it a quick learner? Clearly the size, the physicality, and all this stuff. But what is it it's got everybody buzzing about?
I would say his ability to apply the things we're coaching. We're putting him in some different spots. Clearance, which is really cool. But I'd say that's been the thing that's been most impressive. You see and know the physicalness, but the ability to pick it up and apply it, I think, has been great. Yeah.
John Shook from The Athletic. Pads will come on Monday, but also, even in these practices starting out, I know you have an emphasis. You don't want guys to be on the ground and things like that. What's kind of your message to the team going into these practices, going into that padded one about, I want you guys to play your hardest, but also these are your teammates?
Yeah, you guys know our deal. I mean, we say play on the edge without going over the edge. We'll be in shells today, which is different. It's part of the NFL mandated ramp up. First 2 days you're in helmets and now you're in shells. But the biggest thing, that we emphasized was run your feet. You got to run your feet. Once your feet stop, then guess what happens? The guys coming from your left or your right or front or behind kind of get tangled up. So I think that's where we can be better. And then shout out to Henry Soroka, who took a nasty blow the other day, but he bounced right back up and said, "Thank you, coach." So it's kind of cool.
Nick Harris, 4-Star Telegram. You had mentioned in the offseason that the plan would be to figure out how to move Pickens around in the offense. And I know it's only been a couple of practices. You're probably maybe still installing some things. Has there been any experimenting with that so far?
A little bit. Yeah, we mess around with it. We do it more when you guys aren't watching, to be quite honest with you. But in terms of him being dialed in, him being just really laser focused in everything we're doing, I could not be more pleased or more proud of GP.
Tommy Arish, DallasCowboys.com. I know there's no pads, but just from what he's been able to pick up from the system and what you can see in these settings, what do you like about how Malachi Lawrence has started out?
Yeah, like I said, I think I spoke about Malachi the other day. He's working incredibly hard to pick up the system. What's different for him is the drops. So I'm going to start with that because that's something that's new. So he gave up a kind of a explosive pass the other day based off a drop. We made the correction in meetings. Then we came out here that evening, walked through it. He was great. But you see the explosiveness and you see the length and the power that he can use when he's setting the edge or attacking the quarterback. But again, I don't think you'll really feel Malachi until the pads get on and he gets going and playing these games.
Joe Hoyt, Dallas Morning News. Jayshon Barham seems to have a very serious demeanor. Some people said they don't know if they've seen him smile yet. How would you describe Jayshon's demeanor and how he's in just off the field too?
I just think he's dialed in. He's all about ball, man. I mean, he loves football. He loves playing football. He asks really good questions, but it's a job. It's a job for him. And I think some guys come out of college and they learn quickly that the NFL is a job, and you could get cut, you could get traded, different things like that. I think he understands that this is something that that's really important to him, and he wants to be a Cowboy for a long time, and he's made a very strong impression early on.
Coleman, KLTV, Channel 7. With this hyped atmosphere, the energy, do you see that in practice at this layer?
Yeah, I feel it. I think this is a big day, again, but we try to throw great practices every day, whether we're by ourselves or no one's out here. That's where the music helps. And I think, the coaches should always drive the energy. I mean, if we're, upbeat, and I talk a lot about, trash talking between coaches and players, in fun. But yeah, this is pretty special because we love having the fans come out here in Oxnard in California. We feel like this is really our second home, and it should be a great day.
Hey, Coach. Nick Hamilton, Nightcast Media. I wanted to ask about Caleb Downs, and what have you noticed about him going through the process, going through training camp thus far?
Yeah, again, another guy, like Jay Sean, where, football is critically important to him. He was raised that way. He loves the game. He loves playing the game, being around his brothers, his teammates. The thing I've talked, pretty consistently about Caleb has been, for a young player, they all make mistakes, young and old. Caleb is different in a lot of ways in regards to when he makes a mistake, he doesn't repeat it. I mean, ever. Like, I can't think of a play that he's made a mistake, it's been correct, he's made a mistake. So their ability to take the coaching and apply it. And I said to the guys the other day, not necessarily about Caleb, but what coaches want are guys that are not repeat, mistake. They keep making mistakes and then repeating them. That's frustrating as a coach. You're like, man, and you take it internally about yourself too. Like, what am I doing wrong? Why can't I not get this guy to understand? Caleb is not that way at all. Caleb makes the corrections. He's dialed in, and it's been pretty impressive. Especially, you see his exposure to a lot of defenses coming from Alabama and Ohio State.
Anybody else? You good?
All right, see you guys out there.
And we're back, just like that.
Well, that was quicker than I expected. To be about 8 minutes there for Shoddy before practice.
Well, this is before practice.
Yeah.
That kind of explains.
That kind of helps, too.
After practice, he might have a lot more to say. But after practice, guess what? We got Brian Broaddus.
Exactly. We get Brian to start the show, and Shoddy. Brian got me there for a second. But Clarence Hill wanted to dominate that press conference there at the beginning. It sounded like Shoddy made a little joke to him there.
Yeah, he asked about 3 questions in a row. Usually get about one and take a turn, maybe get a follow-up. But yeah, Chill's been around a long time, so he got that deference. But yeah, Brian Broaddus is going to join us after practice, give us his eye view, since he's the scout. He's the former scout. He's the legend. He's G-Bag Nation. Got that Super Bowl ring from the Green Bay Packers, and he's been coming to training camp for I don't know how many years in a row. He did a great segment or two with Will and Fred a little bit earlier this morning. And like I said, he's out there. And by the way, the other shows will be joining him. In fact, tomorrow, KNC's back yesterday. They came in last night. Leaving out tomorrow will be Sean, RJ, and Bobby, along with the G-Bag Nation, Chia Follow, and Wolchuk, and Gavin Dawson. Broaddus is already out there.
Yeah, we got a majority of the squad heading out there tomorrow.
Fred and Blake tried to make it. Then I guess they couldn't get along. I'm just kidding. No, they
got stuff going on.
They tried to make a bid for it, but they didn't get the bid in time. You got to tell people. You got to tell these guys in the suits upstairs. You got to let them know like a year in advance.
Way
maybe
early.
6 months. You can't ask them about it in May.
We'll put our bid in tomorrow there, CA, for next summer.
Yeah, right.
But yeah, and it was interesting too. I liked the question on Caleb Downs, and I think he's the one guy too on the roster where you're talking about expectations, and everyone's obviously excited for Caleb for the right reasons. But I think it was good for Shoddy there to be like, well, he's still a rookie. He's learning things. He's adapting. It's important to keep that,
like that.
But they're not, because he is in a way, he's probably one of the most seasoned veteran rookies you could get with all the playing time and success he's had across Alabama and Ohio State. But still wanting to make sure we don't just crown this guy like he's our veteran leader just yet.
Yeah, not yet. And the other thing I like about what Christian Parker is doing, CP is very, very intellectually astute. I mean, you could tell that when his first press conference when they first announced him. He's only 34, but this guy has levels to the conversations that he has about football, especially when he talks about the kind of defense he's going to have, which is going to be more guys in the secondary, like 5 cornerbacks. I mean, the whole 5 guys in the secondary, rather, as opposed to a bunch of linebackers that are big guys. But this is what I really liked about this anecdote that happened last couple of days ago. I don't know if you heard the story about what happened with him and Agent Zero. Marvion Overshown. So, okay, they gave Marvion Overshown the green dot.
Okay.
And so they were having plays called through the green dot, and he was calling the signals or whatever, lining up quarterback and the defense, basically. And then Christian Parker turned off the mic and fumbled with it a little bit and said, it's not working. And so, the clock was going down where the offense was going to snap the ball, and it was up to Marvion Overshown to call the play. He called the correct play, and Parker had set him up to, what would you do if the green dot wasn't working?
Well,
he passed the test.
And you would hope that your quarterback on the defensive side of the ball.
But he'd never done the green dot before.
And that's fascinating. And that's great news.
It is.
Because you trust that on the offensive side of the ball when the quarterback needs to read the line of scrimmage and the defense and adapt the play call. And you'd be able to want to know that you can trust your defensive leader on that side to do the same thing.
We don't know who's going to be having the green dot, do we?
Right. Yeah, but that's called acing your first test pretty quickly.
And that's good to know. That's good to know.
So we've got plenty of Cowboys content. We're, again, with you till 5:30
He also brought out that they're coming out in shells today. So they're baby stepping it all the way in.
Yeah.
And it's a big crowd out there on a Saturday.
Oh, man, huge. And it's getting fun now that camp is officially underway for all 32 teams. The more storylines that come brought us, I'm sure we'll see new things that we're learning today after practice that he'll be able to tell us on later in the show, too. So there's no shortage of content to talk about when NFL camp
Most
gets
definitely.
here.
And did you hear the story about Dak Prescott?
Which one?
Okay, so Dak Prescott is 33 years old. His birthday was a couple of days ago. It always happens around training camp anyway. Every year something in training camp, and sometimes they surprise him and give him a cake and throw the cake in his face. I mean, they all kind of the players, for years. He's 33 now. And Tim Kalishaw had a great column in the morning news a couple of days ago talking about how there are only 4 quarterbacks older than Dak in the NFL. And 3 of them are just kind of like guys. Like, who's your quarterback for the Arizona Cardinals?
Oh, Brissett?
Yeah,
Jacoby Brissett, yeah.
Who's your quarterback for, I think he's with the Jets. Where's Geno?
Geno Smith.
Yeah, Geno. There's one more that's just an older guy, and he's just there holding down a spot. And
Aaron Rodgers?
Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah.
He's holding down a spot in Pittsburgh. And the other one is the only one that's like MVP caliber.
Matthew Stafford. Yeah.
And then he kind of tied it up where, when Tom Brady, after the age of 33, he won like 4 more Super Bowls. There's another quarterback he named after age 33, and he didn't do anything after that. So it could go either kind of way.
Right.
But he said with Matthew Stafford, people thought he sucked in Detroit, but he didn't have a good team around him. He gets to L.A., he goes to the Super Bowl, he wins it, and he's in the MVP conversation. He won the MVP last year. So the point I'm trying to make is Dak has been disregarded by a lot of Cowboys fans because,
too old.
Whatever. But the other thing that's kind of interesting is Dak Prescott hasn't played in consecutive 17-game seasons. I mean, every single game since 2017. Is that not crazy?
That's crazy.
Because of the various injuries. And so here are the Cowboys who have not had 3 losing seasons in a row since Dave Campo years in the early 2000s. They're coming off a back-to-back. Are they going to get a winning record this year or not?
Well, and if I recall, there was another Dallas athlete legend that won a title right around 32, 33 years old. If you recall, 2011 ringing a bell to you.
Take that with you.
And my point is you really don't know now, especially with athletes. You can peak at different times. I think a lot of people, as you well know, back in 2009, 2010, Dirk's never going to win a title. He's on the wrong side of 30. And you can see that.
He won't post up. He's only taking threes.
Matthew Stafford, when he won with the Rams 4 years ago, it was, who knows? He's 35, 36 years old now.
And his arm's hurt now.
And his arm's hurting. So you have to still.
And the Rams are the Super Bowl favorites, by the way, this year.
And they should be. But you see guys not peak maybe, but all they need is 1 year where it all goes right at the right time. And you can say Dak Prescott's 33, but look at Lamar at 30. Josh Allen's now 30 years old. So these guys that we look at as the best quarterbacks in the league are all kind of pushing on the other side of 30.
Super Bowl
they haven't won that Super Bowl yet.
I will say this about Dak because there were times like early in his career, I don't know, he's always been very smart. He's a very guy. He's got a very high football IQ. And he's always been an extremely great leader. But in this day and age of sports, people want to see results, especially in the playoffs. Well, in football, people want to see the quarterback. They want to be able to brag on your quarterback that he can lift your team if the rest of the team is falling apart. In the playoffs especially, they want, okay, they can ride his back for a game or a half or whatever it takes. And Dak hasn't always been that guy. He's been good, but he didn't have that insane arm talent. I've always talked about insane arm talent, and there's like 4 guys that got insane: Patrick Mahomes, Josh Allen, a couple other guys got insane year in year up. Those top 5 always in that same tier, and then the 6 through 15 they move up and down. And Dak has moved up and down. Right now, he's number 6 or number 7, according to all the different lists.
Yeah, and I think that's fair. I think that's totally fair. Kirk Cousins, another guy from the 2-1-4.
Kirk Cousins, that's the other one I was thinking about. Yeah.
Well, college football is only 4 weeks away. 4 weeks from today, we will have college football. And if you haven't heard, the 5 for 5 is changing not only the entire landscape of the sport, but the offseason and what that could look like coming up this week. We'll debate next on The Fan.
Our goal is to
Call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
College sports is now a 24/7, 365 days a year business.
Yeah, it's still the wild west. It just got wilder.
It just got wilder. And even last night, news breaks on the Protect College Sports Act that Texas Senator Ted Cruz has been working on. And the Big Ten and SEC have not been as favorable with this bill that could pass. But late last night, Ted Cruz says glad to have their support. Now it's time to get the bill through Congress and on to President Trump's desk. Let's save college sports. It starts in 4 weeks. College football starts
but guess
in
what?
4 weeks, and we've got...
But guess what? This judge ruled in Colorado that beginning Monday, the day after tomorrow, a new portal is opening. And the new portal will allow any player or any athlete, I say player, football player, any athlete whose high school class graduated in 2022. Guess what? You've got 5 years.
Yeah, and I'm glad you brought that up because that's where I was going to go with it too, was that this bill would introduce the 5 for 5, which is essentially, regardless if you're a high school senior coming out in 2028, you get 5 years of eligibility.
Yep.
It doesn't matter if you tear your ACL.
Yep.
It doesn't matter if you leave for an entire year, 2 years, transfer. Mm-hmm. You get 5 years and you're done. Exactly. And that's why that judge was like, hey, well, the 2022 class, they didn't get the COVID year, which a lot of people did. Let's give them a 5th year.
And so it's like, what? You mean? And so what's crazy is there's players that can come back. And they're even wondering if NFL players who get cut, can they come back?
And you're seeing this, I can speak to Texas Tech basketball specifically on this rule because one of their players, who was one of their best players on the roster a year ago, Donovan Atwell, went through the combine, went through the summer league. 5 for 5 may be getting passed this week. And guess where Donovan Atwell is right now? Lubbock, Texas.
Look out.
So you just don't, and that's going to be happening all over the sport.
To show you how crazy it again, CBS Sports.com, they've got this big article about it. It just came out about an hour ago. And they were saying that on the NFL side, which is wild, it says, college programs set to begin fall camp next week. NFL training camp is already underway across the league. Some front office staffers are wondering if they can get their players currently on NFL rosters to leave their teams and come back to college. The agents that CBS spoke with said it doesn't make much sense to pull a player off an NFL training camp roster and bring him back to college until you consider this part. What if the pay is higher in college?
Right.
And you're going to the school that really liked you, and then guess what? You can upgrade your talent level. In other words, this is for guys who were drafted low or not drafted at all but signed as a free agent.
And I've seen people that need quarterbacks this upcoming year. They might have a lack of depth at wide receiver, running back, and they're looking at these players and going, we'll sign a check. Hey. We'll pay more than the rookie rookie minimum.
Exactly. So check this out. One Power 4 general manager said, hey, quote, if the NFL, he said, NFL doesn't matter. I've got a lot of money that's better than camp. That's his quote, unquote, Power 4 general manager. So it's basically prohibiting players who've earned money as a professional from returning to college, yet with that the Alabama basketball player,
Bediako, who played
situation.
3 games over the year in February. Yep.
Says, hey, there's ways for athletes to get around that, and NFL teams are also running about the ruling and whether players currently in their training camps will try to go back to college.
And I'm sure some of them will. And what you're going to see, too, if the 5 for 5 does get passed, and this does open a portal window for these guys, basketball rosters, football rosters pretty much settled because college football is 4 weeks away.
Yep.
You might add a depth piece, but you're not going to probably add a game changer guy right away because a lot of those guys, too, are in training camp. They're that close to the NFL. Like, that is the risk. Money is important, but you're close to making an NFL roster. That's ultimately your dream.
Exactly.
Like, how much are you willing to just completely drop that?
Or are you not really going to make that roster, but you were able to sign with them because they needed a camp body?
Right.
Because that's reality.
And
there's a lot
you're
of
in the NFL.
In your NFL, but you're going to get cut, end of the month because they just need somebody to work out or play in these preseason games that they don't want their starters in.
Correct.
So you got to think about all those angles that are going on in some of these guys' minds and what their agents or their families may be talking to them about. And by the way, the article goes on to say there's a real concern about whether players can return to the sport and contribute after 9 months away from school, away from the program strength and conditioning programs. Some of the players who could return have already got actual real world jobs, like working at a business somewhere. Right. And then it says, okay, so it's not going to be a big payday for some of these players, even if they do come back. Some schools have the flexibility to pay up for depth. In other words, they can have some depth because they're big money, Power 4 schools. But most of the funds allotted for the 2026 season have already been allocated by the schools. In other words, even though it's not a real salary cap, these schools act like there's a salary cap.
Yeah, and part of that Protect College Sports bill would implement a salary cap type structure as well, too. So it would put more conditions on the Wild West of spending in college football. But these college basketball would go insane the next week or two because the NBA is not like the NFL.
Exactly.
I mean, a lot of those guys know, like, I'm not going to make a roster. Right. I'm heading to the G League. I'm heading overseas. Or I can go play my 5th year in college and probably sign a 7+ figure check.
Exactly, which is why they said this past year, the NBA draft had fewer college applicants than ever before.
And
it was like 700 the year before and down to 300 this last month.
Because they all want to stay.
Exactly.
Which is great for college sports.
Yes.
And and I think we're seeing the competition in college sports increase and like the quality of play because you're having a lot of more grown men, 22, 23, playing 4 or 5 years. They're not coming out of school at 18 and 19 as frequently anymore.
It's good for college because you should be one and done.
Exactly.
One and done. And now you can actually see, back in the good old days, you could follow these teams because the players stayed, and you can say, you could watch them get better and better and better, and you were more invested as opposed to, the roster keeps turning over every year. But guess what? Because of the portal, you can kind of invest in the player, but you're not necessarily invested in the school.
Exactly.
So that's the pluses and minuses. One other little note about this, what's going to happen with this portal being open on Monday. They said the roster limits are concerned because right now is a 105-player hard cap, and they're wondering if it's going to remain in place. They say they're likely they're going to make late cuts to the roster, meaning walk-ons will be likely kicked off the team weeks before the start of the season because there'll be guys who
can play
come
right
back.
away.
They can come back. And then it says, okay, if the judge granted all those requests, would players be able to move to different schools and schools could sign as many of those players as they want? If not, are players more limited in their mobility as far as going in the portal and hooking up with other teams? This is wild west stuff, man.
It is wild. And you're seeing online some of the discourse when it comes to the college basketball space as well, too, because you've had coaches that have built their rosters, locked guys in, they have a full roster. You have other coaches that have kind of left 3 to 4 spots open, anticipating the 5-for-5 to pass.
Right.
And so waiting for these guys to come in and then just taking the risk that if they don't, you're going to be pretty thin. But a lot of people frustrated that some coaches are seemingly taking advantage of the system, but hey, it's legal.
It's legal,
allowed.
And it's the wild west. This is what's a shame. They've got to come up with some parameters. By the way, I mentioned that the portal opens up on August the 3rd, which is Monday. This is from the 3rd to the 10th, but it's strictly for those basketball players we're talking about with that lawsuit you were saying a little earlier. That's for the basketball players. For the football players, they can go back to their original school.
Yep.
They can't travel through the portal.
Right.
But what's so crazy about all this, we were talking about this in the crosstalk with Will and Fred about coaches on the hot seat, right? Well, this is one of the reasons Dusty May left Michigan to come to the Dallas Mavericks, because they just won the national championship and the portal opened the next day.
Yeah, he's already getting text calls, agents blowing up his phone.
He's having to do Zoom calls right after they're having a victory celebration in the locker room. So imagine the stress on all these coaches who are on the quote-unquote hot seat, because you're talking about a Baylor, might be having, that coach might be on the hot seat. You can go to all these different, they're all on the hot seat. It's like, what have you done for me lately?
And I think I saw, it might have been Dan Hurley, UConn's head coach, he tweeted this yesterday. Somebody, please come and fix college sports. It's a complete poop emoji show.
Yeah.
So this is a guy that's winning national championships. He's probably the best coach in the sport. And he's like, this is crazy. Like, I can't handle this.
This is exactly why Nick Saban walked away before it got way out of control, because he already knew that Alabama fan base, you could never satisfy them. You had to win the national championship every year, and every win in the regular season, you had to have a huge margin of victory. They wanted dominance, and he was getting kind of sick of that, especially when players could just transfer and leave.
And Jay Wright was another guy at Villanova, who was much younger than Nick Saban, who could have been still coaching easily now.
Exactly.
And he's like, I'm going to retire and go to TV.
So imagine with all these different things. I mean, the money may be great for head coaches, but not all head coaches make that kind of money. But more importantly, you have no idea what that late night phone call is going to be for you. You have no idea what it's going to be. It's going to be somebody transferring out, somebody transferring in, somebody needs more money. Remember last year, it was a quarterback from UNLV. I think they won the first 2 games, and then he said, nope, I'm not playing. I'm not going to practice because y'all promised me $100,000. Until I get my money, I'm not playing.
Yeah, it was probably the first holdout that we saw in like the transfer portal. but mid-season, like
it's just showing you how wild it is.
And that's what's so frustrating about it is if you want to become a mini NFL, you need the guidelines that the NFL adheres to when it comes to coaching contracts and salary caps and spending limits. And college football is trying to become more professional in their business model.
That's why they got GMs.
While wanting to just allow complete chaos underneath it. And that's not going to be sustainable.
And it just shows you that the NCAA has no teeth.
No, they don't.
They have
they've proven
nothing.
that.
And they've proven that over and over again. The teeth are the Power 4 conferences, primarily the SEC, their commissioner, maybe
Greg Sankey.
a couple of TV executives. But just know this about how much money's at stake. You already know about the billions of dollars the different conferences are signing with the TV networks. You know about that. Now you know about the patches, right?
Oh yeah.
Ohio State's patch was what, $20 million or something like that?
Was there
$17 million, and then Notre Dame got one for $20 million.
Yep. Yeah, who did SoFi? Was Notre Dame SoFi? One of them was SoFi.
Yeah, and the other one was Chase Bank. I think Ohio State was Chase Bank.
Ohio State was Chase.
But yeah, and then the entire Big 12 got Monster,
which looks like a horrible deal.
But because the whole conference was like $20 million or something.
Yeah, I think it's $1 million a team or 1.4 a team, and
they had only waited 2 weeks.
I am not excited about that green M on a Texas Tech jersey.
All I got to tell you is it's NASCAR, and that's the way it is with professional sports too. I mean, you look at the NFL, look at the NBA, you look at all the different leagues. In fact, the NBA was one of the first ones to do this, and they were doing it at training camp jerseys, like Cowboys in particular. But to show you how much money is out there, I've got a list, we can get to this right now, of the transfer portal budgets in January in college football. Who do you think had the most money to spend, the NIL money, the budget? Because remember, they don't call it a hard cap,
right?
But they kind of give themselves, okay, this is our limit. We're not going to go over this limit because that's what the general managers do. Guess which team has the number one budget in January?
Texas.
Ding, 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 ding. Texas budget in January for the portal, the NIL portal, was $23 million. And
Jeez.
Guess what helped make that happen? Where they were able to, people don't know this. Arch Manning took a pay cut.
Yeah.
He was already making NIL money.
Good point.
And he said, I'm going to take a pay cut so that we can make sure we get some other guys around. It's no different than like Michael Jordan did it when Dennis Rodman.
Dirk did it
here for years. But Arch Manning did that because guess what? He has mega NIL.
Right.
Where everybody else has just kind of good stuff, right?
Exactly.
And so he said, okay, I'll take a pay cut. So Texas is number one with 23. Guess who's number two? These are the usual suspects.
LSU?
LSU is number 8 with $15 million for their January portal budget this few months ago. Number 2 is?
Ohio State.
Ding, 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 $20 million. Number 3 is?
Georgia.
Georgia's number 5 with $17.5 million portal NIL budget.
Ole Miss has got a high one, don't they? Did Ole Miss continue their spending
not in the
spree?
top 10.
Okay.
Ole Miss, guess what? Ole Miss is, where are they? Oh, they're number 17 with $10 million.
Okay. Where was Texas Tech on that list?
Texas Tech is number 15 with
wow.
$11 million as well.
Wow. So who was 3?
Number 3 is Oregon.
Oregon, yeah.
There's another team in the state of Texas is number 4.
A&M.
A&M, $18.5 million. Oregon was $19 million.
Wow.
I mentioned Georgia was number 5. Miami is number 6, $16.5 million. You're asking about where's Alabama? Number 7, $15.5 million. LSU is number 8. Tennessee is number 9 with $14 million. Michigan number 10 at $13.5 million. Florida with $13 million, number 11. Oklahoma is number 12 with $12.5 million. Penn State's number 13, $12 million portal budget at the NIL in January. Auburn, number 14, $11.5. Texas Tech, number 15, $11 million. Florida State, $10.5 million. Ole Miss, $10 million, number 17. Nebraska, $9.5 million. USC, $9 million. Kentucky at number 20. Will Chambers, shot.
That's a lot of SEC.
$8.5 million. That's where the money's being made.
A lot of SEC there. Well, coming up next, not only is a 5 for 5 deadline on Monday, but the trade deadline in the major leagues is out there. Which bubble teams are stuck in wild card hell, and who are the top targets the contenders are trying to poach? We'll tell you next on The Fan.
Follow here, Tolos, and I
It's Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Relax and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 through 2025.
We're off and running here on a Saturday afternoon. Brennan Baxter alongside 3-time Hall of Famer Chris Arnold.
Got you down.
And, man, we started the show great. Had Shoddy right off the bat. Didn't even get to really run down what we got coming up the rest of the show.
Well, we're here till 5:30. Let the Tolos know what we got going on, man.
And let us know your thoughts as well, too. 877-881-1053, The Fan. We love hearing from all the Tolos as well.
Yes, we do. And I always tell this all the Tolos, especially on a Saturday. We appreciate you letting us ride shotgun with you while you do all the things you do on a Saturday. Some people work. It's a gig economy. You might be running some Amazon. You might be doing some door dashing. You might be wherever you're working. There might be people just out hanging out. They might be on a golf course. They might be anywhere. The good news for today, if you're out and about and you're not stuck in the house, it's not going to get 100.
Yeah, what is it, 97 or not?
They say, you know how they say? They say it's going to get to 98 at the most.
Okay.
Well, I'll take it. And as you kind of see, it's kind of hazy and stuff. It doesn't.
The breeze rolled in this morning.
I felt a little breeze.
Yeah.
I was like shocked.
Well, my wife just texted me saying she's driving back from Fort Worth, so pressure's on for me. We've got an hour of her time here for the next hour as well, too. So
enjoy the ride because we appreciate you too letting us ride shotgun with you.
We've got a lot of great guests coming up. Jared Sandler will be joining us here at 2 o'clock at the top of the hour. So we'll talk Rangers baseball, some trade deadline expectations with him. Yes, he's live in Houston. Then Brian Broaddus is currently at Cowboys practice there in Oxnard, but he will be joining us for live updates later in the show. Look between that, 3:30, between 4:30, maybe later the afternoon.
Yeah, right around then. He went out there with the KNC Masterpiece. Masterpiece boys came back last night, and then the rest of the shows, we're talking about Sean and RJ and Bobby, they head out tomorrow afternoon as well, tomorrow morning, as well as the G-Bag Nation, Gavin Dawson, Eric Chiafalo and Willie Bully, Zach Wolchuk. They'll be heading out all on the same plane, along with our associate producer, our assistant program director, Tim Collins. They're all heading out there, and they're all taking different cars, and I think Bobby's trying to talk people into going to a comedy club. So they're going to be having some fun out in L.A. a little bit. But that's the way you do it when you're out in Oxnard. And the weather forecast in Oxnard, breezy, maybe gets to 80. You just never know.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun.
Have you ever been to Oxnard?
I've never been to Oxnard, no.
You got to, it's so crazy. It's Oxnard, and that's, we're going to have a CA Stories Confidential later. All these different Cowboys training camps that I've covered over the years, I got a couple of stories to throw at you. But Oxnard, the name doesn't give it its credit. I mean, you used to think of Ventura, you're like, oh, it's cool. That's
cool. It just kind of sounds random in a way. Yeah.
It is really beautiful. They got a beach. It's nice. I mean, it's like, wow. But it's in Ventura County, and the town of Ventura is like right down the street. So.
Okay, well, we'll have to go next year. Like I said, I'm putting my bid in. This time next year, I hope I'll make camp.
There's 3 Gavins here now, but talk to the original Gavin.
The OG
Spittle.
Gavin. Yeah. The OG Gavin.
Let him know.
Well, we are going to talk a lot of baseball with Jared Sandler, but the trade deadline for the MLB is Monday at 5 Central Time. So we've got a little over 48 hours until the trade deadline, and the rumors are heating up as always, CA, and there's some big names on the block this year.
Yes.
And a lot of teams now, as they continue to fall, Seattle, for example, George Kirby, their rotation, they're now 58 or 53 and 58, falling behind a little bit in the AL West. Do they become sellers? It's always exciting to see in a year where there's a lot of mid, as you like to say, the AL sucks, a lot of sucky teams this year.
Man,
where
they're
people
frozen.
are going to go.
Especially in the American League, there's a lot of teams frozen because they don't know if they're buyers or sellers. But like you mentioned before, let's just take this a little slow here. You mentioned some big names that might be on the trade block. The biggest name, what's your starting pitcher from the Tigers' name? Skubal.
Yep.
He's out there. He's the ultimate prize. They say he's the ultimate prize. He's the 2-time reigning American League Cy Young winner. And they're asking for a whole lot of stuff. And guess who doesn't want to give up a lot of stuff? The Dodgers. So everybody thinking he's going to the Dodgers. Dodgers like, we're not giving up all of our assets.
Yeah, and it's almost like if you're the Dodgers, I understand. You've pretty much bought everybody else, and you're the back-to-back champions for a reason, and you can afford, if you really wanted to,
you're comfortable
to go get them. But do you need them?
No,
I mean, I don't even know if they need them. And
they don't really.
He's obviously one of the best pitchers in the game, back-to-back Cy Young winner. But it's kind of crazy that you're so good, you don't really need to go get the best pitcher in baseball.
There's another pitcher, his teammate Casey Mize from the Tigers.
Yep.
They scratched him yesterday. to protect his trade value. For those who don't know, that means he knows he's on the table. He could still be in the uniform, or he could be packing his bags up at any time.
Yeah, and so there is from Bob Nightingale on Twitter. This was earlier this morning. He says the Detroit Tigers have yet to seriously engage with teams in trade talks for Skubal, but according to executives from rival teams, the two-time Cy Young winner and those offers are expected to change by Sunday afternoon. So no offers have been exchanged yet, but as we inch closer to that deadline, expect the phones to heat up.
In the words of Jerry Jones, deadlines make deals.
Well, and this is a team that you mentioned as well, too. It's interesting because so many teams are right there, right around 500 or below 500. And we've talked about this the last month with the Rangers, that what is it telling your team? What is it telling your fan base, your clubhouse, if you're selling but you're right there near a playoff spot? And the Tigers are only 3 games out of a playoff spot, and you're just going to sell the best pitcher in baseball.
It's crazy.
What does that
it's a
say?
business, but you're trying to tell these guys to be competitive and that you want to win. And what are you doing if you're trading away your best chance to win? So everything you're saying is exactly right. And I've been saying this for the last couple of months. The American League sucks. And it's an unusual year, which means you don't know who's a buyer and who are sellers. The teams that are in both leagues that are they don't know whether they're stuck on the fence.
Yep.
Detroit Tigers, Miami Marlins, Cincinnati Reds, Washington Nationals. They're completely stuck on the fence. They're not committing to buy or sell anything. They don't know what they're going to do. And here are the other ones: Baltimore Orioles, Minnesota Twins, Pittsburgh Pirates, St. Louis Cardinals, San Diego Padres, Arizona Diamondbacks. And this is a mixture of American League and National. So who can you make a deal with if they don't know what they're going to do?
And so every team that you just mentioned, as I'm looking through the standings here, AL and NL, is within 4 games of a playoff spot.
See?
And that can change in a week, as we've seen. You could
look at the American League
that
West.
team and be there.
The Rangers used to be in first place this month, and then they are now
half a game back.
Of the Astros, because the Astros have been one of the hottest teams. They've won 8 of the last 10 or 9 of the last 10.
They're right there with Boston, just as a team that has completely turned the narrative around in their season.
And by the way, Boston had their best month in franchise history. The July, it was
21-4.
21-4. Including, was that a 16-game win streak? 17?
16-game win streak. They beat the Dodgers to finish off July last night. And so they're firmly, they're now clearly in the second spot. They have a 3-game lead on the second wild card spot, but they are not out of the conversation in the American League East now. They're still 6 games back of Tampa, but with the role that they're on, they keep that up. They could be competing for the AL East as well, too.
Here's what's so wild. The wild card standings, because you can't not take that seriously. That's your end. And if you're built to maybe do some damage in the playoffs, like you got a great pitching staff, guess what? You want to at least be a wild card. Here are the wild card teams in the American League: the Yankees, the Red Sox, the Guardians. The Twins are a half game back. The Rangers are a half game back of the wild card. Orioles a game and a half back. The Mariners 2.5 games back. Tigers 4 games back, as you mentioned, and the Blue Jays. Well, they're right there, 4.5 games back.
Yeah, Blue Jays are 51-59, defending American League champions.
And World Series.
Sounds like a
World
horrible
Series.
year, and they're still only 4 games out of a potential spot. And a lot of those teams you mentioned, Minnesota, Cleveland, Detroit, and Chicago White Sox, they're all just kind of hovering in the same spot, and they play each other a lot to close the year. So there's a lot of opportunity for those teams to drop a bunch of games and kind of stay right there at 500. So I don't expect either of the central teams to just run away with it.
Exactly. It's in the National League. Like I said, we're mentioning these wild card standings because these are the teams sitting on the fence that may not do business with anybody. You got the Cardinals. You got the Phillies. You got the Nationals. And then a game back are the Padres and the Cubs. A game and a half back, that's the Diamondbacks. The Pirates are 2 games back. The Marlins are 3 games back. And the Reds are also 3 games back. So those wild card teams, as they sit this weekend, they're like, we got a chance.
And I am fascinated to see, because you're going to see some aggressive front offices go, we're just 1 or 2. We're a big hitter away. We're a star pitcher away. In 2010, when the Rangers finally got good, again, really good, and they made the Cliff Lee trade. And look at what that did to get the Rangers into the World Series. And there's going to be a lot of teams that are winning the division. Now that team finished 90-72. So, but even the Chicago White Sox at first place, only 5 games under 500. What if they feel like they're just a Cliff Lee away from making the World Series?
Exactly.
Do you pull the trigger on that?
I mean,
I can't wait to see that.
I can't wait to see it. By the way, for people wondering, well, who's out of it, and definitely are sellers. The definite sellers are Colorado Rockies, San Francisco Giants, New York Mets, Toronto Blue Jays, Kansas City Royals, and the Los Angeles, a.k.a. California Angels.
Yeah, they're definite sellers.
So there you go. That's what it's looking like right now. And what does it mean for the Rangers? This weekend, we got to find out if Ray Davies believes in this team or not, and we're going to talk to Jared about that, right?
We will talk to Jared Sandler about that here at the top of the hour, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back on The Fan.
When your friends say, hey,
Are alongside 3-time Hall of Famer Chris Arnold.
Got you down.
CA, we're waiting on Jared Sandler. He'll be joining us from Houston to go through some of the Rangers news there as
we
they
got
try
a
to.
fun show this afternoon.
We have a great show this afternoon. I see we're waiting. Just got an update text from Jared, so we'll get to Jared just in a second. But you mentioned a great show this afternoon. CA Stories Confidential coming up at 2:40. Training camp edition.
Yeah, I got some training camp stories from all these years. Covered some training camps, and one of them's pretty damn funny.
Oh, I'm sure.
And then we, of course, got Broadus calling in from practice this afternoon. As soon as practice is over, we get to call in from Oxnard. Broadus is going to break it down for us. And then, of course, we're going to talk some NBA. Because guess what? LeBron may be taking a helicopter to Philadelphia. He ain't staying there. I mean, is that a tease for you?
I'm excited to hear about the LeBron news as well. But I do believe that the one and only Jared Sandler is joining us here live on 105.3 The Fan. Jared, how's it going, sir?
Hey, Jared. He's down in Houston.
We got you, Jared?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
We got you. There he is. There it is. How's it going, man?
Going great, guys. How are y'all?
We're doing good. Well, not the start you wanted to the Silver Boot last night in Houston, but a chance to rebound later this evening. But wanted to get right to the trade deadline conversation with you, Jared, because it's now a little over 48 hours away, Monday evening trade deadline, and the Rangers are right there. I remember talking to you, it was either last week or 2 weeks ago, and we were talking about, it kind of depends on where the Rangers are at in the standings, on what direction they go. Well, here you are, just a half game out of first place. That could change tonight. You're right there. Your thoughts on and feelings where the Rangers may go Monday evening, and does the Silver Boot Series have any say in their direction there?
Yeah, I do think it has a decent amount to do with it. Now, I'd say this. Generally speaking, you should not make decisions based on a 3-game sample size. But I think, we've all watched the same ball club, certainly the front office has, and just let's forget where the Rangers are in the AL West. But let's assume that it's not first place. So don't know if it's second place, third place, fourth place, fifth place. Don't know if they're back at games, 7 games, 500 games. If I told you that you got a ball club that's 2 games under 500, they're not in first place, and they've got around a minus 30 run differential, to whatever degree something like that matters, and I was like, what do you think they're doing at the deadline, buying or selling? You would, without hesitation, put your chips in the middle and say, oh, that team's probably selling.
Mm-hmm.
Right? You are what your record says you are. Now, sometimes there are reasons why the record is what it is. The 2015 Rangers were under 500 when they traded for Cole Hamels. But I think that team, without going, back too into the nitty-gritty of that year and maybe why they were where they were, that team was playing a brand of baseball that I think gave people a little bit of confidence that they might have a run in them. Now, the trades they made were all trades that would benefit them not only that year but in the future by getting controllable assets like Sam Dyson and Jake Diekman and, of course, Cole Hamels. So it wasn't like the Rangers were committing to 2015 as the end-all, be-all. But, I don't know that this team has played a brand of baseball that has given the front office a ton of confidence, just based on Chris Young's comments a week ago when he was asked when the Rangers were, I forget if they were in first place, or a game or half game back, but he said, well, we'll have to wait and see. He could have come out and said, yeah, no, we believe in this team, and so I don't think it's based on a 3-game sample size, but I do think it's incredibly difficult to sell when a team is a game and a half up on first place in their division, and if the Rangers win tonight and tomorrow, that's going to be their reality. And so in that case, maybe you more cautiously buy, like adding a reliever like Chase Silseth, and then getting a guy like Logan O'Hoppe who provides some catching depth, right? They're not giving up a lot. So I don't know. I think on one hand, independent of the standings, this is a team that I don't know has given the front office enough confidence to go out and say, hey, yeah, we want to totally put our foot on the pedal, invest in the 2026 Rangers. But at the same time, there's reasons why that maybe you do think that better days are coming for this team, given that Corey Seager's back, and hopefully you can keep him healthy, and hopefully by adding to the bullpen you make this team a little more formidable in innings 6 through 9, and all these different things, right? But I do think that tonight and tomorrow. Have some level of influence as to what the Rangers end up doing.
Does it feel sort of like a playoff atmosphere? I'm not talking about in a positive way, but as far as an intensity with the clubhouse and everybody that's down there in Houston, like we've got to do something.
Yeah, I think the guys understand the position they're in.
Mm-hmm.
I think that they get just the significance of this series, given that it's the last time these two teams will meet. Unfortunately, losing last night, the Astros have clinched the season series, but that doesn't that only comes into play if these teams end up with the same record. So I think, but yeah, I do think that there's an understanding. I wouldn't say that it's the same intensity necessarily if it were October, but I think that the guys understand that when you're in a playoff race, on the end of July, all these games matter. It doesn't mean you have to go, 55-0 or whatever the rest of the way. But these games are important, and it's a kind of an extension of the postseason. The reality is, if the Rangers lose tomorrow and the next day, that doesn't mean that they can't go and win the division. It might influence what the front office does. Maybe it doesn't. Maybe the front office says, to heck with it. We want to go for this. The division's wide open. Maybe they saw what they needed to see when the Rangers faced Seattle. Maybe they're like, hey, this Seattle team's a little broken. We want to go after this. Houston has our number, but we don't think they're that good. Let's go. I don't know. It's not clear cut. But what I do know is that, for the time being, all these games matter, and there's an exciting intensity about that.
What's so crazy about this series is over the years, like you said, the Astros own the Rangers, just point blank. They just own them. But at the same time, the Rangers were hot in June. That's why they wound up in first place the first part of July, most of July. And then the Astros got hot. I mean, they won 9 of the last 10, but they're doing it in completely different ways. Like the Rangers have, their strength of the team is pitching, whereas the strength of the Astros is all they're hitting. Can you kind of show everybody, because I always felt like the Rangers' health has done them in. You got Corey Seager back now, but Josh Young is out. Can you talk about how you thought Corey Seager looked in the lineup, but the lineup, of course, did not have Josh Young. I want to say Evan Grant showed up. Evan Carter, excuse me.
Yeah, I think, Evan Carter starting to produce offensively, I think, is kind of a game changer because I shouldn't say game changer, but it could be a real asset because, when he's producing, that's another dimension of athleticism that you have. You can have a bunch of athletes in your lineup, but if they don't get on base, it really doesn't mean anything. And he's starting to be a lot more productive, which is huge. But yeah, having Corey Seager back's great. He's obviously not moving, at 100%, but he showed yesterday. Reminded people that he's a really good hitter. Almost hit one out. Had a couple of base hits.
Yeah.
Hopefully he gets continues to get his legs under him and he's able to stay healthy. It'll be interesting to see how the Rangers manage Corey Seager the rest of the way, with the way Jock Peterson's playing. Mm-hmm. It's tough to DH Corey against righties unless you take Jake Berger out of the lineup because I don't think you want Jock Peterson playing right field. Lefties, maybe there's more of an opportunity to DH Corey because Jock is not typically in the starting lineup against lefties. But yeah, here's the thing, this is Major League Baseball is not like the NBA. In the NBA, if you're without your two best players, it's awfully tough to win. But it's not. You can do it, but at the end of the day, in any sport, it's not easy to win without your two best players. The Rangers only played 26 games, Dwight Langford and Corey Seager in the lineup, and I think they're 13-13 in those games. But that's more a reflection of just how two players don't have the same impact in baseball as do in basketball. But all that said, if you're asking me, do the Rangers have a better chance to win games with their two players in the lineup or without? I'm going to say with their two best players in the lineup. So, hopefully we get a long stretch here of White and Corey being healthy and in the lineup, and hopefully that allows this offense to tick back up after a goal here recently.
So let's play the Rangers decide to get aggressive on Monday. What would that look like in your mind?
What does that look like? Yeah, Brennan, I don't know because I don't know. One of the things with baseball, there's no salary cap, and so it's not as clear what teams are not willing to do. So I don't know what the Rangers are willing to do when it comes to taking on money. So that's the first part of the conversation, right? And it's Ray Davis is entitled to do whatever he wants, and he's not a very vocal owner. You hear from him a lot, so we don't know. Anyone that says they know for sure, I don't know that they really do know. Now, I would tell you my guess is the Rangers are not wanting to take on a whole lot of money in salary, so At least for 2026. I don't know what their appetite is for guys who are under control, someone who might be hitting arbitration next year and would have a big jump in salary. I don't know, because there is stuff coming off the books, but the lock, all these things. For the other side of it, Brendan, I don't know what the Rangers have from a resource standpoint that would allow them to compete with the biggest of the big dogs, right?
Yep.
I don't think the Rangers are in on Tarek Skubal, and he's obviously a totally different conversation. But what about a guy who is a rung below Tarek Skubal in ability? Those guys aren't just dangled out there for one or two teams to stare at. There are a lot of teams, especially in this climate with the third wild card. A lot of teams interested in the same type of help.
Yep.
Whether it's a right-handed bat or a start, whatever it might be. And if the Rangers are asked to get into an arms race, unless they kind of hybrid buy and sell and they trade off major league resources, major league assets, I don't know that they have the wherewithal to compete in a big way for those guys. So even if they want to get aggressive, I still think it's similar to last year, where you get one guy in Merrill Kelly who kind of makes people raise their eyebrows, like, oh, hey, he's a really good player, but not like superstar. But I think they're more likely to just address needs by finding guys who fill roles, whether it's a platoon type of bat in the lineup or middle relief help to raise the floor for this bullpen.
Speaking of needs, I think the Rangers need a win tonight, and the guy on the mound, Jacob deGrom, he's been pitching well over the season with all the strikeouts, but he doesn't win in Houston and hadn't won but one time against the Astros, period. Can you talk about what he's probably going to need to do? And that kid, Ronel Bianco, I guess he's coming off of Tommy John?
Yeah, so, the Rangers, again, to whatever degree tonight and tomorrow impacts the front office's desire to proceed in a particular direction, the Rangers absolutely, they need a win tonight. You're facing, Ronel Blanco, who he's had his moments, but he's coming off of injury. You've got a distinct pitching advantage. At the end of the day, you built this roster to have Eovaldi and Jacob deGrom, and then others obviously, but to have this rotation was going to give you a chance every single night. Unfortunately, Nathan Eovaldi, who's come up big in so many big spots, the Rangers did not have a great start last night.
Yeah.
You can't. And Hunter Brown's a good pitcher, so it's not like that was a crazy. I think you could actually probably make the case that perhaps the Astros had the slight pitching advantage, but that's not the case tonight. And it's really tough if the Rangers go 0-2 to begin the series with Eovaldi and deGrom. That's just not that's not the type of thing that's going to give the front office a lot of confidence. And so, I do think tonight's a big night. Now, for Jacob, you're right. He had not a ton of success here, but hopefully he can turn that around either way. He's facing an Astros team that's rolling. I mean, they were 7 games under 500 recently. They've really turned things around. So, he's going to have to find a way to slow down that train and hopefully get things back in the right direction for the Rangers.
All right, Jared, I appreciate you. Oh, wait a minute.
Jared, I got one more thing for you.
Hold on, one more. We got one more thing for you.
So when it comes to pitching, people are saying we need more pitching. Does it complicate things with Jordan Montgomery potentially coming back soon? We really don't know what we're going to get out of him, and also with Cody Bradford in his injured rehab assignment. So does that complicate things with the front office, whether they should go towards pitching, or do they have full trust in those guys?
No, I don't think it's a great question. I don't think it can complicate things, because I think in a situation with two guys coming back, in Cody's case, he's basically missed 2 years. In Jordan's case, he's had maybe a more traditional timeline because he didn't have a setback per se, but frankly wasn't very good prior to Tommy John. I think you've got to just approach it with whatever we can get for these guys, or whatever we get out of these guys is a bonus. Now, the area in which it might complicate things is that you do expect to activate these guys here in the next few weeks. So you just got to make sure from a 40-man roster standpoint and a 26-man roster standpoint, you're prepared to do so. But I don't think the Rangers could say, hey, you know what, we're in a position, unfortunately, from an asset management standpoint, where we just got to hope we can get something out of these guys. But I think in a perfect world, the Rangers would approach it like, hey, let's get who we can get. Let's bolster this roster however we can. And then, hey, by the way, if we do get anything out of Jordan Montgomery, if we do get anything out of Cody Bradford, that's a big win.
Yeah.
Awesome, Jared. Well, thank you so much for your time, and good luck tonight. I'm confident. I think I'm on a win streak now when I'm on air on Saturday, 2 in a row, Rangers winning after an 8-game lose streak. So expect the Rangers to win tonight, Jared.
You had lost 8 straight games?
It was horrible. It was not going well for me. I was about to quit the fan just for the sake of the team. So
that's brutal. I had no idea.
I don't have to do that anymore, but we appreciate you, man.
See you, fellas.
All right, there goes Jared Sandler. You can catch Rangers pregame 5:30 tonight.
If they win and continue your win streak going on the air before the Rangers play, because like you said, you had lost 8 in a row. They had lost 8 in a row while you were on there. Now they're 1-0, right? Well, this is what's going to also be in your favor, or put it like this. You could cause them to have a really nice trade deadline, because guess what? If they win tonight, it'll be the first time Jacob deGrom has ever won in Houston.
Wow.
He's lost his last 5 starts against the Astros.
There's a first time for
including
everything.
Both starts this season. He's 0-2 with a 5.82 ERA in 3 starts in Houston. So you are the good luck charm.
I am.
Not to put any pressure on you.
I am, and I'm looking ahead at the schedule. I'm like, okay, how long can we take this thing? So I'm looking forward to turning the tide here. Well, we'll be back. We've got the best sights and sounds in the week of football next on The Fan.
to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-817-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Well, we were talking to Jared Sandler in the previous segment, and it had me look up the Astros you talked about at CA, their record and just how hot they are. And you mention this all the time, that baseball is a roller coaster. And seasons, the Cubs, one of your favorite teams, bring up 10-game win streak.
They won 10 games in a row twice and then lost 10 games in a row. This is the way that's why for Ranger fans, I understand you're feeling frustrated, but you should kind of take a step back and realize if, they win some, they lose some. They win, and it's maddening, right? Well, guess what? The whole American League sucks. Yeah. You're not the only team that's doing this. And because it's like that, you've got to look at this season completely different. Kind of step back a little bit. Where they say, get offline and touch the grass.
Yeah, just relax a little bit.
I mean, you can't treat this like every year because if the way the team is playing this year, in any normal year, they're not in the race.
Right.
Then you could be mad and blow it up. You can't do that.
And we've got post All-Star break records in front of me right now. The Rangers are 6-8 since the All-Star break. The Astros 9-4. And so even, let's say the Rangers lose today, win today, whatever the outcome of this series is, you could go on a 15-20 game stretch where you go 10-5,
easily
13-5, 15-5, and then boom, you're right there back in the lead in the division.
And it's not impossible because they had the best record in the American League in the month of June. They were in first place all of July until last night.
And they'll be in first place again starting August 1 after tonight.
Yeah, because you're the good luck charm.
Well, we'll predict later, but I'm feeling good about it. Well, let's get to the best sights and sounds in the week that was in football, with football being right around the corner. And one soundbite that I found circulating on X this week, I'd never thought about this, but we have got all these grown men in huddles playing football good often, and occasionally, sometimes you got to take care of your business. And
wait a minute, you talking about take a leak?
No, not taking a leak. Now that would be kind of wild.
Oh, some guys have done that.
Sometimes, and I believe it.
And some guys literally, Lamar Jackson, story, he ran out of the tunnel. What was that all about? Right?
You got to do it, but sometimes you just got to let it rip while you're hearing a play call.
That's what you're talking about.
That's what I'm talking about. And so here is an Oregon player talking about what the huddle looks like sometimes.
Sometimes Dante farts in the huddle, and we have like a little competition of who can fart in the huddle. But I would say really everybody, but mostly Tay because he farts a lot.
How did this farting in the huddle tradition start?
Oh my gosh. Who said that? JJ. I knew it.
Busted.
Too much stuff is getting leaked out. You got to find ways to connect with your team, so we do that.
So
he's loosening up the team. Huh?
Dante Moore, could be the number 1 overall draft pick in 2027 potentially. Oregon's quarterback there. That's when an NFL scout asked him at the combine next year, "What's your idea of team bonding?" Farting in the huddle. That's what it sounds like. I had never heard players openly talk about.
Yeah, this is a new day.
Yeah, I found that.
I'm sure it's not unusual, but this is a new day that they actually say it in an interview.
And to call out your starting quarterback like that, too. It wasn't the offensive lineman. It's like, oh, yeah, Dante, our leader.
He's trying to loosen everybody
He's trying to loosen everyone up. So
you're going to be all stressed out.
Yeah, here's our solution, guys, in the middle of a Rose Bowl game.
There's so many guys think that's so funny.
And I found it funny, not that I think farting is necessarily funny, but just like
this, at least they're in open air.
That's true.
They're not in an office.
But to go there during Big Ten media days and just call out your starting quarterback, I just found why.
That means they're real good friends.
Real good friends. Well, another quote that went viral from Big Ten media days, defending champion Indiana, Curt Cignetti, one of the hottest coaches in college football.
National championship coach.
He had
Google him,
yeah, and he'll come up now. 2 years ago, he might not have popped up, but Kurt's popping up now.
Backed it up.
And he's always got a quote up his sleeve. And this was a dig at the SEC. We're talking a lot of this update in college sports, Big Ten SEC rivalry. The Big Ten has now won the last 3 national championships. And here's Curt Cignetti kind of saying who the top dog in the sport is now.
The Big Ten is the best league in football, and a lot of really good football teams. It's hard to win on the road. Very physical football teams, very well coached. It definitely prepares you for the playoffs. There's no doubt about it. The numbers speak for themselves. I mean, we don't run a hype machine up here in the Midwest.
That's right.
We believe everything's earned, not given. And when we fall short, we say we fell short. We don't cry a river, whine, and complain. All right? And that's why we're the best.
Coach Cignetti, thank you so much.
I'm talking to you, Greg Sankey. He was just, I mean, if you think that was directed at anyone else other than the Southeastern Conference.
That's exactly what he's talking about. But if Coach O was saying, what are you talking about? You got to understand that. You got to go Tigers.
Yeah, and this is, I saw Nick Saban have a interview about this a week ago where the team that just wins the championship doesn't necessarily mean that automatically crowns that conference the best conference.
Right.
But I mean, Alabama. The reason we looked at the SEC so highly all the time was because of Alabama winning championships at the same time.
It was usually Alabama. Here's the usual suspects of SEC: Alabama, Georgia, or LSU.
Right, and that, I mean, from 2009 to 2022,
throw in some Florida.
They had won what,
the Tebow years,
9 of the 13 championships or something like that.
That's Nick Saban.
And so I tend to think that when you've got Ohio State, who's won a national championship, Michigan was prior to them, and then now Indiana, there's a lot of depth in the Big Ten Conference. And the SEC is utilizing the power plays when we're talking about the Save College Sports Bill and the 5 for 5 as them still being at the top of the platform. But I would agree with Coach Kurt Cignetti here that I think they've earned the right to be called the best conference in college football.
They really have, because look at the national championships they've won. It's just that simple. And then they signed a hell of a TV deal.
They did.
So and then you just look at all the different ratings that they get, and the I can go on and on and on.
Yeah.
You cannot just say, SEC and the rest of them. It's the Big Ten and then the Big 12. All I can say is Big Ten has shown up the last 10 years for sure.
They have. And when the realignment happened, and now you're bringing in an Oregon from the Pac-12 and a USC from the Pac-12, and those
Washington
teams, they carry huge brands in Washington and a lot of success. Oregon lost Indiana in the semifinal a year ago. And so there's still, I would say, 5 or 6 teams in the Big Ten that if you stack them up against the 5 or 6 best teams in the SEC, you could make a case for all of the Big Ten teams.
You really could. I mean, it's that balanced. It's an argument to be made. Again, it's what you do want is you want competitive conferences. I hate that there's no such thing as a Power 5 anymore, Power 4, but it is what it is, because all these different schools were going through the portal.
Yep.
I'm just glad that the local teams, TCU and SMU, are all Power 4 schools.
Yes, and that's been a benefit of realignment is schools like that. TCU is in the
Big 12,
not the WAC, or sorry, not now, but what was the Mountain West? Prior to the Big 12. SMU was a Group of 6 American team prior to the ACC conference realignment. So I don't know. I know the talking heads are all SEC. We look at we talked about this, I think, on last week's show, the preseason power metrics for college football and the strength of schedule records. And 9 of 10 were SEC teams, and they just build them up. And I think that was really what Kirk said he was saying is we're not here to cry about how tough our schedule is. We're not here to talk about it preseason. We're going to roll up our sleeves and get dirty and go win football games, and that's what our conference is about. And I think he's earned the right to talk like that.
He's earned the right because he's at a traditional basketball power. We're talking about Indiana. Indiana didn't have a successful history in football, and guess what? They did that damn thing. And that would be just like Vanderbilt suddenly winning the SEC. That would be,
you're right.
Put it like this: they were in the conversation. Put it like they were in the hunt.
Yeah,
they weren't a favorite, but they were winning some games. They had a nice quarterback who got cut in the NFL.
Is he coming back? Is Diego coming back?
I don't know.
The 5 for 5?
The people around him, there's people around him trying to make something happen. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, well, and we'll see. So I can't wait. 4 weeks away from college football. It'll play out on the field, but it's always fun to talk about. As you always say, people love lists.
They do love lists. By the way, I was talking about the NIL money in January, the portal money they were giving out. Would you like me to ask you the athletic department valuations? In other words, which athletic departments are the most valuable in the United States according to Forbes?
Ooh, we talked about the NIL budgets in January, and I put Texas at number 1. Is Texas at number 1 in that as well?
Texas is not number 1, shockingly, in athletic department valuations. However, nobody's close with the university endowments. In other words, the whole school and
interest.
But the athletic department alone, Georgia is valued at approximately $1.16 billion.
Wow.
The next one
Fascinating.
is Tennessee, $1.12 billion. Alabama and LSU are both multi-billion-dollar athletic evaluations. As far as the endowment, because, Texas got the most.
Yep.
There's nobody else close. How much do you think Texas, their endowment fund is?
500 million?
Not even close.
Higher or lower?
We're talking about the entire school, not just the athletic department, not just how much they're paying players. We're talking about everything, the value. We're talking about boosters, everybody.
Man, I have no idea.
$47.5 billion.
I would have not.
Nobody's close.
I wouldn't have gotten close.
Here's what's wild. Guess who's number 2? And I'll tell you their valuation. Before you guess who it is, before you say a name, this is number 2. Texas number 1, $47.5 billion. University endowment.
Okay.
Number 2 is $20.4 billion. Like Texas almost more than doubles it.
Are they in the South?
Mm-hmm.
It's not. Is it A&M?
Yes, Texas A&M. This is in the same state.
Is this because and I am not an expert on this, but the PUP list, like the government endowment list too, that they get a part of the state government, and I don't. Tolo listening might know, but I know they get different benefits at other Texas schools as well too. A&M and Texas do.
Yeah, their rivalry goes way, way back, and it's all about that. And oil used to be the bottom of it because back in those days in the 40s and 30s, that was like Saudi oil. Like when you think about Middle East oil,
right?
That's what Texas was. That they had it like that, and Texas A&M, like I said, 20.4. Number 3 with $10.25 billion is a book school. Here's your hint. It's a school that's academically great, but they always have a lot of great baseball pitchers.
Academically great with great pitchers.
2 of them play for the Rangers.
Are you talking like Ivy League?
No. Not in the Ivy League. Tell us 877-881-1053. That's the Franklin Injury Attorneys text line. This academic school, it's very known for academia. They have a penchant for cranking out pro baseball pitchers. And Rangers got 2 of them.
Currently on the roster.
Uh-huh.
Wow.
Dylan probably knows, don't you? You don't know? They're in the rotation.
I don't know this.
You are kidding me.
Is DeGrom one of them?
No. You got the back end of the Rangers rotation. Both of them went to the same.
Vanderbilt.
Yes, yeah. Vanderbilt. And we're talking about Kamar Rocker and Jack Leiter.
Wow.
But yeah, Vanderbilt, $10.25 billion university endowment in Nashville.
It's crazy.
And those are the top 3. Isn't that crazy?
That is crazy.
So when we say college athletics is the Wild Wild West, that's why it's the Wild Wild West. There's money. They're playing with money. They're playing with fire.
Tons of Tolos for texting and Vandy. We just got like 20 Vandy texts.
Yeah,
very quick. So great job, you guys. Dylan and I were stumped. That's why you guys are smarter
tired.
than we are. I got
happens.
it. Will Chambers just texted in too and said Vandy as well too. Yep. Well, one more sights and sounds for us before we get to break. We'll get to the Cowboys. And Jordan Rodgers, brother of Aaron Rodgers, was on ESPN First Take, and as they always do, debating the Cowboys contender status preseason. Everyone wants to put the Cowboys in the Super Bowl contender list preseason, and Jordan Rodgers said pump the brakes on First Take this last week.
It doesn't matter how good they are or how great they are on offense. They haven't been able to be contenders and take the next step because the defense sucks. Literally, right? Worst pass defense in the NFL last year. That has to improve. So if you want to put your eyes somewhere, it's sexy to look at George Pickens and CeeDee Lamb. They're going to put up some points. Put your eyes on the defensive front. Because the additions that they've brought into that group, Rashawn Gary, Quinnen Williams, Kenny Clark, Malachi Lawrence, really good pass rusher out of UCF. I think he'll get a little bit of run this year.
He sounds new at this.
So Jordan, and I think Jordan is fairly new to First Take, brother of Aaron Rodgers, but
he sounds new because it's like an old take from last year.
Yeah, but it isn't because it was yesterday.
I know, that's what I'm saying. Because you're talking about the defense suck. Wait a minute. That's why everybody's singing they got a chance. It doesn't suck anymore
and so,
on paper.
So fair, I'll steal a little Fred line here. Fair or foul on Jordan's opinion there of the Cowboys going into the season.
It's old.
Yeah.
It's an old opinion. If the Cowboys didn't take this offseason seriously, which they have, I mean across the board, from the front office all the way to the coaching staff, they and the scouts, they take this thing seriously, and you can tell. You can just tell this thing, there's something going on.
Yeah, well, we'll talk to Brian Broaddus a little bit later in the show about that, too. But coming up next, CA, we got a CA Confidential Stories. What you got for us?
We got the CA Stories Confidential and the Training Camp Edition. I got to tell that story about the rings. If you missed it, you don't want to miss this. Next on 105.3 The Fan.
Hey, Tolo, Sean, and RJ here.
Chevrolet in Grapevine, #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all prices sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Relax and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 through 2025.
Brennan Baxter, alongside three-time Hall of Famer, CA.
Got you down.
Cowboys training camp underway. Current practice going on. Brian Broaddus will be with us after to give us the latest news from Oxnard there in California. And no surprise here, but we know that Chris Arnold's got some stories from Cowboys training camp. So, Chris, without further ado, man, it's time for CA Stories Confidential here on 105 Through the Fan.
Appreciate you, Brennan. Appreciate you, Dylan. Appreciate all the totals for allowing me to share some of these stories from such a fun career and wonderful life and just crazy stories over the years. I've covered 36 Cowboys training camps. Hadn't been out there in a minute, though. I need to get back out there. Scheduling conflicts, that's what they say. But I've covered, let's see, the first one, in fact, I had a streak, I think, at 30 in a row at one point. I had covered more training camps than Jerry Jones had been to it at one point. That's how crazy it's been. I covered the 9 years of Tom Landry in training camp. So I covered training camp in Thousand Oaks, California, in Austin, in Wichita Falls, in San Antonio, and in Oxnard. The crazy thing about it is, at one point, the Cowboys had an indoor training camp. All the practices were indoor. Do you know what city that was in? It's kind of like if they had it at AT&T Stadium.
I don't know.
That would be San Antonio. All the practices were at the Alamo Dome. Guess who showed up at one of those practices? Because you hear about all these different superstars showing up at...
What year is this?
I don't know, 90-something or... No, it's 2000 or something.
I'm trying to think of who the prime superstar was.
I'll give you a hint. She was dating the wide receiver.
Oh, man.
Kim Kardashian.
Who? Terrell? Who was it? Who was the wide receiver?
Miles Austin. No, Austin.
Oh,
Austin.
You're right. Yeah. Yeah,
that's who she was dating. And, of course, she jinxed his career.
Just like everyone else.
Yeah, so that's just one little side note about San Antonio. San Antonio was beautiful and all that, but that was the only indoor training camp. Wichita Falls was a nice town, but it was hot. It was hot, and the bleachers were hot. It was just hot. It was a nice, cozy campus. It was just hot. I mean, you hardly had, and it was a Dave Campo year, so they weren't winning but 5 games a year. So not that many people came up to Wichita Falls, but it was hot. It was so hot. Just crazy hot stuff happened up there. I did find out that the beer of choice was some kind of a red beer, and that's where they poured tomato sauce in the beer. You have to try it. I'm just saying. That's a delicacy up there in Wichita Falls. And like I said, Jerry said it at a bunch of different places, but so did Tex Schramm. You know how Jerry has this party all the time? Mm-hmm. Well, way back in the day, Tex Schramm used to just invite the media to his office because when they're at Cal Lutheran and Thousand Oaks, right off of the side of practice, he just pontificate and have everybody some brown liquor. Will Chambers, all this bourbon and scotch, and they just sit around and Tex would tell stories. Well, way back in those days, also, Tom Landry, like I said, 9 years of Tom Landry, the thing that was always impressive with me about Thousand Oaks, California, is that the players had an outside, right by the field, they had an outside weight room, not a weight room, but all the weights and stuff, and anything you can do in weights was right beside the field, and it was in the caged area. And I swear to God, Tom Landry, they were doing 2-a-days, after every practice, he's lifting weights.
Wow.
See, everybody thinks about Tom Landry, some old guy. Tom Landry was fit. This dude was in tip-top shape. I mean, he was just fit. He just always wore a suit and tie and fedora at games. But practice, he had the short sleeves and the jorts and or coach shorts, whatever. But he was always lifting weights. And also, the kids who would watch practice, they got to carry the players' helmets to the locker room. They would walk them across this bridge that was over the freeway, not the freeway, but the road. There's a road and a practice field on one side, and there's a little bridge, a walkway, and the players and the little kids would walk across. You can't do that these days. Nowadays in Oxnard, it's like 1,000 fans every practice. Right. And they got, all kinds of activities, kind of giveaways and gift shops and just every kind of thing you can imagine out of training camp. The other thing back in the G-Bag days, when we first were going out there, we had a couple of interesting things. We were on it late at night, and this is what Fred and Blake wanted to do. They wanted to do late night stuff. So when G-Bag was on late at night, we used to be out there, and we started doing this thing called 3 Live Mics, where me and Gavin Dawson and Jeff Kavanaugh would have live mics. And it started with me doing it first. Gavin and I went out there the first year, and I said, watch me interview the players, walking and talking while practice is over with. And I would go from player to player because I know all the players, and we get all these great interviews. So we did it the next year and called it 3 Live Mics. And it was a lot of fun. It was like, people were saying, man, it sounds like you guys are like at the Academy Awards or something on the red carpet because you're talking to all these players fresh out of practice live. And it was funny because you had a natural atmosphere and crazy stuff would happen. But also, we had some situations where we're on late at night, and out there, like, we were on until late, 11 o'clock at night, the way Fan After Dark is, right? So we were on it late at night, and let's say 10 o'clock here is like 8 o'clock out there. Well, practice is over, and most of the players they have some meetings, and they're going back to their, not dorm rooms, but they have these little apartments. It's like an apartment complex right next to practice field. One night, we're out there, and here comes DeMarcus Ware on a Segway. Do you know what a Segway is?
I do.
Little motorized.
Yep.
And he said, hey, Chris. He waves at me. I said, come on. So he comes on. He joins us live on the show, jumps off the Segway. And one of the things he said, well, we got this new wide receiver. And I said, yeah, you knocked him out and bloodied his nose. He said, little blonde-haired kid, is he all right? I said, yeah, he's all right. He said, what happened to him? I said, well, his name is Cole Beasley. And he left campus, but he's coming back. And he wasn't leaving campus because he went across the middle and Marcus Ware clocked him. Is because I think his dad was telling him, I think he thought he was over his head or something. And his dad said, no, you need to get back out there. And he came back out to training camp and he had a career. But he was just a rookie back then. That's one of them little stories. But the Austin stuff was the really crazy stuff because the Cowboys were going to Super Bowls back in those Austin days. And those Austin days, because the Cowboys were back in, first time they were ever having training camp in Texas. They had been, I think, in Minnesota or someplace in the 60s, and then they moved to Thousand Oaks, California. And by the way, they would go up to they would go up to Oxnard to scrimmage against the Raiders, because the Raiders were in Oxnard first. And when the Raiders left town and went to, where'd they go? L.A. When the Raiders were bouncing around, they gave it up. And so the Cowboys took over Oxnard. But when they were in Austin, man, because they were coming off of Super Bowls, all the Cowboy fans, that's when it first started. And the players had golf carts going back. I mean, it was like, wait a minute. They're riding golf carts. Dion had a golf cart that was a Mercedes-Benz golf cart. That's how crazy it was.
Not surprised.
The first training camp, one of the first two training, and by the way, 6th Street was just crazy. You go down to Austin on 6th Street, imagine Cowboys training camp, 6th Street, during those weeks they were out there. I'll never forget this. There was this one year, I think it was the first year that they won the Super Bowl. They coming off a Super Bowl, and in OTAs, Jerry had given all the players, he surprised all the players, he had this big table, and they rolled it out, and it had cloth over it. He pulled the cloth off. This is at OTAs at Valley Ranch. And he pulls the cloth off of it, and it had many Super Bowl trophies and had the players' names engraved on. So he gave them these little bitty Super Bowl trophies and said, we're going to get another one, just like this. And then we get to training camp, and Jerry was the first one to get his Super Bowl ring. And I've told this story a couple of times on there because it's funny. So Jerry would have his parties, his media party, on 6th Street. He'd pick out some bar on 6th Street, and this was like the first time he did it. And so he's wearing a Super Bowl ring, and he's at the media party, and he's working the room. He's going from table to table, and there's all kinds of media there because, he just won the Super Bowl. So you had the state media, and then you also had, all kinds of national media there, too. And so I'm talking to some guys over there, and what's Jerry Jones really like? I said, he's a great guy. Well, he seems like a cowboy. He seems like a cornball jerk or something. He just seems like he's just full of himself. I said, oh, that's just Jerry. Jerry's one of the nicest guys you want to meet. And I said, when he gets over here, I'll introduce y'all to him. So Jerry makes his way over to the table where I was with these 3 or 4 media guys who had never met Jerry before. And I introduced Jerry to him, and Jerry said, oh, he's all that. And he's shaking their hands and stuff. He goes, Mr. Chris. I said, yeah. Jerry, what's up? He said, you going to Mexico City with us next week? I said, yep. And this is like on a Friday. And the charter's going to go down to Mexico City. They're going to play the Houston Oilers down there in Aztec Stadium where they just had the World Cup. 110,000 people down there. I said, yeah, I'm going down there. I'm flying on the charter with you guys. He said, okay, good. Here, take this. He pulls off his Super Bowl ring and gives it to me. He says, give it back to me in Mexico. And he left. And I'm like, oh, wow. And all the other media guys are all impressed. And I put it on my finger, and I'm like, look at this, man. I got Jerry's ring. And then the other guy's like, hey, one of the guys, can I try it on? I said, sure. So I take it off my finger, and I'm handing it to the guy, and he bobbles it. And in my mind, this Super Bowl ring is dropping on the floor in slow motion with diamonds falling all over the place. I was like, no! And I dive under the table where the ring is, and I get it, and no diamonds fell out. And then I kind of composed myself and let those other guys try on Jerry's Super Bowl ring, and I put it back on my finger. And then the party's going on a little bit, and Jerry's still working the room and going all over different people. And I'm like, oh, boy. Oh, boy, this is too much pressure. Jerry, take this ring. I can't handle pressure. What if something happens to this ring between now and Mexico City? So I gave him the ring back. It was too much pressure. Couldn't handle it. And that's my CA Stories Confidential about wearing Jerry's ring. And at one point, on one of the Cowboys flights, back then, the players used to wear their rings on the flight, wherever the city they're going. At one point, I wish I had taken a picture of this. I put a ring on every one of my fingers, including my thumbs. Nathan Newton had a gigantic ring for his thumb because for his thumb because he said, "I'm gonna get fatter." So anyway, that's your CA Stories Confidential. We got to run.
That's awesome, man. Well, coming up next, a lot of news coming out today. Fall camp injuries, signings, everything in the NFL. We'll let you know what's going on in the NFL next.
The more time you give, By our D&M Leasing Studios, thanks for turning it on, leaving it on. 105.3 The Fan.
Thank you to all the Tolos out there turning it on, leaving it on. Brennan Baxter alongside three-time Hall of Famer C.A.
Got you down.
Hour 3 here on a great sub 100 Saturday afternoon. So hope everyone's staying cool outside with whether you're hanging by the pool listening to us on a drive, wherever you are. We appreciate you tuning to the show this afternoon. And
can I say something real quick?
Of course, man.
We got Tolos texting in because I was talking about that red beer in Wichita Falls. It is called a Red Draw. It's not a Michelada. It's not the Mexican beer.
Both sound good.
But this is like tomato sauce. In fact, what are those ingredients you looked up for me? I said it's tomato sauce in there.
It is a...
read what they say.
It says the iconic red beer of Wichita Falls is locally known as a Red Draw. It's 12 ounces of a crisp draft beer, typically a Budweiser, with 4 ounces of Campbell's tomato juice served in a frosted mug.
What'd I tell you? Just trying to say, give them their props.
It says P2, the Deuce, the oldest bar in Wichita Falls, operating since 1948, is known as the home of the Red Draw.
You know what's so crazy? We went over there. In fact, I ran into Jerry Jr. and Stephen Jones in there one night.
Just drinking were they drinking Red Draws?
Yeah. You got to go to, it's kind of like when you go to Buffalo, you go to the Anchor Bar. That's where they invented the wings.
I've got a family that lives in Buffalo. They sent me a top 10 wings in the country. Places. 6 of 10 are in Buffalo.
But not the Anchor Bar.
But Anchor Bar is the OG.
Over there, it's the OG.
It is the OG. So the Red Draw. So we'll definitely try to. I've never had one. Are you what is it? The morning drink with tomato juice.
Oh,
Bloody Mary.
Bloody Mary.
You a Bloody Mary guy?
No, I'm a margarita guy.
Margarita. I've never been into tomato juice alcohol drink. They don't mess well for me.
Yeah, not the alcohol.
They don't mess well for me. Well, we have talked about training camp. We're still waiting to hear from Brian Broaddus. Looking forward to hearing from him post Cowboys practice and some news and notes going on there. But there was some other former Cowboys news this week we wanted to get to on the show. If you haven't heard by now, Tony Romo was arrested for an OWI in Milwaukee, and the police cam came out and all of that going on this last week.
You know what? I think
you have some thoughts on that.
I think, when it happened, I was like, man, you feel bad for Tony. Tony's my guy. You feel bad for him because, like, he shouldn't have been out there if that was the situation. But I was like, I hope it, is going to mess with his career. I was like, it doesn't seem like it's a big deal. It's not a civil. I think it's not a criminal charge. It's like a civil something.
Civil misdemeanor.
Yeah, misdemeanor or something. You pay a fine up in Wisconsin. Well, I was thinking when the video came out, I was like, oh, I wonder what it looks like. Because TMZ had it. I was like, oh, boy. And then I saw it, and I was like, okay, he was regular Tony. He was this regular nice guy, and he was being real nice to the police officer. She was asking him to do all the drills and stuff. I'm like, you know what? This video right here is probably one of the best things that could have happened to him to show him that he's not out of control. He's not a jerk. He's not, being belligerent. He wasn't, stumbling and fumbling. He was nice as he could be, and they go to the police station because when she pulled him over, it was on a bridge. There's all this traffic, and you couldn't do all the, do the different things on the bridge. So they take him to the police station and police garage or whatever, and they said, well, can you do this? Touch your toes. Do that. And so he said, well, my back, and he's trying to get some little sympathy.
He was stretching.
Well,
he was doing what he needed to do, post-back surgery.
And I don't think she knew who he was at all, so that's fine. But it was like she really wasn't aware that he was a former.
Yeah, it's not like the Tiger Woods situation where you'd see him and, you'd have to not live on this planet to not know what Tiger Woods looked like or who he was. Tony Romo could walk into a Walmart in Milwaukee and no one would know.
Not everybody is a football fan.
Right.
So again, he's doing his stretches and stuff, and then that was kind of funny. And I was like, okay, this video is kind of benign, so it's not going to harm him. It's just, he pays the fine, says I'm sorry, and, learns to take an Uber and don't do that anymore. And then the mic drop happened. Somebody used AI and had him doing Dak's twist hip thing.
the hip twist pregame stretch.
Oh, my God, it was too funny. It went viral. I think it got like 100,000 likes. It was so funny. And I'm like, you know what?
Find it.
Yeah, if you can find it. It is too funny. If you haven't, you got to see Tony Romo, Dak, Prescott hip thrust, the What he does before games, it's too funny.
Tony Romo, it's a video of Tony Romo doing the DAC to prove he is not drunk. It's got millions of views.
It's so crazy, and it's too funny. And it reminded me of like whenever a big-name celebrity, usually an actor, an actress, somebody, has some kind of situation, they have them like host a comedy show or be on Saturday Night Live, and they make fun of it to kind of clean it up because whatever it was really wasn't that bad. It was bad, but it wasn't the end of the world bad. And so in a way, this was kind of like, without Tony even having a comment, it's like everybody's like, you know what? You know, this isn't the worst thing that's happened.
And so they've announced, CBS, just covering face is what it sounds like to us, that J.J. Watt will replace Tony Romo in the meantime. But I really can't expect that to go past week 1. I think J.J. Watt's, I think he's with Iron Eagle. He's like the secondary guy for NFL on CBS there.
Yeah, he's going to be with Jim.
And he'll be with Jim.
I think what CBS is doing is what you're supposed to do, which is they're saying, okay, we're going to suspend him. And we have addressed it. They're probably going to say they've talked with Tony or whatever, and whatever they come up with is between them. But it's not going to be like, oh, wait a minute, CBS just let him do whatever he wants. No. They're saying we would suspend him, and then they will address it internally.
Yep. So we'll see. But you're right. I think was hilarious.
I don't think it was a career ending.
I agree. I completely
Especially
agree.
the way he handled himself, because there's a lot of people like, man, that's nothing, or he shouldn't have never said he was leaving the golf course.
I know. Yeah, and he had a rough day on the golf course as well, too.
Yeah,
so that
92?
that played into a little bit. Well, some other news regarding quarterbacks coming out of camp. Deshaun Watson. Talk about a guy whose career we kind of thought was over. He is still on the Cleveland Browns and working to be their starting quarterback. News coming out of camp today. He threw his 5th interception in 4 practices. He threw 3 today in camp. And so
there's 250 million reasons why he's not going to be playing for them.
Right.
And the number one is, it would be one thing. It's one thing, the contract was just out of control. It was the first ever and the only ever since then fully guaranteed contract by any player in the NFL. They overpaid him to get him out of Houston because with Houston, and by the way, they gave Houston all these number 1 draft picks and stuff, because when he was with Houston, his scandal with the massage parlor therapist, it was just crazy.
Not just one.
Yeah, it was several of them. Anybody know, it's kind of like a barber. If you, and I get massages, I get a chiropractor and I get massage, I go to the chiropractor twice a week because my back is screwed up. But if you get a really good massage therapist, you stick with that massage therapist. It's like a barber. You don't change barbers out.
Right.
You got somebody who know how to get your hair cut right, you stick with them. Well, he had like a bunch of them, and he winds up settling out of court with a bunch of them. But the whole point I'm trying to make was, when he was with Houston, he was a really good quarterback. He almost beat Kansas City one year and went to the Super Bowl. So with that being said, he also had the right of not being he had some kind of trade clause where he could decide where he wanted to go. And I think he was headed to Atlanta or maybe Miami, and Cleveland came out of nowhere with a brand new GM. And they way overpaid, and they overcompensated Houston. And then when he got there, well, first he was suspended. His suspension continued because he didn't do anything extra wrong. It's just it was continuation of a suspension.
Yep.
Then when he started playing, he got hurt, and he was terrible when he was hurt. I mean, he was awful. And so it was just a bad deal. Period. They went through all these other quarterbacks afterwards. I think the only reason Cleveland is having him compete is because Shedeur Sanders needs competition. And I'm saying this not to knock Shedeur, but he's not like far and away the absolute number 1 pick in the draft like a Joe Burrow or Patrick Mahomes. It's like nobody's close to him. It's like, no, he didn't even make it into the first 2 or 3 rounds. So with all that being said, he needed competition. And so on paper, they're doing what you're supposed to do on paper. I would be shocked if Deshaun Watson winds up being their starting quarterback this year. Shedeur would have to get hurt.
I would be too. I can see a scenario where, for example, the Raiders had just come out and announced that Kirk Cousins will start over Fernando Mendoza. I don't expect that to last all year.
Let me say this about that. It could, but I doubt it. And the reason what the Raiders are doing is what Kansas City did when they had Alex Smith and they drafted Patrick Mahomes. It's not unheard of. They're saying it's nothing wrong with Mendoza. It's like, but you know what? We've got a veteran. Let him hold it down until Mendoza is totally up to speed.
Yeah, so I could see them announcing Deshaun Watson Watson as the starter. Like, it wouldn't totally shock me if they announced Deshaun Watson as the starter.
Because the Browns are the Browns.
Because the Browns are the Browns. And you've got like 5 quarterbacks in that room, and you really have no idea who your starter could be. But I would not expect him to play throughout the season, whether that's performance-based or injury-based or because they end up trading him. I don't know.
Think anybody would take. And again, if he were playing well, if he were really playing like the Deshaun Watson of Houston, if he was one of the top 15 quarterbacks in the league, then somebody would take a flyer.
For sure.
I mean, Philadelphia took a chance on Michael Vick, and he came out of prison from the dogfighting.
Yeah.
And again, he
did great.
He did great. And so where I'm going with this is, if Deshaun Watson said, yeah, I learned my lesson, blah, 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 and he was playing well, there's always one team that would take a quarterback that's good.
For sure.
But he hasn't been good.
Yeah.
And like I said, Deshaun, I can't see him staying in Cleveland. But at the same time, Shador, they don't really know what they have yet. He's shown lots of signs that he's good, but he holds the ball too long.
Yeah.
And so just maybe let's see what he can do.
For sure. In other news, Ricky Pearsall, wide receiver for the San Francisco 49ers, will be out for the entire season.
Oh.
Just got announced that they are bringing Deebo Samuel back.
He's back.
On a one-year deal as well, too. So the 49ers going through coaching injuries.
By the way, Ricky's
out.
Shanahan's in protocol.
He's still in concussion protocol. So lots of stuff going on. Another news around the NFL. Cam Scatterby, I thought this was funny. He admits to doing dumb things.
Right.
And so Cam said, obviously I do some dumb things here or there, but I learned from it. My coach talked to me and let me know how he felt. Will I do a backflip again? Probably not. You live and learn and move on.
He better said the right thing, because he was, for a couple of days, last couple of weeks, he was just saying, no.
Right.
No, I'd do it again. He said, I like that role. But no, he's going to have to dial it back, or at least act like he's serious about his football, because people are like, dude, you're a pro. You can hurt yourself.
Yeah, for sure. And we see, and especially during training camp, this is always the unfortunate part, is we're all excited that football's here. And even though there's not a lot of contact going on, these guys are still, they're pivoting, they're moving, and they're still being somewhat physical, and injuries do happen. And so Bill's safety, C.J. Gardner-Johnson, who they brought in on a deal to shore up their secondary, he was carted off the field today with a lower body injury as well, too. So it's just wild when you get all excited for these teams and the additions they bring in, and then you see them potentially lose their season before the preseason even starts. And we're seeing that a lot,
That's why a lot of them don't play the starters until the last preseason game, or the second to last, and it's only one preseason game, because they got 17 games, and these guys hit hard nowadays. I mean, they were always hitting hard back then, but still, it's like, it's a war of attrition, man. It really is.
Yeah, and so it's... so here's ESPN Cleveland released their... stats for the quarterbacks from today. So I wanted to Shador Sanders was 13 of 22 for 4 touchdowns with 1 pick. Deshaun Watson, 12 of 19, 3 touchdowns, 3 interceptions. Dylan Gabriel.
And that's without Myles Garrett in his face, because Myles is with the Rams.
He's with the Rams, and Dylan Gabriel, 5 of 9. So talking to your point, Sion, Sanders got the most reps. So we'll see kind of what happens there in Cleveland.
I mentioned Myles Garrett. Let me say this real quick, because it came out today. Here is your Aaron Donald watch update. As of today, Sean McVay, the head coach, said he's looking good.
Trending up.
It's trending up. He said, however, we don't expect to hear anything or anything to tell you until August the 8th, which is the day after they break camp. So basically, if he joins the team, it's going to be without a training camp, but it's not impossible. Jadeveon Clowney joined the Cowboys last year, and he never went to training camp.
Yeah, and final quote we've got from camp today that I thought was really interesting. Will Levis, we've kind of forgotten about him as they brought in Cam Ward there in Tennessee. He says there's not 32 quarterbacks in this league that are better than me. I know I've put the tape out there already that I'm a dang good quarterback in this league. I just find it fascinating when we've got guys that we kind of forget about, backup quarterbacks.
I don't even remember him, because Will Chambers is the same. Both of them Kentucky guys.
Both of them Kentucky guys. And it's just interesting. Some of these guys you forget about during camp, and then here they are during a press conference. It's like, Will Levis, what's Will Levis doing? Deshaun Watson, what? But that's these quarterbacks are still out there trying to find a job. To your point, you really never know who's going to stay healthy and who you might need to call on midseason.
Exactly. And speaking of Wills, there's another Will out there. I'll give you a Will Greer update. Will Greer, remember Cowboys backup quarterback Will Greer, one of Dak Prescott's best friends. He is now an assistant coach for the Cowboys.
Crazy. Yeah.
Hey, he's good in the room, man. He can help those backup guys work with Dak and figure out and get him ready.
We've seen that too. A guy that comes to mind, Davis Webb, who was with the Giants for a little bit there as a quarterback in the Jets, and then he got into the Sean Payton coaching tree. OC for the Broncos now, retired early, or didn't really retire, but just moved into coaching.
That's what Jason Garrett did.
Jason Garrett, Will Grier.
Did you know Jason Garrett was the quarterback coach for Nick Saban with the Miami Dolphins when they were about to get some guy named Drew Brees.
Crazy, yeah. And these guys,
quarterbacks,
and that's a really quick way to expedite your coaching. It's like Will Grier, I would not be shocked to see him being an OC here in 2 or 3 years. Doing that.
Kellen Moore was Dak's backup.
Another great
Tony
example.
Romo's backup.
Another great example there.
St. Louis. You know what? And here's the other thing. When he finally moved up to OC, when Garrett let him call plays, it was against the Saints way back when. Cowboys lost that game. But they were talking about the pressure on that room. He was like, this guy just was the quarterback last year. And now he's going to game plan. And he's got to talk to all the other long-time assistant coaches and have them invest into his game plan.
Yeah, it's crazy. And we'll be excited to see what happens there, too, especially Cowboys got a lot of fun questions at backup quarterback as well, too. So we'll break that down with Brian here in a little bit. But coming up next, LeBron signed with the Sixers, but isn't living in Philadelphia.
Not at all.
We'll see what the New York plan is there.
And we've got hints on when the NBA schedule will drop. And will the Mavericks make this Christmas Day cut? That's next on 105.3 The Fan.
Take us with
We're back on 105.3 The Fan. Brennan Baxter alongside three-time Hall of Famer, CA.
Got you down.
NBA, we were just talking during the break about the NBA schedule and when it ends, when it starts, and what should they move it? Should they have started it in December? Because you said NBA season essentially starts on Christmas Day.
Yeah, that's the kind of where everybody pays attention to it. They actually start the week of Halloween, but then everybody knows that it's Christmas Day. And we were talking about how, when they were in the bubble, they had to resume the season after March is shut down, and then it started back up in the bubble, and it went all the way to October 11th?
October, yeah, which is wild. I totally forgot about that. But
and then the next season
ended October 11th.
The 22nd or something?
Yeah.
December
22nd.
And I was thinking back then, man, they should do it like this. They should have it go from Christmas Day, basically, week of Christmas, and that way you're not up against the NFL. I was thinking that's the most logical thing to do, and they weren't, but they weren't counting on the NFL saying, you know what, we're going to have about 3 Christmas games ourselves. Let's just do Christmas ourselves. We're the NFL.
I did not watch a single NBA Christmas game.
Isn't that something?
In December, like last year, which 10 years ago, before pre-COVID, I was looking forward to turning on an 11 a.m. NBA game on Christmas morning.
Everybody did for years.
I did not watch a single NBA game on Christmas because why would you? I mean, and you had college football right around there as well, too, having bowl games and all that sort. So
I just thought it would be easier for the NBA to go up against baseball in the dog days of August.
Totally
as opposed to, the NFL in December and in January.
Because if you started, let's say, December 22nd or Christmas Day, and that was your season, and you went into the end of July, like if the NBA Finals were going on now, and then they ended prior to NFL training camp.
Right. And then you've got the free agency after that.
And you can kind of keep major news going throughout it. It would just make the most sense, I think. And you're not really competing with baseball, because baseball's every single night.
Every single night,
for
and
6
it's the
months.
dog days. It's not like you have the trade deadline, that's about it.
Right.
But anyway, we bring up the schedule we're talking about off the air because we got hints on what the schedule is going to look like and when it's going to come out. Thanks to my buddy Mark Stein, who's an NBA insider forever, ever. Yes, he is. He's got his own Substack and all that. So Steiny was coming up with this. He dropped this last night. He said, this is what you need to know. He's predicting the 5-game Christmas Day slate. All right. Also know this. He said, if recent history proves it to be a guide, the schedule should release some point during the week of August 10th. Now, he's saying this because last year, that's when they dropped the schedule. It was like right around there. And here's the scenario. Here's the scenario. It came out like around August the 10th. So if you look that week and then you look at some of the things that are going on that week, you can see how it should probably be dropped in. And that's what usually happens. We usually know the entire NBA schedule in August. Right now we know the Mavericks preseason schedule. There's a couple of games in China. Then they're going to do 2 home games, one against Houston and one against the New Orleans Pelicans. But after that, nobody knows the regular season. The regular season usually happens the week of Halloween, the last week of October. And then you got those Christmas games. So there's 5 of them. Here's his hints on who's probably going to be playing on Christmas. The New York Knicks have always played on Christmas Day.
Yeah, no surprise there.
They just have. And they haven't played a road Christmas game since 2012. They almost always play those games at where? Madison Square Garden. It's like that's what they do. And they rarely, if ever, play it at night on Christmas in New York. It's always the first game on the schedule. Well, you know they're going to play. So that's one team. Who else do you think is going to play on Christmas? Give me a guess.
I'm going to guess the Philadelphia 76ers.
Ding, 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 ding. Yes, they're guaranteed to get a Christmas game for the first time since 2023 because they're the first team in league history to acquire 2 NBA Finals MVPs, LeBron James and who?
Jaylen Brown.
Ding, ding, ding. And then, okay, let's see. By the way, here's another clue to let you know Philadelphia is definitely on Christmas. LeBron has played every Christmas game since 2007. 2007.
20 years.
So, Christmas Day games all about the stars, right? And the teams that did something really good. There's one team, by the way, who out of all, there's 30 teams in the NBA. There's only one team that has never played on Christmas. 877-881-1053. Tolos, you can text us if you think you know which team has never, ever, you know what to do.
817 says NBA doesn't start until after March Madness ends. So the play.
It depends on where you're. It depends on. Hey, everybody knows. It depends on where you are. Okay, so here are a couple of other big names. So judging how great the finals went through, the ratings were through the roof. Everybody's locked in on the finals. Who's in the finals?
The Knicks and the Spurs.
The Spurs with Victor Wembanyama. Wemby's going to be playing on Christmas.
Oh, yeah.
And the question is, what about the team that LeBron left?
Yeah, I could see a nighttime game for the Lakers.
You know they're going to see what Luka looks like without LeBron.
Right.
You know that's what they're going to do. Are the Lakers going to be any good? Name another big move that happened besides LeBron in the last month. I'll give you a clue. He took his talents to South Beach.
Yeah, I was about to say Giannis and Miami.
Giannis. So you know Giannis is going to get a game. And then there's the reigning back-to-back MVP.
Oklahoma City.
That's right. Oklahoma City Thunder, Shai Gilgeous, Alexander SGA. He's going to be on Christmas. And then they say, Mark Stein says, the other factor is there's a guy that has turned Christmas into a work day for his team the past 2 Christmas in a row. And they think it's going to continue because this team has acquired a superstar who looks just like Fan After Dark's Blake Elliott.
Who looks
Dylan knows
just
who
like
I'm talking
Blake
about.
Elliott? A superstar that looks like Blake Elliott.
Uh-huh.
Just acquired him.
Yeah, he got traded. He was shocked when he got traded up north to the Timberwolves to join Anthony Edwards in the backcourt.
Oh, LaMelo Ball.
Yeah, LaMelo and Blake are damn near twins.
He does kind of look like Blake Elliott.
I tell Blake that all the time. You're one of them Ball kids, aren't you?
Yeah.
You one of LeVar Ball's kids. That's who your daddy is, right? LeVar. Okay.
So if you're Dallas, where you think?
Okay, that's 7 teams, 7 out of 10. There's 3 spots left. And here's what you got to look at. Is it going to be Golden State with Steph Curry, maybe for the last time on Christmas, for the Golden State Warriors? Or maybe not. Jokic with Denver. Arlington's own Cade Cunningham with Detroit. They won 60 games. Donovan Mitchell, because the Cavs got snubbed, and they got to see what Harden and Mitchell look like on Christmas. Tyrese Halliburton's back for Indiana. Jason Tatum in Boston without Brown. Or Cooper Flagg and the return of Kyrie Irving.
I feel like a really compelling matchup, unless they want to do a finals rematch on Christmas, like Spurs at Knicks. I think it's Spurs Mavericks. If Kyrie's healthy and Cooper, year 2, Cooper, Wembanyama, 2 of the younger stars in the league. That would be a really exciting, like 2:30 game for the league. Like I would rather see that than Golden State. Golden State to me,
that sounds like West Coast.
Gone.
Well, they're old.
Like yeah, it doesn't
Warriors.
do it for exactly. They don't do it for me anymore on a marquee matchup. Now I'm biased here being in Dallas, talking about the Mavs being on Christmas, but still, I think from a league perspective, taking the bias out of it, Cooper Flagg, Wembanyama on Christmas Day would be more of an exciting sell, in my opinion.
There's only one team that has never played on Christmas Day, and we got Tolos texting in. 972 said the Wizards never played on Christmas. Unfortunately, they have back in the day. Let's see, another team, Hornets. Another one said the T-Wolves. T-Wolves last 2 years in a row. Somebody said the Kings. Yeah, Sacramento Kings have played on Christmas Day. Let's see.
My guess was Charlotte has played.
It is Charlotte. They have never played.
That was where my mind actually went first. And then when I saw that, because they've been in and out of the city. Like, they've kind of gone, the franchise has changed so much. So,
yeah, the Hornets used to be in New Orleans at one point.
Charlotte Hornets. Great job
and the
there.
Bobcats, and then turned back
from
into
the
the
214 and the 409. Hornets.
So, we'll find out officially in the next 2 weeks. So the schedule should drop. And like I said, LeBron is with Philadelphia now. They're definitely going to be on the calendar. But that leads to the question of, okay, LeBron is playing for Philadelphia. but I don't know if everybody heard this. He ain't living in Philadelphia. Now, his family's got a place in Akron, in between Cleveland and Akron, because he grew up in Akron and got this big old mansion out there in Ohio, OHIO. And he also has the big mansion in L.A. But he's not going to live in Philadelphia. He's going to live in New York City. And he won't be the first player to play for the Sixers but live in New York City. In fact, I'll give you a hint on both of them. One guy who was living in Brooklyn, wasn't playing for Brooklyn, but he played for the Sixers, but he decided to live in Brooklyn. He's now a coach in the NBA, and he coached LeBron last year.
J.J. Redick?
Yes, J.J. Redick used to commute. He just drive on down to Philadelphia.
Wow.
And live in Brooklyn. And then there's another guy who actually played for the Lakers too, but he also played for Philadelphia when they were the Warriors. He scored 100 points one night.
Oh, Wilt Chamberlain?
Yeah, Wilt Chamberlain never lived in Philly. He lived in New York.
Wow.
Isn't that wild? So LeBron wouldn't be the first one, but they're talking about how's LeBron going to do this. They're hinting about a helicopter. And when I first heard about this helicopter, I started thinking about Jerry Jones' helicopter. I was like, wait a minute. Jerry's got a helicopter. I think Jerry takes the helicopter mostly to Cowboys games, although he's not a player, but he takes that helicopter. And I've always said as much driving as I do, because I live in Wichita. That's not Wichita. Waxahachie.
You're thinking about the red beer there in Wichita Falls. Yeah.
Waxahachie is on the other end of Frisco. Whenever I got to do stuff at Frisco, it's a haul. It's definitely over an hour.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
So I said, man, Jerry got to loan me that helicopter. And so I thought about Jerry's helicopter, and then I found out there were a couple of other players who have used helicopters, but not to go to Philadelphia. Kawhi Leonard would take a helicopter to Clippers games. He has a place in L.A., but he had a bigger place in San Diego. And when he's in San Diego most of the time, he just take a helicopter. That's how he would go to Clippers games. Now, right now, his career's on hold.
Now he's going back to Toronto, taking it to Toronto.
It's on hold. They're doing an investigation. We'll see if that thing happens. It's on hold right now.
That is crazy.
But LeBron, and then everybody knows about Kobe. Kobe Bryant used to take helicopters, not only to Lakers games and some Lakers practices, but you already know about in this plane crash and the whole 9 yards. So a lot of NBA fans like, LeBron, don't do this, man. That's what happened to Kobe. You don't want to do that. Helicopters are pretty safe on the whole. Safer than any other traffic.
Okay, it's fine. I was actually thinking of that when you said that. I looked up our helicopter safe.
They are. They're very safe.
Yeah, fatal accident rate for helicopters is about 0.58 per 100,000 flight hours.
It rarely happens. I've been on a couple of helicopters, and they were nice little rides. Not Jerry's yet. Come on, Jerry, hook a brother up. But I've been on helicopters. I've been on every kind of airplane you can imagine, including an hot air balloon. I've done I've flown with the Blue Angels out of Carswell. I've also flown those little fighter planes, those World War II fighter things. We did a couple of the times. So I totally believe in flying, but LeBron's going to have some weather problems in New York. There was a writer who said, okay, he can afford it easily. He did an estimate of how much these flights would cost, these helicopter flights for LeBron would cost. Somewhere around $4,000, but if he says, I'm going to endorse it and all that, he can work a deal. But he said if he was just going to do the regular price, it'd be like $380,000. That's nothing to him. He's a billionaire. In fact, he's only making $8 million over the next 2 years. So money's not even the problem. It's the weather. There's a lot of fog between New York and Philadelphia in the mornings, just period, no matter what the season. And they also said that he's not going to take a train, even though a lot of people take the train from New York to Philadelphia. Said, nah, can't take the train. Too high profile.
Just taking a train.
So that's not going to happen. So they said, okay, he's not going to drive himself, but watch him get some kind of vehicle, some kind of car to take him around.
Yeah.
And sometimes take the helicopter depending upon the weather.
You do have to think about, and I know we got to go to break, and Atolo texted in, but you hate to think about it, but Kobe and LeBron
That's
and
what I
his
said earlier.
connection to Kobe and how close. I just do wonder if it's a foggy day and LeBron gets in a helicopter. Are you thinking about that at all? It would scare me a little bit, to be honest.
Well, that's what I said a little bit earlier while you were looking at the helicopter stuff. I was just talking about that.
Yeah, that's what, and I'm with you there.
I don't think he would because, he was on the Lakers when that happened.
Yeah.
And
California's different mountains and different sort of thing. Different flight plan.
Yeah, don't get me wrong. You have to be totally weather related. If it's foggy, I ain't going up.
I'm with you. I'm totally with you, man.
Yeah, but the bottom line is he's not going to live in Philadelphia. He will be living in New York. Schedule should drop in a couple of weeks. Dallas Mavericks. The latest on Kyrie, complete bill of health. He's healthy. And then there's one thing that's kind of hanging in the air. Dwight Powell, the Mavericks backup center, he's a total free agent. He has not signed with anybody yet. I'm not saying he's coming back to the Mavericks, but he had a lot of fans. Again,
keep it going, man.
He came over. Believe it or not, do you remember when he joined the Mavericks?
Oh, gosh, yeah. What, 2013?
He came over
in the trade.
With the Rondo trade.
Yeah, with Boston.
Way back when Rondo messed up the team.
Yeah.
Dwight Powell, again.
Been here ever since.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to retire. He's 35, but I think there's a role for him somewhere in this league, if not with the Mavericks, because he is really, really good as far as situational. It's kind of like a pitcher. You don't want to be a starter, but situational.
Yeah,
you know?
I'm with you.
There you go.
I'm with you, man. Well, that was a look around the NBA. Coming up next, we'll get to the top 5. Let you know what that is next on The Fan.
Hey, Tolo, Sean, and RJ here with
They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all prices sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Relax and enjoy the difference based on new Chevy registrations 2023 through 2025.
So CBS Sports released on July 30th their top 100 players of all time NFL.
2 days ago.
2 days ago. Brian Diardo did there. And so I figured it'd be fun for us to kind of go through our top, narrow this list down to our top 5.
Okay.
And me and you could do that. We are waiting. Brian Broaddus could call us at any moment.
Yeah, he's going to be checking in from the tennis courts, which means he's going to be on headphones, and he'll be clear as a bell.
He'll be clear as a bell.
As soon as the Cowboys practice is over in Oxnard, he's going to check in with us.
So we'll get an update from Brian when we'll know, hopefully here in the next hour. I don't know typically how long that their Saturday practices go.
It's like 1:46 right now. I bet his practice is over. He's talking to some coaches or players or something, and he's going wandering over there.
Getting all the good information for us. Yeah, and that's all that Brian does for us here at 105 through the Fan. So the criteria here was interesting. There's only 4 players on this top 100 that are currently active in the NFL playing. So 96 of these guys
in history
retired in history. Some of the criteria: individual success accolades, 1, dominance during the era, longevity, career milestones, enduring impact and legacy, team success, and then relative ranking to position. So that's kind of how all of this formulates into these players.
Before I guess my top 5 and you do yours, or you tell us who they have as their top 5, is it quarterback dominated?
So the top 5 players is, and I won't name names.
Yeah,
but
don't name names.
No, it's not quarterback.
Oh, good.
In fact, there's only 2 in the top 5.
Really? So they're not 21st century bias?
No, and in fact, the 3 of the 5 aren't from this century.
How many of them are on defense in this top 5?
0.
So they're offensive.
Offensive bias, but not quarterback biased.
Okay.
In the top 5.
So I'm going to guess quarterback, wide receiver, running back, and maybe a lineman.
Yes, maybe. In fact, the first player that is defensive on this list comes in at number 7.
Let's guess who that is first.
Okay.
Okay, 20th century or 21st century?
20th.
AFC or NFC? AFC?
NFC.
NFC. Huh.
And he played from 81 to 93.
Are they saying Lawrence Taylor?
They are. Number 7, Lawrence Taylor.
He's no Micah Parsons.
They've got Lawrence Taylor as the best defensive player of all time, based off this list.
On coke or off coke?
I think off. I think
golf cured him.
You said golf cured him?
That's what he said. Let's start playing golf.
So the next, if you could guess the next defensive player, same era, relatively the same era. He comes in at number 8.
AFC?
NFC.
Defensive player. Give me another hint. Which division?
His nickname. The Minister of Defense.
Reggie White.
Reggie.
That's too easy. Philadelphia and Green Bay.
So those are the only 2 defenders that made the top 10 on this list.
So let's get into that top 5. I like the way you're breaking this down.
Yeah,
okay, so how many quarterbacks in that top 5?
2 quarterbacks in the top 5.
Okay. Are both of them in the 20th century?
One of them is just the 20th century. And then one of them's both.
One of them's both?
Technically speaking, yes.
Okay, that means 99. So Tom Brady and who? Let's see, Tom Brady and who's joining Tom Brady? Because Tom Brady's the greatest quarterback of the 21st century so far. Patrick Mahomes still hadn't retired. Let's see. 20th century. Can we be Cowboys biased?
We could be, but they're not.
Well, let's not do that then. Okay, Bradshaw won 4, but they're not gonna say Bradshaw. They're gonna probably say Joe Montana.
They are gonna say Joe Montana.
There you go.
And Joe Montana comes in at number 5.
And don't you know the 49ers traded him away to Kansas City, and he still took Kansas City to the AFC Championship.
Still took it. So, it's interesting you bring up Bradshaw because I'm looking Bradshaw is not even. Johnny Unitas is above Bradshaw. Otto Graham is above Bradshaw. When you're coming, John Elway is above Bradshaw.
I think Hollywood Henderson kind of cliched him when he said, Terry Bradshaw's so dumb he couldn't spell cat if you spot him the C and the T. Once he said that, then Bradshaw had to overcome that.
He had over. So yeah, Bradshaw.
He's from Louisiana, so.
He is. Yeah, he's not. I don't even know. So
he's a country boy.
So just missing the top 5 at number 6 is Peyton Manning. So they had Montana just one spot above Peyton on this list.
Okay, so Montana's number 5.
Montana's 5.
Where's Brady? Okay, wait. Let me guess. So let's save that. Let's say that. Could there be anybody in front of Brady?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Let me think. Could anybody be in front of Brady? Is he the greatest football player? I'm going to say yes.
Okay.
And I'm going to say this is what old guys say if they're sitting at the barbershop. In fact, shout out to everybody at the barbershop today. Headed to the barbershop. It's a Saturday. That's where I started learning about sports. Sitting in the barbershop with my dad. It's like coming to America. That boy good.
That's awesome.
Watching TV and Wide World of Sports and boxing. That's how I started paying attention to sports when I was a little boy in the barbershop. Everybody in the barbershop back in the 20th century would say Jim Brown.
Okay. Jim Brown is not number 1, but he's in the top 5.
Okay. I like the way you're still being coy. I like the way you're not giving away nothing. We're still figuring out who's number 1, if it's may or may not be Tom Brady. Okay, we got Jim Brown. We got Joe Montana.
Yep, so you got 2 of the 5.
Okay.
I won't say where they're placed, though.
Okay, here we go. Jerry Rice is also in that top 5.
That is correct. Jerry Rice is also in the top 5, but he is not.
Oh, wait a minute. I know he's not number 1.
Oh, okay.
How about he's number 4? No?
No.
Okay. So where's Jim Brown again?
Jim Brown is at 3.
Okay. And then Joe Montana's number 5.
Yep.
So, okay, then he's number 2.
Jerry Rice is number 2.
Okay.
Correct.
So now we're looking for number 1. And we're looking for number 3. Tom Brady's
number 1 and number 4. Jim Brown's 3.
Okay, my bad.
Yeah,
number 4 and number 1. And Tom Brady could be either or.
Correct. But then you'd really have to make the argument for number 1. I mean, if Tom Brady's not number 1,
you have to really
make the argument.
Because how could he be number 4?
Yeah.
So it's Brady's number 1.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah,
Tom Brady is number 1. If he wasn't number 1, he slapped somebody like what's his name in that wrestle?
Yeah, yeah. So that leaves number 4.
Jake, what is that? Number 4, and it's an offensive player.
Correct.
We already got Jim Brown. We already got Jerry Rice. We already got Joe Montana and Tom Brady.
This would be impressive if you got not. You obviously know who this guy is, but when I saw the name, I'm like, oh, that's definitely subjective. I think.
Okay, I'm gonna think they're showing the offensive line some love. Am I wrong?
You're wrong. And
okay, don't give me a clue. Don't give me a clue.
Okay.
It's not an offensive lineman.
Nope.
So it must be another running back. Am I right?
You're right on the running back train.
Okay. Is it Emmett?
It's not Emmett. It's not Emmett.
Okay, wait a minute. Running back. And it's not Jim Brown.
It's not Jim Brown.
So this is the only controversial one in the list. So let me run this down again right now. Number 1 is Tom Brady.
Yep.
Number 2 is Jerry Rice.
Yep.
Number 3 is Jim Brown. Number 5 is Joe Montana.
Correct.
And number 4 is a running back.
Yes.
And it's not Emmitt Smith.
It's not Emmitt Smith.
21st century or 20th century?
20th.
Ooh.
Which one? You got 2 to choose from.
O.J. Simpson.
Not O.J. Simpson. No.
If he hadn't done that one thing.
And then, you know what? Let me scroll up and see if O.J.'s on the list
probably
at
not
all.
even on the list.
If
he had not done that one thing, he'd have been.
Oh, no. O.J. Simpson's 29.
That's the least they could do.
Yeah.
Did you know he's not going to be in the Buffalo Bills Hall
I
of
did
Fame?
know that.
Yeah.
And it didn't put him in the new stadium either.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Okay. I can't. Okay, let me take a wild guess. Let me just 20th century, but it's not Emmitt Smith. Eric Dickerson?
Not Eric Dickerson.
Oh, Barry Sanders.
Okay, I thought you were going to go. Barry Sanders is number 9.
Who is the running back?
817 got it right.
Let's see.
817 guessed Walter Payton.
Oh, my goodness. I forgot Sweetness.
And the 469.
Oh, my goodness.
Walter Payton, number 4. Sweetness.
That's natural. I mean, how could I forget Sweetness?
And so the running back is so interesting on the debate because you could, like, when you would have said Barry Sanders or Walter Payton or Emmitt Smith being the all-time leading rusher, maybe not the most skilled of these guys,
right?
But has the accolades, which went into the the story as well, too.
Walter Payton was the man. I will say this, though. Barry Sanders is the most incredible running back I've ever seen in my life.
Everybody says that. I feel like everyone that watched him play in person.
You have to see it in person.
It's an objective opinion, it feels like.
It's just absolutely, you just have to see the highlights. It's absolutely amazing.
Oh.
Right. Nothing against everybody else, but Barry Sanders, if he was on a better team, my goodness.
So final question for you, CA. Do you agree with the top 5?
Of course not. It's objective. But I'm not mad at it. I don't agree with it, but I'm not mad at it.
Would you agree at Brady number 1?
Yeah, it has to be.
Gotcha.
7 Super Bowl, come on.
I'm with you.
Including a different team and not just the Patriots, so you can't even say it was Belichick's system?
Yeah, I'm with you there, man. Well, that was the top 5. Coming up next, who spent the most on NIL in the richest teams in college sports?
Or Brian Broaddus.
Next on The Fan.
Our goal krld-fm Leasing Studios. Thanks for turning it on and leaving it on. 105.3 The Fan.
We're having so much fun. We don't even know what hour of the show it is here. We're trying to think. We started at 1 o'clock.
This is 4.
So this is going into the fourth hour.
It's been a quick 4 hours.
Quick
man.
4 hours
Having fun
here.
Up here.
Three-time Hall of Famer CA alongside Brennan Baxter. And we're still waiting on our inside reporter there at Oxnard, Brian Broaddus.
Yeah, he's going to join us before 5 o'clock.
He's going to join us before 5 o'clock. So we're looking forward to that here within this hour. Getting the latest updates from the Cowboys practice today in Oxnard. Looking forward to hearing about that.
Yeah, at some point the Cowboys are going to have a scrimmage game against the Rams. When I was doing the CA Stories Confidential, I had mentioned all these different training camps that I've covered over the years, 36 of them in all the different locations. And I remember this one year, the Cowboys scrimmage against the Rams. I think it was the Rams, not the Raiders, but it's Rams. And all of a sudden, everybody stopped. And then all of a sudden, everybody's looking down on the field. And what had happened was, Dez Bryant lost the earring. And everybody's looking for that damn earring. I swear to God, security, everybody, what is going on? Dez lost the earring.
Yeah, you gotta keep the wide receivers happy, man. When do they play is it August 6th or what?
Got the schedule coming up right here.
Let me look at the preseason.
Mm-hmm.
Are you a fan of those, by the way? The
scrimmages,
inner scrimmages.
Of course, because fights break out.
Yeah, that's what I love seeing the drama that comes from.
Happens.
It feels like that's why they kind of do them. Just let's get the testosterone out.
Exactly.
You haven't hit anybody all summer and spring. Let's get the ball rolling here and just get these guys in camp together and start shoving each other. Because outside of that, I mean, really, what benefit does it bring prior to the preseason?
Well, you get tired of hitting the same guys, and it's your own team, so you just
ready.
Get tired of it.
Yeah. It's all the drama. The NFL knows what they're doing.
So here's the schedule. They do joint practice with the Rams at the Rams on August 11th. So Tuesday, August 11th, and the time is going to be determined. The Rams practice at the Warner Center in Woodland Hills.
Okay.
So if you're heading out, there are actually Cowboy fans who leave Texas and they vacation out in L.A. and go to Cowboys training camp.
Yeah.
They just do. So just be aware, August 11th, circle your calendar. If you're heading out to Cowboys training camp, they're going to play the Rams at the Rams part of town.
Man.
And then they're going to have a joint practice in Oxnard on the following Tuesday, August 18th, taking on Kellen Moore and the Saints. So that's two kind of scrimmages.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I like the fact that the drama comes out of them, but I feel like it increases the risk of player injury as well.
No, not
you don't
really.
Think so?
You never hear of anybody getting hurt in one of those.
You're probably right.
No, they just don't.
You're probably right. Well, we were talking college football earlier in the show, and you were bringing up some fun NIL. I know we kind of talked about the endowment side of things, but some of the richest teams and who spent the most on NIL,
right?
And what that's done for roster turnover. And I thought the conversation that we had with Will Chambers earlier as well too about Will had his 6 teams that he thinks could make noise this season, be sleepers for the CFP, and you brought up a fantastic point that, well, you don't really know because you don't know who's on the roster and the depth of these teams each and every year with the NIL because so many teams are poaching different players and taking backups of rosters.
It's just the reputation. You're assuming the reputation, Georgia's always good. You don't know how good they're going to be this year.
Right.
Or Ohio State's you don't know.
It doesn't mesh well.
It doesn't mesh well. And like I said, you have various players from different schools. You don't know if they're a team yet. And you really don't know early on.
Yeah, if you bring back different players, so if you're returning, let's say, like half your defense, so 6 of this 11 guys or 7, and you've got first team all-conference guys on the roster, well, then you can assume, well, this team's going to be pretty freaking good. Like Texas returning Colin Simmons, probably one of the best defenders in the entire sport.
Yeah, if they're returning a lot of guys, that's a different story.
If teams are bringing in a new coach and they're bringing in 60-plus Oklahoma State, for example, with Eric Morris.
And he might be good, not this year.
He might be good,
but not this year.
And you don't know what it's going to return. You're essentially North Texas 2.0 there in Stillwater this year with Drew Messamaker and Caleb Hawkins and Eric Morris. But it's fascinating to see what those teams and how they spend their money, where they're putting it towards. And so I don't know if you have that list The NIL, is that what you were reading off earlier?
I did a little early.
And so you had Texas at 1.
Yeah, 23 million. Ohio State is second at 20 million.
And those teams, no surprise, will be 1 and 2 in the preseason AP poll.
Oregon's at number 3 with 19 million on the NIL just for January, just for the portal in January.
Yeah, 2026.
Like I said, this is the Wild Wild West. We were talking about this really in detail a little earlier. If you're just not checking in with us, if you told on we're being somewhat repetitive, but it's college football is right around the corner. You need to know these things.
4 weeks away.
So, in all seriousness, they keep saying that we wish we had some guardrails, but they don't. It's the Wild Wild West, but they're trying to keep themselves under control with these salary caps. I mean, it's not a real salary cap. There's no one specific salary cap for even individual conferences, but they've got different teams. It's like, this is my budget. And like I said, Texas number 1, 23 million. Ohio State with 20 million. Oregon's got 19 million. Texas A&M's got 18.5 million, number 4. Georgia's number 5 with 17.5. Miami's number 6, 16.5. Alabama, number 7. LSU's number 8. Tennessee's number 9. Michigan's number 10. You asked earlier where Texas Tech was. Number 15 with 11 million. And like I said, all the way down to the top 20. So that's what kind of money is being capped, so to speak. And it puts a lot of pressure on these coaches to produce. And I also kind of mentioned, but we didn't go into this, there's got to be a couple of coaches that are on the hot seat.
Oh, yeah.
And on the crosstalk with Will and Fred brought up the coach at Baylor,
Dave Aranda.
So do you think he's on the hot seat?
I think Dave Aranda is on the hottest seat you could be on.
Really?
I think that people in Waco, when I talked to them, they thought he would have been fired last year, but Baylor went through an athletic director change, and she chose to keep Dave Aranda on.
Right.
And so, and if you're a Tolo Baylor fan, let us know at 877-881-1053. But when he got there, they had so much success right away. They go to the Big 12 championship game. The vibes are really high around Dave Aranda, and that now feels like 5 years ago, which is what it has been essentially. And they've got to win 8 games in my mind.
Yeah,
I think they need an 8-4 seed. They need something of progress. If they're just stuck in the middle again, 6-6, 7-5, I don't think they'll have a choice but to let him go.
Okay, in the state of Texas, since we're starting with Baylor right here, give me a couple of other coaches who could be on the hot seat if they don't start the season 4-0.
I mean, you could go. It'd be really hard to say Sonny Dykes just because they went to a national championship 4 years ago. But if TCU struggles, I mean, if they just don't meet expectations and they're right around like 5-7, 6-6 again, I think there's a lot of people in Fort Worth that are not thrilled with Sonny Dykes and the TCU roster and their place in the Big 12. And you make a national championship at 22, and then you've been pretty much silent since then. And so I could see that seat getting warm if TCU doesn't have a good year in 2026.
And they lost Hoover, didn't they?
Hoover's at Indiana with Kurt Cignetti. They brought in Jaden Craig from Harvard, who had a good year at Harvard. He was a highly rated quarterback in the transfer portal. He wasn't in the Brendan Sorsby, Sam Levitt tier, but he's a really good kid and a good quarterback. So they expect high things from him.
Okay, so check this out. I was talking about the NIL money from this past January, and I was also talking a little earlier about the endowment where all these schools and like UT's got the largest endowment. They got they got an endowment that's like way up there, like $47 billion, right? That's how much that whole school overall has. But it puts pressure on the coaches. I don't think Sark's in trouble at all, though. I think that pressure is basically on Arch. Yeah. And Arch took a pay cut. If y'all missed this earlier, he's got enough NIL deals on his own that the Booster Club didn't have to formally give him a whole lot. And he said, I'll take one for the team. Let's get some good players on this roster.
I feel like it would have to go and horribly wrong for Texas for Sarkisian to be on the hot seat. I'm talking like 5-7. The wheels fall off. Arch gets hurt. Something like that happens. I just can't imagine Sarkisian. Now, if they miss a playoff again, people will be calling for it, but I don't think Texas would actually consider it.
What about SMU and A&M?
I think Mike Elko is totally safe.
Yeah,
they're thrilled with Mike Elko coming off a playoff. I think Rhett Lashley, same way. I think SMU, he's done a great job. He's a good dude. We got to speak to him last year on FanU, and just a solid guy. And I think what he's doing with that program, and they're going to be competing again for the ACC championship, I think.
Houston and Texas Tech?
Willie Fritz is awesome in Houston.
He's a perfect fit.
He's a perfect fit, and I walked right by him at Big 12 Media Days. Mm-hmm. This guy doesn't know who I am. He's never seen me before. And I just said, "How you doing, Coach?" And he said, "Doing great, man. How are you?" And he just sat there and was like, "You having fun today?" And just actually spent about a minute and a half with me.
That's good.
And he's just some random guy.
What about your coach up there in Lubbock?
Oh, man.
He's our guy from Cedar Hill.
Joey McGuire.
Joey McGuire is awesome. He's under pressure because they've got to win.
Yeah, he is under them. I think in terms of a coach in Texas, with the offseason that Texas Tech had, with the Brendan Sorsby drama and all of that, you get shut out in the Orange Bowl against Oregon, making your first ever college football playoff. There is a serious expectation to get back to the CFP and to have a chance to play for a national championship and defending Big 12 champs. Like you have pressure. But Joey's not. He's not on the hottest seat. He probably has the most pressure of any, because I think he knows eyeballs are on Texas Tech.
Right.
Last year they were kind of a Cinderella.
It's not his fault that Sorsby didn't work.
No, he didn't do anything wrong in the Sorsby situation, but I think there's just an expectation now that Texas Tech will compete for a championship. And so if you don't meet those expectations, you do fall short, but he's not on a hot seat. I think he's probably the hottest coach in Texas, I would say.
Okay, so let me go ahead and name the name outside of the state of Texas. To me, that's on the hottest seat. And here's the hint for all the Tolos out there. This team's coach, this team is going to play TCU in the first game of the season in Ireland.
Oh, gosh. Yeah.
Yep, they're going to play the Frogs, and the Frogs already beat them once in the season opener last year. Beat them down when everybody thought this coach would take his pro talents to the college level, him and his girlfriend, and they would be successful. Gosh. They were horrible. We're talking about Bill Belichick in North Carolina. Remember, I don't know if you know how he even got there. Do you know the story about how he got there? And then I'll talk about the problem with his general manager.
I know a high-level version of the story. I don't know if you got an inside scoop on the.
Well, it's not inside. It's kind of like common knowledge now. But the athletic director, he got overruled by the board of trustees or something. It was like the boosters. They got together and they wanted Belichick. So they went above the athletic director. Athletic director resigned, by the way, just a few months ago because he's not even there. No, it's like they went against him. And then he wins 4 games. That's it.
Yeah, 4-8 last year. And it didn't look good
terrible.
At all. Yeah.
Their general manager, Mike Lombardi, is on leave because of HR issues, right? But they said he was being very obnoxious. And not only that, he refused to look at the portal. His whole deal was, I'm going to recruit high school kids. And he does it. He was always talking about, this guy has got the talent to be in the NFL. He's always talking about the NFL. It's like, come on, man, get your college team together.
They brought their NFL ego to a program that wasn't ready to be run like an NFL department. It needed a complete overhaul post-Mac. Not that Mac Brown was bad, but they just needed something refreshing. They go from one 70-year-old head coach to another. And it's not going to be good. They play in Dublin against TCU week 1. That's what I just said. That's the first game.
And they're going to get beat down again. Notre Dame played there last year, and I was like, why is Notre Dame playing there? And all of a sudden, TCU's going there, and TCU beat them. I remember in that first home opener, because it was a big thing, Belichick's first college game in North Carolina, Michael Jordan was in the press box. You had all the big names, every big name, Lawrence Taylor, they were all in the press box, or in the suites, rather, waiting for. And TCU whooped them. I was just laughing.
It was funny to see. From the 469, what about the OU coach, Brent Venables? I think he's pretty safe.
I think he's pretty safe.
Coming off a playoff appearance a year ago.
I'm part of that alumni group there, and I can tell you, we brought him in for defense, but he's kind of family.
They have a great defense.
He was a co-defense coordinator about 15 years ago. Then we kind of cleared house a little bit. Where am I going with this? Bob Stoops. Bob Stoops fired offense and defense coordinators, including his brother Mike, and they left and let him go, basically, whatever, because it was like, okay, I'm not going to take this hit. That's just Bob Stoops, because he's a legend. He's like, I'm not going to take this hit. We're not winning right. All Vrabels did was go to Clemson and win national championships. And then when Lincoln Riley takes over, and Lincoln Riley, he didn't care about defense. And everybody in Oklahoma was frustrated because offense was always great. You have Heisman winning quarterbacks every year. But the defense is like nobody's paying attention. bring back Venables. So he's family. He's got a little bit of a cushion is what I'm trying to say. He's got elbow room, and I like the way the quarterback done bulked up.
Yeah, John Mateer is looking beefed up this year, too. Hey, Jay Gon and Terrell, 214. Can we please put our OU coach Venables, on the hot seat or the first bus right out of town, CA?
No.
I don't think so, Jay Gon.
No, I can say family.
Yeah, he's family. Well, coming up next, we will look around the diamond, or we'll talk to Brian Broaddus next on The Fan.
When your friends say, hey, did you
14-817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Well, we've been promising it all show, CA, that Brian Broaddus would join us live from Oxnard post-Cowboys practice, and we are pleased that moment has finally come. Brian Broaddus, welcome in, man. How you doing today?
Greetings, gentlemen. How we doing today?
We're doing great. We've been waiting with anticipation to finally speak with you post-practice. And
slow day, huh?
Yeah.
Slow day in the world.
We've had a great day.
Couldn't stretch that Ranger debacle last night a little further, huh?
No, we've got plenty of that.
Fortunately, we had some good college football and some NBA to talk about as well. But everybody loves the Cowboys, so we wanted to get your impressions of practice today.
Well, thank you. I will field any questions you have, gentlemen. Go ahead.
So, yeah, man, I mean, we listened to the Shoddy press conference before practice, and there was a lot of talk and some questions there about Caleb Downs. And my mind just kind of goes there first because the leadership that Caleb's bringing in as a rookie is rare with the amount of football and great football that he played at Alabama and Ohio State. What have you seen, and maybe specifically from him today, that is showcasing why the Cowboys were so high on Caleb?
Well, it's interesting because on the first offense, Dak Prescott was able to kind of thread a couple of passes. They got down into the red zone area, so they're inside the 20 there, and they're just kind of working on some things. And Hooker and Bell, it just reminded me of why you draft Downs, because Hooker and Bell are playing safeties, and we saw that act last year, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so Prescott threads a couple of them, big plays, touchdown plays, throws. He's reading the safeties, and then all of a sudden, well, where's Caleb Downs? Well, Caleb Downs is over there playing in the slot. So now you kind of understand why you're giving it plays down the middle of the field and why you drafted a guy as safety that can make plays on ball. And so that tells you right there why the Cowboys, two guys that were here last year, and I'm not trying to bash on Hooker, bash on Bell, but it's just a great example of, they needed to do something different at safety. They needed playmakers. They needed somebody that could play off the hash. They needed somebody that could play down in the box. I mean, all the things that Downs can do. I mean, his communication is just unbelievable. When you watch the offense and they move or switch the strength of the formation away from him or to his side, he's always communicating. He's always moving guys up. He's moving guys back. He's always that guy that seems to have a really good understanding of what's about to happen to him. Now, he had his moment the other day, his welcome to the NFL moment, when he had to carry CeeDee Lamb in the slot.
Ooh.
That right there was like, whoa, okay, I got what's going on here. So, those are going to be days. There are going to be days where, he's going to be absolutely on the screws, everything's perfect. And then other days where maybe he's going to have to learn, like, okay, when you play these guys, you just can't give them the free access like that in routes because they'll separate on you. They'll run you through trash and all that. So he's a guy that clearly is built for this. And, and I'm looking forward to seeing him be more of a part of things. But it was very, very clear when he's not playing in the middle of field too deep, and they have other people back there doing that, there are going to be some issues, and they had a couple of issues today.
Is he going to play a little bit of some of what Jordan Lewis used to bring? Because when Jordan Lewis ran off to Jacksonville hit the jackpot, and I think the Cowboys missed, and they really were missing some Jordan Lewis play. I know he's not going to play the same position exactly, but can he do some of those things?
Well, that's the thing about it, Chris. We all think that he's going to line up and just be a cover slot player. And Jordan Lewis is that guy. Jordan Lewis is very comfortable playing that, but he's Jordan Lewis has done it for a while. Jordan Lewis, he outlasted everybody. Everybody was trying to get rid of him. Everybody was trying to move on from him, and it took some games for him to get the experience. And I think the same thing with this kid. I think this kid is a better player than Jordan Lewis overall. I think Jordan Lewis can do some of the things that Downs does, but I think Downs does them with a little bit more physicality than that. So I kind of anticipate if they're going to put Downs in the slot 100% of the time and let him play, there are going to be some growing pains there, guys. I'm not going to lie to you about that. So you got to make sure that if it's, all right, let's not put him in against this guy. Let's see. Right. Now, they're going to work against the Rams here in a couple of weeks, and hopefully Puka Nacua is going to get an opportunity to practice that day and maybe not take a day off. But that would be great experience for him to be able to have to deal with a guy and dealing with Lamb in practice is no bargain either. So, yeah, the thing that Jordan Lewis he was comfortable playing every single snap in there, whereas this kid has got to develop that, I think, going forward.
Brian, I was listening to you earlier this week, and I believe you guys had Jane Slater on talking, and you had mentioned something about if you were looking for a trade piece, a linebacker or cornerback. Based off what you've seen throughout the rest of this week, are there any holes that you're noticing that you feel like the Cowboys should try to address prior to the season?
Well, they're gonna, there's certain positions that they're actually pretty good at, and the one that's been surprising was, and there's a lot of questions about it, has been the running back spot. That's the one that's kind of been, where I was like going, gosh, this is, maybe this is a little bit better than I thought it was going to be. But yeah, I think that Stephen Jones clearly has talked about it. He was on with the K&C boys yesterday.
He was great.
He was talking about being aggressive. Now maybe he's ball sacking us. I don't know. Or stirring it up. Jerry talking about Max Crosby and we haven't closed the door, and there are some teams out there. I know I reported and talked about with
Miami.
Brooks, with Jordan Brooks. And listen, I appreciate everybody saying, well, man, he just signed a contract. Well, go look at the contract and tell me what you think about it and see how tradable it is.
Mm-hmm.
Also, too, the Dolphins are in a situation where their ownership understands they're probably not going to be pretty good this year. John Eric Sullivan is a guy that I actually babysitted when I worked for his dad at LSU.
Mm-hmm.
His dad's was a receivers coach for a long time. He's now the general manager from the Dolphins. Have a little bit of a line there. Have a little bit of a history there, So these are the kinds of things when you start to hear teams, everybody's like, well, they just signed him, and I'm like, okay, fine.
Look at the fine print.
To be honest with you, I hope that Brooks gets traded. I really, really do. This is the selfish kind of vindictive part of me in my life. I hope he gets traded, but if he doesn't get traded to the Cowboys, I'm going to have a big smile on my face because everybody's telling me he's not going to get traded. But the Dolphins are a team that's in a little bit of they got huge cap problems. And they're willing to be bad, and they want draft picks, and they've got some good players, and Brooks is a very, very good player for them. So with all that being said, is he going to get traded for the Cowboys? We'll see. Stephen Jones hinted around. He says, we were asking him about Bobby Wagner, and he was kind of, well, maybe not Bobby Wagner. Think a little bit bigger than that. Think bigger than Bobby Wagner. Okay, well, how about Brooks? And then Stephen tells us he goes, and think a local kid. Okay, Brooks, local kid. Miami in a little bit of a little flux right now. So, that's kind of where you're, it's better than me trying to speculate. And again, I have people I know in Miami. I have people I know around the league.
Exactly.
If I'm going to put something out there, I'm going to say it like, okay, think about it this way. Think about it, and everybody's like, well, he just signed a contract.
Hey, Brian, let me tell you something. When you said that, let me tell you what I thought. Immediately I thought about the contract, I was like, people don't look at the contract right. I remember people were saying Christian McCaffrey just signed that big contract with Carolina. Right. He ain't going nowhere. And then it finds out later when the 49ers get him, it was the language of the contract that made it work.
Yeah, and so to me, there are possibilities. Is there a possibility that this is a player that they've worked on? Okay, if it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen.
Right.
I'll take the smoke. But I'm just telling you what Miami's in a situation right now is. I think they're looking to move players. I think they're looking to get draft picks. I think they know they're going to be bad this year. So they're trying their best to kind of navigate that. Yeah, they made the contract where it was they know they had to pay the guy. They had to give the guy something for being a good player. But, here we are, but we're going to – I hope he gets traded. I really, really, really do. If Dallas takes him, great. If somebody else does, I am going to have the biggest damn smile on my face right now.
Deservedly so. Hey, Brian, you got a question from Tullo from the 817. He says, ask Brian – and by the way, Brent and I were talking about how the Cowboys going to have a couple of joint practices, one with the Rams and one with the Saints.
Those are important, yeah.
Yeah,
those are
okay.
important.
So this is what he was saying. He said, ask Brian when you talk to him. He thinks you get more out of the joint practices than preseason games.
Absolutely.
Because the joint practices is starters versus starters.
Yeah, that's it. And like I say, the Cowboys are going to go up the road and work with the Rams, and then the following Thursday they're going to come and play the Saints. That's where the coaches get together and the offensive and defensive coordinators, and they tailor the practice to okay, let's look at red zone here. Let's look at short yardage here. Let's do so. You're not getting your quarterback killed in a game. So that's kind of where these, Dak is going to get more work in those two joints practice than any other time, than any other preseason game he can get. So I'm for the preseason games. I'll tell you what I'm for the preseason games. If guys like, okay, I'll give you an example. A guy like Josh Butler. I'm sorry, I'm taking your show over here, but this is
okay. That's why you're here, man.
Greatness. But I know you guys have done it. But Josh Butler, okay, Josh Butler is a guy who's been banged up. He plays. He doesn't play. We're kind of trying to figure out about Josh Butler. Well, Josh Butler's kind of been like a little bit of an afterthought. But the 3 days of practice here, all of a sudden now you're like, wow, I noticed Josh Butler there. Oh, I noticed Josh Butler there again. Oh, how about this one? I saw Julius Wood. Julius Wood, another guy. Well, I noticed him. Safety. What you're trying to do if you're Julius Wood and Josh Butler is you're trying to get the coaches to put you in early in a game in the preseason, not late in a preseason game, not with there's 6 minutes to go. You want them to show enough at practice to where they put you in early, like, hey, well, let's start Josh Butler in this game. Oh, let's start Julius Wood in this game. And that way you get the best opportunity, not only to showcase for the Cowboys, but if they cut you, there's 31 other teams looking at you right now. Yeah. So how you practice means something. It means something because it gives you the opportunity, the coaches feel confidence into putting, instead of the fourth preseason game, and I'm a pro personnel guy with the Buccaneers, and I'm going, I want to watch this Julius Wood. Oh, he only played 15 snaps in the last game?
Right.
Oh, okay. Well, maybe if he had some good practices and stuff like that, and he's a start, that tells you a little bit about these kids. So, yeah, I think it's important. I think the joint practices are super important, and the texter is absolutely right because those are the best reps for the first team.
Brian, we got to go to break here in a sec. Would love to.
Can you stay?
Kick it to break. Kick it to break. Yeah,
would love to stay if you've got time.
Yeah, go ahead. I'll be around. Just go ahead and kick it. Let's go.
Awesome, man. We'll be right back here on 105 through the Fan with Brian Broaddus.
I like shorts that are pretty short.
What do kids want to wear back to school? We ask them.
I love wearing things that make me feel confident. They have to be really comfortable.
In Grapevine, number one Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all prices sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Relax and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 through 2025.
Guess what, Brian brought us? 945. The total from the 945 just texted in and said, this is why 105.3 The Fan is the best sports station around. They've got the best training camp coverage from beginning to end, especially with guys like Brian Broaddus and Bobby Belt coming in tomorrow. Can't wait to hear Sean and RJ and the G-Bag Nation out of training camp next week. That's from Zach in Frisco. Brian.
Well, thank you very much. I appreciate that. I was looking up and seeing where is that 945? Is that what you said?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let me see what.
No, I'm sorry. Yeah, 945.
945. I'm always curious where these 945s are from.
Yeah.
Let's see. Oh, it is. It's serving Dallas. That's a Dallas area code.
I didn't know. Is it new?
I did not know that. I always like to look and see where people are.
Me too.
945, new area code. Yeah, you know what? I've got. I've got. Now I'm going to do my work with 105.3 The Fan. I've got my work I do with my own site with Crown Global Media and stuff like that, and so. Yeah, I'm downloading some. I do a practice report and stuff like that, and show you some stuff. So, if you could, shameless plug,
come on, man.
Media. Yeah, krl-globalmedia.com. Just give me a couple hours, but later on this evening, you should have some good practice tape up if you want to give it a. If you want to give it a look, if you would. I appreciate you doing that, boys. What else questions can I get from you?
Yeah, Brian, one question that I had was about George Pickens. I saw a video of him earlier today with a nice catch in the corner of the end zone there. And the vibe around Pickens, it's always going to be the drama and the attitude and all.
Sure.
But, what have you sensed there this week and the last couple weeks since camp started?
George Pickens is a damn good football player, and there's not any drama with George Pickens. I mean, and I say this in a way of a guy that's a former personnel guy. I would pick George Pickens up at his house every day if it meant him getting to the facility. He's that kind of football player. Yeah, I mean, he is a little different. But, Michael Irvin was a little different. I mean, you could be super. Trouble. Yeah, you could be super. George Pickens is super competitive. He is a talented guy. The route you're talking about, he ran today, and again, I got it on tape. I'll have it up later on. You can watch it yourself. I mean, he is literally playing as the right. He's playing right wide receiver, and he's and he's got Ravel on him, and Ravel's got him blanketed pretty well, and Dak just throws it to the front pylon, thinking that George is going to be there. That somehow, some way, George Pickens is going to get that football. And he does. It's not an elevated throw. It's a throw where really Ravel had no chance. I mean, it was a great pass by Dak, and it was even a better play by Pickens. And Pickens is one of these guys that, he doesn't show these corners when he's going to catch the ball. He's really kind of late with his hands, but he's super in the ability to adjust to the ball and see the ball. And so, yeah, I mean, Ravel had no shot. It's like, Ravel got beat again. No, how about a damn good throw and a damn good catch? But that's what this guy is. I mean, he is. You put up with him being late or whatever he does. I mean, he's not he's not a guy that's a drunk, a drug addict, a domestic violence guy. He's just a little bit different. And, and the team is, and I've talked about, hey, you got to move on maybe from him in a way of if you want to go get a bigger fish, you got to throw a bigger fish. You got to throw a big lure. And so, if you're talking about Max Crosby and all that stuff, and, I mean, he is a great player, and the vibe around him has been great. Here, on the field has been great. The son of a gun just makes play after play after play, and I could see why people fall in love with a guy like that.
Hey, Brian, speaking of Dak, I remember last year when he came to training camp, he was so lean. Everybody was talking about how lean he was, and he talked about his regiment coming off of the injury and the whole 9 yards. What does he look like in shells? Does he look the same, or is he still lean, or what does he look like?
He's just an older guy now. He's 33 years old, and he's not really interested in running. When Dak first got in the league, he had a lot of body armor to him, and I'm not saying he was fat or pudgy or anything like that. He was just a big guy. I mean, and so now, his diet, the way he probably works hard on stretching. I mean, he's not interested in running. And his way of tacking is, being smart, being prepared. Let Williams pick up a blitz. Let's slide a little bit, knowing where the pocket's going to be. Let's make a throw. he looks fine, and he's going to continue as he gets older to have to do that. I mean, you stop being a guy that's going to want to run and make those types of plays to being a guy that's like, okay, where do I know my protection's going to be set up, and how, if I get in trouble, how can I escape to be able to make a throw? I think that's where we are with Dak Prescott now.
CBS Sports released a top 10 NFL quarterbacks list earlier this morning. It had Dak Prescott at number 7. You feel like that's like a fair slot for him?
Yeah, I mean, listen, there was a time where it was him, Eli Manning, and Matt Stafford were somewhere between 9, 10, and 11. And then Stafford won a Super Bowl. Stafford then became an MVP later in life. And now we talk about the top 4 quarterbacks. Matt Stafford's got to be in there. Whereas one time Eli Manning, Dak, and Stafford were all kind of in the mix. You let Dak Prescott go on a playoff run.
Man.
There's going to be an elevation. It's just natural. We're just saying, well, yeah, Dak makes $60 million, and but man, he can't win a big game. Let him win a big game. Let him win a couple of big games. And we're going to probably think about Dak Prescott a little bit differently here.
And, Brian, that's a great point because we were talking earlier in the show about all you need is 1 year. I mean, Matthew Stafford had the year with the Rams 3 or 4 years ago. He was, 35? And we look at him vastly different than we did during his entire career because of what he did in one season.
He was a guy that was throwing the Megatron is what he was doing.
Right.
That's what he was doing.
Megatron.
And he was throwing the ball to, he really didn't have much of a running game, and he was like Reggie Bush, I think, one time back. I mean, he leaves Detroit, he leaves all that, and then he becomes this. He gets with a guy that knows how to use him as an offensive weapon. He's deadly accurate. He's beyond tough. I mean, he just is this guy that just gets it done now. And he's done it later in life or later in quarterback life. And it just shows you if you surround your quarterback with quality players and quality coaching, you have a chance. You have a chance with guys like this.
By the way, Brian, the 945 texted back and he said, hey, Brian, that area code is a Frisco area code.
Okay, well, I'm learning because 945, I was kind of thinking we were doing somewhere in Owings Mills, Maryland or something like that. I was thinking, when I see a 945, I was thinking, and I'm like you, Chris, we're from the same bottle of wine.
Oh, yeah.
The 214 was always our home. You know what I'm saying? And then the 817 was our home.
It was simple.
Now, you got 254s and all kinds. We got all the we got them all now.
Okay, let's go back to the defense. How is Deron Bland looking? Because I know he had that screw, had to replace their screw. It broke in his foot last year.
Yeah, I think with Bland, it's all about confidence with him. I mean, they had a real good plan for him. With Britt Brown, he's in charge of the rehabilitation. When he gets these guys, he works extremely hard. The players work extremely hard. They were saying, hey, listen, we're not going to put him in OTAs. We're not going to put him in mini camps. We're just going to let him work, on the side. Let's see him get healthy. And he has. And, there's been a couple of times where he's stepped up, made plays. He's being very smart about things. He's not getting tangled up with people. But you could see him running. He's playing with a little bit more confidence to himself because, he's just one of these guys. He has to worry about the next step could be the last step, and that's unfortunate when you have that kind of a foot injury. But so far, so good through 3 practices. I felt like that, him playing the left corner, having to play at the right side, when he's had to come up, he's had to react, I think things have been positive that way for him.
Got an off-the-field question for you.
Sure.
Longtime ESPN writer and good friend of yours, Todd Archer is not there yet.
No, he's there. He got here today. Todd's
good. I was trying to get that update. What's the word on Todd and how's he feeling?
I didn't try and get anything personal like, hey, what the hell was wrong with you, bro? Why could you not come out here the first week? I wasn't that harsh.
Right.
But no, Todd is, I think he's very grateful. I think there's a lot of respect on the field. I mean, Todd was talking with Scott Chigolnik and those guys. And, I didn't want to bother them. And I went up afterwards and gave him a fist bump and said, hey, glad to have you back. And he says, good to be back. But, yeah, he just got in today. Was his first day. And so he was obviously something that kept him from the job. And I know it had to be something serious to keep Todd Archer from being on a football field. So it is nice to have him back.
Yes, sir.
Brian, I'll get you out of here with this. I don't get to talk to you very often, so I'm just enjoying the conversation. But I want to pose a question to you. The Cowboys win the division if and the Cowboys don't win the division because? What would be the answer to those two questions for you too early?
Yeah, they win the division because all of a sudden they've got a cerebral coach on defense that if the players can take what has gone from the classroom to the practice field and then to the game field. I think this coaching staff, the way they're teaching here the last 3 days of just watching them, I was very observant on that because I wanted to make sure that they were teaching and then seeing how these players react. Okay, there are plays that have been given up on defense here in camp. It's been more of a physical thing because more than a mental thing. I think with Matt Eberflus, there was some mental things that you just, God dang, you can't let that guy run free like that. Gosh, why are you letting that happen? Why you're not covering that guy? Why are you lined up wrong? Those were things I think in 3 days. Yes, there's been some plays the offense have made, but you don't see these glaring mistakes. If this team wins the division, and I think it's going to be a very competitive division. I think everybody's expecting this division not to be any good. I think it's actually going to be pretty good, and I say that within itself of battling each other, for the title. But Dallas will win it if this coaching staff can get to these defenders and then and get them in a way of being prepared every week and then executing. I know it's very cliche to say, but I think they're off to a good start here. I really do, just watching the 3 practices. We'll see with Pats. If they don't win this, it'll be what I just talked about. They didn't do a good enough job on defense. Maybe all of a sudden, though, they had some problems at the left tackle spot, and that became, we got to move a guy, we got to move maybe Smith out there because we don't have – right now they don't have anybody, to me, that if they had to go and replace a tackle, I don't see a tackle right now on this team. I just don't. And, that's through 3 practices. Let's see how this all plays out. But a lot of this is going to come down to if they don't win it, it's because the players didn't pick it up, but the offense didn't do what they did last year, and that's score a bunch of points. And then all of a sudden you've got 2 units that's not very good, and then that could be very well a problem with the schedule they're playing.
So, Brian, before we let you get out of here,
sure.
KNC left yesterday.
Yeah.
Bobby, Sean and RJ, and G-Bag Nation, they're all coming in tomorrow. We know you're there a long, long time. How long will you be out in Oxnard this year?
Well, just one more week. Just one more week, Chris.
Okay.
I come home. When I was with DallasCowboys.com, they would let me stay out here a lot longer because then DallasCowboys.com would pick up the freight. You know what I'm saying? So I had a place to stay and all that. But yeah, since I've kind of moved on from .com, they've taken that privilege away from me. But 2 weeks is good enough. It's nice to be out here and to be out here good with the pads going on next week. That should be a lot of fun.
Well, Brian, we appreciate you taking 2 segments, man, and spending time with us this afternoon. Have a great rest of your week out there in Oxnard.
Yeah, go talk baseball, boys, and get this thing back on track. For we got to find a way to get some of these wins in this baseball team.
Brian, I'm going to say this the way Gavin Dawson used to say it.
Yeah.
When you talk to Brian Broaddus, it's not just a conversation. It's an investigation of what's really going on.
I appreciate you, boys.
All right,
Have
Brian.
a good evening, man. Thanks, everybody, that listened to us today. We appreciate you, too. You guys take care.
All right, man. There goes Brian Broaddus. He's a beast, man. And he even teased the baseball segment for us.
Isn't that something?
He did that next. We'll look around the diamond and get you set for Rangers baseball next on The Fan.
sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. Thanks for turning it on, leaving it on. 105.3 The Fan.
Man, what a great show we've had today. Shout out to Brian Broaddus for spending 30 minutes with us. Getting all the news from Cowboys practice this afternoon with a 3-time Hall of Famer, CAI, and Brendan Baxter. And man, it's time for baseball. We're going to transition from all the football talk, Rangers baseball, just around the corner, looking to rebound from last night's loss to the Astros. Just a half game back in the division now, so no need to fret. A win tonight, you're back in first place in the American League West. But see, before we get to the game and the talks, did you see the news about the Rangers date night August 9th that's going on? You got any single friends that are looking for love? Because
looking for love,
if they are,
in all the wrong places.
August 9th, Rangers take on the Baltimore Orioles, and there's
what day of the week is that?
That is a Sunday.
Oh, that's not a good night.
Date
night's Friday nights.
Attendees will be seated together in section 236 at Globe Life Field, giving singles a built-in setting to mingle throughout the game. This is exciting. This would I need to send this to my single friend. I don't know if you saw this or not, but I was like, what a good idea.
It's a good idea, but I don't know about the night.
Yeah, about a Sunday.
Dallas-Fort Worth.
The game's at 1:35.
Friday. Okay,
so it's a Sunday afternoon game.
Okay,
but still, you're kind of like Sundays could be tough. You know, would you? Obviously, we're both married men, but like I'm trying to think if I was single, would I take the chance of going to something like that and like just risk putting myself out there at a Ranger game? I don't know.
It would be a long drive home. Or you could give her an Uber.
Yeah, it would be.
If it wasn't working out.
You get turned down at a Ranger game, man.
Put it like this: it'd be great weather because the roof would be closed. Weather's going to be perfect. In other words, air-conditioned temperatures. You have that going for you. But when you don't know somebody,
I mean, yeah, it's like you're meeting total strangers at a ball game.
Don't let them put you on the kiss cam.
Yeah. Oh, what if the kiss cam is just the camera is only focused on section 236 the entire time?
Look out, and
they
don't
force you.
Know,
they just force you to
put it like that. You might have a Coldplay moment.
Yeah, you never know. You never know. But yeah, man, we're getting.
I think it's a great idea for the Rangers.
I do too,
because it's different.
It is very different.
But a traditional date night over the years has always been a Friday night. In other words, when guys go out on dates with girls, it's usually Friday night because you go to a movie or go out to a restaurant. And Saturday or Thursday, those are other nights where you're just hanging out and you just run into somebody.
Right.
Maybe you find somebody. But a date, when you ask somebody out on a date, it's usually a Friday.
Yeah, I think you're probably right there. It reminded me of
history has suggested
the movie Fever Pitch with Jimmy Fallon and Drew Barrymore. And it wasn't like a dating thing. It came out in 2004, but it was about them falling in love during the Red Sox magical season. And they're just kind of setting the scene at a baseball game. And I'm like, that's going to be fun. And from the 940, it's going to be a sausage fest. A lot of men showing up hoping to find a woman, not a lot of women showing up.
But like this, is it is one of those days, because the afternoon game, is it one of those tarps off?
Yeah, exactly.
All the guys take their shirts off, swing them in the air,
they're swinging
like a helicopter.
That's all that section 236 will be. But yeah, Rangers baseball coming up in a little over an hour. Jacob deGrom on the mound today. And you had an interesting stat earlier in the show.
This is what they got to do. Hopefully, now you're on a winning streak. Rangers,
I'm on a 2-game on-air Rangers winning while I'm on air winning streak. Correct?
That's right, where they had lost 8 straight when you are on the show that precedes the game.
And Kumar Rocker had pitched in like 4 of them.
He had won at home in a long time. Now he's winning.
Now he's winning. Yeah,
I think he's got a personal 2-game winning streak.
He's doing much better.
Okay, so here's what we got tonight. Okay, Evo had a bad outing last night. 11-2 final score. Evaldi's usually a solid guy, but he had a bad night. Now it's the Rangers fall out of first. They're a half game behind the Astros. Astros own the Rangers. Traditionally down there especially, they just don't win. I mean, and they've won the season series already. And the Rangers are not hot, but the Astros have won 9 of the last 10 games. But you got Jacob deGrom on the mound. Here's the tricky part. Jacob deGrom has you on the pre-game show.
Yes. Jacob doesn't know that I'm actually his good luck charm today.
He's going to need it because here's his record down there. Jacob deGrom does not win in Houston. In fact, never, ever, he has never won in Houston. He is 0-2 with a 5.82 ERA and 3 career starts in Houston. This year alone, the Rangers have lost both of his starts against the Astros. Overall, the Rangers have lost his last 5 starts against the Astros. So he's got to step it up. He's been throwing a lot of strikes, though. He's fourth in the American League with strikeouts over 5 innings. I mean, he's averaging like 10.77 strikeouts per 9 innings. Fifth in opponents on base percentage at 5.65. So he's got to just throw some more strikes. You know he's going to give up a solo home run. He always does that. But I think he's capable because he's got you in his hip pocket as his good luck charm.
Yeah, finally.
Not saying anything about your size.
Jake, which I could probably fit in his hip.
You're about, what, 5'7"?
5'7". 5'7", yeah. And then Ronald Blanco is on the mound for the Stros.
Here's the deal about Ronald Blanco. Blanco just came off Tommy John. Last year against the Rangers, he started against the Rangers, and that's when he blew out his arm. So he spent like the whole year rehabbing, and he's had a couple of spots showing up, but he's 0-1 this year with a 10 ERA.
Yeah, hoping
I'm sorry, 8.10.
8.10, but hoping to keep that going as well, too.
Yeah, in other words, they're giving you the opportunity.
Yes.
The Astros are saying, okay.
A get-right game.
A get-right game. It's like, okay, the Astros have nothing to lose, so to speak, because they're hot, and they got an offense, man. Their bats.
I mean, Yordan Alvarez is just
ridiculous.
raking.
That's why he's an MVP candidate
this year. He should be. If they make the playoffs, I think he should win the MVP. He's in the Triple Crown race right now as well, too, which is crazy.
But to show you about the American League again, and we can get into this in the next segment, but if you're in the hunt, the trade deadline is on Monday. The American League is so bland. I said earlier, for the last couple of months, it sucks.
Mm-hmm.
So there's like several teams that are not necessarily sellers.
Right.
They don't know what they're going to do. So who are you going to trade to? They have nothing to offer because we're in the hunt too. Everybody's in the wild card hunt, might be in the division lead hunt, and the Rangers are right there. And I said this earlier in July. What kind of message do you send to that clubhouse if you trade big names? Why should they compete?
Yeah, I'm with you.
What's the mentality?
I'm with you. And Jared Sandler said it well. Even if you were to lose today and tomorrow, you're still leaving the series only 2.5 games out.
Yeah, because the American League West sucks.
Yeah, so it's not like this series is the end-all, be-all for the season. So I think
put it like this: it's not like the Astros are the Angels where you're supposed to beat them. You always lose to the Astros.
Yeah, you're 7-4 against, 4-7 against them this year.
Do you realize the Rangers have not won a season series against the Astros in 10 years?
But they won the most important one that counted. 2023. So
I guess we'll never know.
I guess, yeah. So that one counts.
And Seager came back yesterday. He had 2 hits. He looked like Corey Seager.
Yeah.
But you got to have some help. Jared said something else that's kind of interesting for Ranger fans who haven't been paying attention because you're so like, where's the team wins, they lose. And when they lose. I've said all along, it's health related. If they're healthy, they're probably a better team. Do you realize, and Jared brought this up, Wyatt Langford and Corey Seager, I think, how many Rangers games? Rangers have played in 72 games so far.
Mm-hmm.
Wyatt Langford and Corey Seager have only played in 26 games together. 26.
That's crazy.
Your two
that is
best
actually
bats.
Wild.
And again, they lost 11-2 last night. It was a runaway because Evo was not himself. But more importantly, you still don't have Josh Young. Josh Young's been healthy all year, but guess what? He's hurt right now. So I can't tell you this team is horrible. That's why I don't think they should be sellers.
I totally agree with you. And I also wanted to shout out Jock Peterson, who just won July Ranger Player of the Month.
As it should be. He's on a heater.
Jock. 305 average, 6 home runs, 11 RBIs for Peterson in the month of July. And he has been such a refreshing piece to this lineup because he was awful last season. And to kind of regress to the mean of who he is and to see that power come back in the leadoff spot, he's been hitting a lot of leadoff home runs for you lately as well, too, has been huge. So you just feel like if you can get Corey back healthy and staying in the lineup, not just for a week or two, but completely staying in the lineup. And then, like you said, just having Wyatt, Jock, and Corey in those top 3 spots. And then Brandon Nimmo, who's been fine for you this year. He's hitting 264. Those 4 guys, you feel like, man, they could really carry your lineup. And that's not even mentioning an Evan Carter, who's starting to piece together more heat. You get Josh back in the lineup, and then Ezekiel Duran, who's been great for you.
Yes, he is.
So there's pieces to this lineup, is my point, if they can stay all in the lineup together at the same time.
Even your catcher's coming back next week.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, and that'll be a huge add, too. And you just love to see these guys stay healthy when you need them most.
And I know it's maddening. That's why I tell everybody, don't get on that emotional roller coaster. It's baseball. But the American League is bad. and the American League West is really bad, and because of that, you are still in the hunt. And ironically, people love games. They love a season when you're in the hunt, but then there's other teams or other fans that want dominance. They want you to be the Dodgers and just dominate, and they can just be comfortable and say, "Yeah, we're the best team." Blah 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 blah. Well, that's not this year. That's not this year at all. And because nobody's dominant, you have a chance.
Yeah, there's only one team in the league that can.
I got a question for you, all Ranger fans. If the Rangers were to win the division, go to the playoffs, win the freaking World Series out of nowhere, you're going to say, yeah, but it was a bad year.
Yeah,
They only won 85 games.
I would take an 85 and 77 World Series ring.
I sure would, too.
I definitely would.
I mean, it is what it is.
Yeah.
You were the best of the worst.
Yeah, I'd love to get to 8 games over 500. That'd be a great sign. I think you win the division at 85 and 77.
I think so, too.
I think you win. Well, we'll get you set for Rangers baseball and transition.
You got that lineup coming up next?
I got the lineup coming up next here on 105 Through the Fan.
Hey, tell those RJ Chop
15 minutes away. Brennan Baxter alongside three-time Hall of Famer Chris Arnold. Chris, I got a weird stat for you before we get to the Rangers. I just scrolled past this on X. The Boston Red Sox are one of the hottest teams in the American League. Their record the last 4 seasons has been the exact same record through 108 games. 57-51 in 2023, 24, 25, and 26. 57-51 4 straight years through 108 games. How does that even happen? That's crazy to me.
The curse of the Bambino in reverse. And they had their best month in franchise history in July was 22-4?
21-4, I believe.
21-4.
Yeah.
I mean, they had never done that before.
Streak.
And it took off. See, here's the thing about it. The only reason we bring up the Red Sox is because the Red Sox were left for dead early June.
Yep.
Left for dead. Then they win 16 in a row. I mean, not that the Rangers are going to do that, but crazier things have been happening.
Crazier things.
Name a team, and they've had some crazy, weird streaks. The Rangers had the best month in the American League in June.
Yeah.
And again, this is the trade deadline on Monday, and people are like, oh, there's a lot of pressure on this team, especially the guys. We had Jared on a little while ago, and about an hour or two ago, and he was talking about how the mood is down there in Houston. I said, is it kind of like playoff atmosphere? Not positively, but the pressure that you got to win. And he said, it's like that, not exactly playoff, but they know what they need to do.
Right.
And so it's that big because you want to convince the ownership group, Ray Davis and company, to open up the wallet, man.
Yeah, and I think the last thing you want to going into the trade deadline is a 5-game losing streak and then getting swept by your division rival. It wouldn't feel like the vibe around that would be like, oh man, are we screwed? Are we in trouble here? And I don't think that'd be the case because, to your point, you could then turn around and go on a 7-game win streak, 10-game win streak, and probably be winning the division. But
it's so crazy. And again, it would be different if they were going up against a team that, they could handle, or even if they had a great record. But the Astros just give the Rangers problems, and they got Yordan Alvarez, and Alvarez have an MVP year. It's a game like this where you wish you had, El Bombay.
Somebody
emotional.
I saw a text earlier.
He's out for the season for the Phillies.
In the show saying, can we just get Adolis back for this series?
Just for this series.
We just need him for 2 more games. Well, Adolis is not in the starting lineup, but I do have the starting lineup ready for you.
There we go.
If you're ready for it. And
no
surprise at the top of the lineup with Jock Peterson, Rangers July Player of the Month. Wyatt Langford in the 2 slot, and then Corey Seager batting 3rd, which we talked about it. But those 3 guys at the top line, seeing that, it gives me hope that if that can be your top 3, and then Brandon Nimmo in the cleanup spot, you can have a really dangerous lineup there if those guys can stay healthy. And then Evan Carter batting 5th, Ezekiel Duran, 3rd base batting 6th, Alejandro Osuna is batting 7th, and then Elias Diaz at 8, and rounding out Nicky Lopez in the 9 hole for the Rangers.
Okay, so the pitcher for the Rangers, we mentioned this earlier, is Jacob DeGrom. He's never won in Houston. But the pitcher for the Astros, if you missed this, Ronel Bianco, he's coming off a Tommy John. He got the Tommy John surgery, ironically, right after he played against the Rangers last year. That was his last game, pitched against the Rangers, and he had to get Tommy John. He's been having a couple of spots here and there, and his record is not good at all. His record is 0-1 with an 8.10 ERA. He's only got 2 strikeouts. I mean, it's there for the taking. In other words, it's a gimme if you just show up. Just show up, and I like the Rangers' chances on this.
I do too, and I think that this team has shown, regardless of if they've made big runs and have ran away with the division or anything, they've been right around 500. They've shown that they're gritty, and I think that
that's what the manager was saying. That's what Skip was saying.
And
he said that just when you think they're no good, they show up,
and that's why if I was. And I'm not Rusty Davis, and I'm not the man, and I'm not Chris Young, but
you have $1 billion, don't you?
But I do, and I just don't give it to the Texas Rangers organization yet. But I would just not
FIFA,
give.
Huh?
Yeah, I'm giving it to FIFA. Yeah, I'm a big.
By the way,
FIFA
they shut
donor.
that down.
I
Did you
saw
hear about that.
I saw that.
Man, they said we don't know nothing about it. Shut it down.
Yeah, and the corruption that's rumored, allegedly, to be around
Respectfully,
FIFA.
Yeah.
It's just crazy. But I just wouldn't give up on these guys, even if you get swept. if you're sitting there 2.5 back in the division after the series and it looks like the Astros are pulling away, the Astros are also extremely hot right now. They're 9-1 in their last 10 games. They're not going to keep up that pace throughout the end of the year.
Nobody does.
And so I just feel like you'd still be right there regardless of how the series in Houston turns out. But I'm also confident that this team with Corey Seager, I think the vibes are going to turn around a little bit and they'll get a win tonight.
By the way, one of the best pitchers the Rangers had in the World Series run, Jordan Montgomery, he's finally expected to be available August the 8th.
Okay.
That's next week.
Yeah.
Today's August the 1st, so a week from tomorrow.
Could be an opportunity there. And if he can give you anything, that would be a huge bonus to this team as well.
You know, when he wound up not being here, his agent did him in.
I know. That was weird.
It was so weird. He wound up with Arizona. He did not want to be there. Arizona didn't want him to be there, but the agent made the deal.
And that was during that summer where Boris, and I think he fired Boris after that.
Yeah, he did.
And where he was asking a lot of guys to hold out, and they lost, most of the clients that summer lost a ton of money because Boris was playing hardball.
Yeah, it's crazy.
And teams were like, well, we got to move on. And Montgomery ended up losing out on millions of dollars because of that.
And like I said, he wished he had never left. So he's back. And so let's hope that he could be part of the turnaround. And Robert Garcia, Fred's favorite reliever, he's going to be available. He's going to be back. Fred, what do you think about that? Fred Davis.
So what are you asking then?
We're just asking if Robert Garcia is your favorite.
Was that
closer.
from a couple nights ago?
Yeah, that was Fred arguing with Blake. You missed that, huh?
I did not hear that at all.
So what are you asking then?
What was the context around that?
The context was football, so we're not going to go into it. But
wow.
They made it all up, and everybody's been running that cut for the whole weekend because it's funny now. That's what happens at Fan After Dark sometimes. Families will get into it.
That is funny, man. Fred and Blake are just hilarious. In other news around the Rangers, the Seattle Mariners, who are sinking fast, are tied with the Twins in the bottom 7th, 3-3. So that's another game that Seattle were to drop. They dropped to 53-59. They're 53-58. They've fallen 3 games back. They're in the third place, so they have kind of fallen off the pace a little bit.
There are teams that like we're not doing anything. We thought we're stuck. We don't know what we're going to do. We're stuck.
Yeah.
We're not buyers or sellers.
And
because Monday's the deadline.
Yeah, Monday. We've got 48 hours until the trade deadline in the MLB. And Rangers, if you're looking at the wild card as well, too, and the implications tonight regarding that, they're a half game out of the wild card spot with the Twins and Guardians as well, too. So a win tonight would put them back in first place in the division, so they wouldn't technically be in the wild card standings. But if you're looking at where they're falling next to the teams that are right above them, they're right there, same record, 56-55.
Yeah, there's so many teams that are in the hunt, and they don't know if they want to sell, if they want to buy. In fact, the main ones are Detroit Tigers, Miami Marlins, Cincinnati Reds, Washington Nationals. They are stuck on the fence. They don't know, are we going to buy? We don't know. And you got the Orioles, Twins, Pirates, Cardinals, Padres, Arizona Diamondbacks. They could be buying, but then they might sell.
Yeah, they could.
That's why I'm saying, Ranger fans, this is not typical. So you just can't just flip your bat and say, we just need to sell.
Yeah, and Jared brought up a great point, too, that the farm system is not super. What resources do you have?
Exactly.
Like, so what are you even...
You have no assets.
And so if you're looking at, like, selling a guy and then attaching resources, I mean... I don't know. I just think they're kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place here because you either have to sell and then get a lot of resources, but sell high to get a lot of resources.
So do you think Corey Seager will be here on Tuesday?
I think Corey Seager will be here on Tuesday.
I do too.
I think Corey Seager is going to go yard tonight. That's my home run pick. You got a home run pick?
Yeah, let's go with the player of the month.
Oh, yeah. Carry it over, Jock.
Jock Peterson.
Carry it over, man.
What about you, Dylan? You got a home run pick?
Nimmo.
I like it. All right,
What's
Nimmo,
the final
Jock.
score?
I'm going to go 7-3.
I'm going to go, because this picture, they got no good. I'm going to go 6-3.
Yeah, I think DeGrom goes
Dylan?
6 deep.
Final
Let's
score?
go 5-4 Rangers.
All right, man. Well, Dylan, thanks so much. CA, always fun as always. Rangers baseball coming up next here on 105.3 The Fan.
You follow here, Tolos, and I feel like I'm living in a brand new home thanks to Certa Pro Painters giving my house an all-time paint job. My wife and I could not be happier.